welcome to, what do we call it? Do we call it Easter Monday? Do we call it Bank Holiday Monday? Or do we call it, way, the shops are open again? Let's call it, way, the shops are open again, because that's all it comes down to now. I would like to think that there was a religious aspect to the day. I would like to think that people are being sort of, coerced into going into churches, but I've just got a horrible feeling it doesn't happen like that. People go, right, what are we doing today? Well, yesterday you couldn't go anywhere. Nothing was open, apart from the little supermarket, so I didn't go anywhere. I spent the entire day lying on the settee going to sleep. That was all I did yesterday. I was going to do my VAT thing, and I thought, it's only going to take 2 minutes. I can't be bothered. I'll do it today. What have we got? Happy birthday to Jane Asher. Like Jane Asher a lot. And the biggest daffodil, 5 foot 2 inches tall. How you grow something that big, I've got no idea. That's absolutely huge. Yeah, that's tall. That's enormous. 5 foot 2. And the Co-op, peat-free. Because if you're going to go and buy things today, you need peat-free. Don't buy any compost with peat in it. Thank you very much indeed. We're starting a campaign. Also, the celebs Happy Easter. So all the usual exponents of the art of exposing themselves, including dreary Sarah Ferguson and the boring Beckhams. Oh, look, here's the Beckhams again. Don't those poor boys actually get out and have a life, or are they always stuck with their parents? God, perhaps you should get them working in the shop. That'd be a good idea. Somebody wrote in, I don't know actually, because you were talking about, what was he talking about? Was he talking about reality TV? Okay. Somebody says, LBC's entirely reality radio. Oh, that's quite sweet, isn't it? Mind you, then you discover who he is and where he lives, and you suddenly realise he's got no life at all, poor soul. And he says the presenters, who are often either not professional journalists, you don't have to be a professional journalist to be a radio presenter, Sweet Pea. Surely even you've got half a brain cell. And says they're either not professional journalists or presenters. Well, I'm a professional presenter. 40 years. What do you think it is? What do you think a professional presenter is? That's what it says in my contract. I'm a presenter. So I'm presuming that means that I'm professional. And he says, or have the freedom to spout inaccuracies. No, you don't. You're really not the brightest penny, are you? Poor little soul. He says you can't spout inaccuracies. And the reason you can't spout inaccuracies is because somebody would sue you. And so you don't spout inaccuracies. You need to get your brain in gear. Are you still in school? Because, to be honest with you, I can't believe somebody writes this sort of rubbish. Or libelous statements. You can't make libelous statements. You really are thick as a brick, aren't you? It's not your fault. That's why I'm not going to give you a name, because, to be honest with you, I don't want people to laugh at you. And I suspect that they probably would be laughing at you. We'll have a band coming up in a minute. But it says libelous statement. You cannot make libelous statements on the radio. People sue. If I say something inaccurate about a celebrity, they have the right to sue. That's how it works. But you never say anything. It says all the insults thrown at Gemma Collins. Well, that's just kind of tough, girlie. That's just kind of tough. Somebody throws insults, you're unattractive, you're talentless, you don't have any particular talent you could sell to them. That's not an insult. That's factually correct. Nothing else. They say it's Jeremy Kyle radio. You really are in another world, aren't you? Do you drink? I have a horrible feeling I bet you drink. But anyway, I'm going to put you out of your misery, because, as I say, I don't want people to laugh at you and point and sort of go, oh, there's that stupid person who doesn't really understand how radio works. But I suppose the saving grace is you're writing to us. We're not writing to you, darling. So are you ready? Here we go, and gone. Now, to coin a well-known Steve Allen phrase, you've got no friends. No friends, nobody to write to. You have to carry on writing to the post office again, wondering where all your post has gone. Not that there is any. Ruth Langsford's in one of the... Well, actually, she's in about 2 or 3 papers today. She made a pavlova for Eamon Holmes, which is... wait, I'm going to sneeze. Lord above, honestly. It's a meringue with lots of cream and stuff like that. You can't give that to him. It's all full of sugar. That's the worst thing you could give him. You might as well just immerse him in a vat of sugar at Tate and Lyle. Very bad for him, very bad for him. 2 COVID tests each week for everybody. That's a good idea. Piers Morgan's wife only finds him attractive after she's had a few bevies. I'm the same. I only find him attractive when I've had a few bevies, but I haven't had any bevies for quite some time. Drinking coffee half an hour before workout helps burn off fat faster. And dancer Abby Quinlan, brave old Abby. This is the idiot who set fire to herself Seen for the first time since the accident, a self-imposed accident, I have to tell you. What was the boat race, not on the Thames since 1944 for ages and ages. But didn't make any difference to me. I just remember when I used to go home, they used to have all the cameras set up over the bridges, which was quite nice. But I've never watched it. I couldn't really care less, actually. So somebody can row a boat up a river. Big deal. Big deal. Nothing for me. The Arctic weather could bring snow today. Not for us, I feel. I think that the only people who are going to get it, I think, in Scotland. Scotland, I think that's what it is. We've had snow in April before. Oh, yeah, March and April. Yeah. Yes, I remember. It's snow, yes. Good Lord. It's that white powdery stuff that sprinkles down from heavens. It's God doing his washing. It's lovely. And it's very pretty, and it's freezing cold. Although, actually, this morning it's not as cold out there as it has been of late. I walked out this morning, I thought I was waiting for it to be cold, and it wasn't. I got in the car, actually, and my driver this morning, Pedro, I just didn't feel at all well this morning. You know, when you sort of think to yourself, because I had a sick day the other day, well, I really was sick, and I sort of felt a little bit the same, because I got up this morning, I didn't have any tea. I didn't have any water. I drank milk, thinking, settle your stomach, drink milk. Well, that didn't seem to help at all. So I didn't bother with that anymore. So I took some water in the car, and I got in the car, and morning. And that was it. I then closed my eyes, trying to make myself feel a little bit better. So we got here, and he said, he's obviously a listener to LBC, is Pedro. But I said to him, I've got to apologise, because I just don't feel very well. But I feel a bit better at the moment, so I'm now drinking water, but I made the mistake. I'm drinking fizzy water. I should be drinking the still water. Oh, it's hopeless, isn't it, honestly? What am I doing? The number of young people driving has fallen, apparently. Well, it's not that it's fallen, it's just that they keep crashing, so they're not really driving. And they're just not very good at driving. Ashley Banjo gets 100 abusive tweets every minute after he did the Black Lives Matter thing. 100 abusive tweets a minute. I mean, who are these stupid people? I was looking at YouTube again this morning. Do you believe in love at first sight? And I was Cher in Las Vegas, all very dramatic. And every time she went off stage to change for another song, it was another wig and another outfit. I thought, I'm like that. And I was sort of what am I talking about? Yeah. So I was sort of watching this thing, Cher, and then before that, racists. And 90% of the racist comments on YouTube come from America, where people are quite vile, except one woman sitting on the tram in Croydon. Croydon has trams, and this woman was possibly the worst racist I've ever seen. She's on a packed tram, and she's shouting obscenities at all the black people on the tram. She's got a kiddie on her lap. She's got a little child on her lap who could have been 2 years old. The language she was coming up with, you effing this, you effing that. And there were black people saying to her, is there something the matter with you? I mean, quite clearly she's on drugs or something like that. And it was just the worst thing I've ever seen. I saw it on a train in Australia on YouTube as well, where there's a woman being absolutely outrageously racist. You know, sort of doing just all the sort of things you think to yourself, somebody should have picked you up by the scruff of your neck, opened the bloody door and thrown you out. It's as simple as that. The Pharaohs came home to rest the other day. That was nice. They dug them up, did them on a long journey. They made sure that the road was all smooth and the cars had proper suspension and everything else, so that the poor Pharaoh's bones didn't get sort of rushed about a little bit too much, and they've come home to rest. I think it was something like, I can't remember if it was 14 kings and 2 queens, or who knows, those pharaohs. Good, Potiphar had many. Anyway, and it's a case that, I mean, it was beautifully done. Did you see it? Go to YouTube and have a look at it. It's fantastic. They found them apparently in a mortician's place, because the Egyptians were very big into morticianing. In other words, they were into the embalming, and they did it in a big way. So every single pharaoh was embalmed. So in other words, you had his body, sorry to do it this early in the morning, but and then in jars all of his internal organs. Plus, they've had cats who've been embalmed and things like that. And we had an embalmer on the phone the other day. Do you remember? He was listening to the programme. He was an embalmer, and he was embalming as he was listening to the programme. And I said, we don't do embalming very much in this country. It's mainly American. The Americans do it all the time. Whereas over here, it's considered, well, it's a luxury to have done. And all it does, it replaces the blood in your body with a liquid which makes you look, dare I say it, more normal. So you look a bit healthy. In America, they do full makeup, hair. They do it, they really want people to look really nice. To be honest with you, I couldn't care less. I'm really not bothered. I mean, by the time I actually go, I'm going to look pretty ropey anyway. I'm straight for the cremation. Straight for the cremation, I've decided. I mean, who cares? Nobody's getting... Listen, if you do... I mean, I quite appreciate what everybody does. I'm very easygoing. But people who decide to go for a burial, I don't have a problem with that. But, I mean, after a while, people move away. They don't come and visit. And that's why you look around cemeteries, you'll see loads of abandoned graves. Nobody goes, nobody puts flowers on, nothing at all. I find it very disappointing. Very disappointing. So I've decided it's cremation. Although, whatever they want, take. I don't really care. Matthew says, in stitches of laughter about the weirdo you got rid of, complaining about the GC insults. He's obviously, I say he, it could be a woman. He's not the full ticket. He doesn't understand anything. How thick do you have to be? Snowing in Newcastle, says Alan. Oh. Mark in Sevenoaks says, I can't believe people have panic bought Easter eggs. Toilet rolls last year, now eggs. Yes. There was a great shortage of Easter eggs, which I was very surprised about.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh, I love these people, honestly. We just love banning them because you get some stupid... You can always tell when somebody's a real thicko. They've only got 5 followers. And this one says, calling Abby Quinnan an idiot within 10 minutes of starting broadcasting is offensive. Really? You don't call setting fire to yourself intentionally, an idiot. What do you call it, dear? Happy days? How stupid are you? My goodness me. She set fire to herself. They were doing a video with AJ, and it involved taking a flaming... Oh, you're too stupid to even appreciate it. So I tell you what, here you go. Goodbye. 5 followers. That's what you call really lonely. That's what you call... I mean, honestly, somebody who sets fire to themselves with a rope wrapped around a bottle, and then wonders why she catches fire. What do you call it? Chris says, did you have many Easter eggs? No, I'm diabetic. I'm not an Easter egg person. I never was, actually. I was always better at the savoury stuff. Although yesterday, do you know all I ate yesterday? Toast. I had 4 pieces of toast. That was it. And I didn't feel in the mood for eating at all. James says, pleased to kick off my bank holiday listening to your show. Well, you've chosen wisely. We are the biggest audience at this time. And Jane says, have a hug from me and the dog. Listens every morning too. Oh, I do like dog. I wish I could have a dog, but I've left it a bit late in life. I don't mind looking at other people's dogs. I'm quite happy with things like that. And somebody says, Captain of the Groovy Gang and the original Spikers group, I'd like to wish my dad David, says Tom, a happy birthday. Hope you're feeling okay. I'm going through fits and starts. It's Thursday hospital this week. So I'm looking forward to that, which is very nice. And... somebody says, I think I heard you say you had a stomachache. Oh, that was last week. Steve says, Graham, embalming is widespread in the UK and is principally carried out for hygiene reasons about the unpleasantness of certain natural processes. No, you're wrong. I spoke to the embalmer the other week. It's not widespread in the UK. It's not as widespread as it is in America. Okay? Oh, dear, honestly. I have to correct everybody this morning. Also, have a pink lady. Do you know I ate a pink lady this morning? A pink lady apple. Yeah, they're very good. I do. They're very nice, actually. I mean, there are loads of other apples, but we do like the pink ladies. They're the crunchiest, the sweetest. They've got just about everything going for them. Jeremy Clarkson says the NHS is useless. I know. I got riled up as well. Turns out he's not talking about the doctors and nurses. He's talking about the institution of the NHS. Also, the lockdown DIY boom sees... in demand now for tradespeople. They want people to go out there and learn how to do different trades and stuff like that. And so apparently if you have a pink lady, skin left on and cord, cut into pieces with a glass of still water, should settle your stomach. No, I'm all right with that. I've just basically because I was sort of not very well the other week, and so I'm sort of getting back into it, drinking loads of water and things. But I've discovered now milk isn't much good for me either, and also because of the problem, everything tastes horrible. Oh, nothing tastes decent. Steve, I followed a Bentley up the M3 yesterday. Don't be silly, you're in a Kia. You can't have followed it anywhere near. You must have been about 10 miles behind it. And thought, very nice. Wondered if you fancied swapping yours for my Kia. Is it Soul? Yeah, I know the second word is off. No, I mean, I followed a Bentley up the M3. You never catch up with a Bentley, good Lord above. Fastest cars on the road, aren't they? Fastest cars. Steve, there's some peculiar people out there, says Matthew. Made my daily visit to Tesco Express yesterday. GQ, the Sun and a bottle of milk was a penny short and didn't serve me, says Matthew. Well, there you go. That's the way it goes, isn't it, really? Which is not so good. What else have we got? I mean, I don't know what to do on a bank holiday. I think I'm going to be lazy again. I think I'm going to get back. I'm going to lie down on the settee and I'm going to stay there. I just don't care. I've got nothing to do today. As I say, I've got a VAT thing to do, but it'll take me about 5 minutes to produce three sets of figures, and that'll be it. Then I could put my feet up again. Because I tell you, there's something lovely about falling asleep on the settee. Oh, dear. That is about the best thing. Even on a bank holiday, I don't need to go anywhere. I know people say, oh, you should go to the garden centre. Listen, there's going to be queues a mile long at garden centres. A bit of move in garden centres for the people queuing up to buy plants. Please don't buy plants. Zora Suleiman sent me this piece, which was in one of the papers today, and says, gardeners looking to take advantage of the bank holiday to organise their flower beds have been warned not to plant out tender blooms and produce as frost looms later in the week. The temperature could go down as low as -7. Apparently, gardeners' hearts will be in their mouths, scanning the weather forecast. Well, I've told you, don't buy little plants in the garden centres. The reason being, a cold frost will see them off and you'll end up with little withered things. So please don't bother. Please don't bother. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. No, Graham, I'm always right. I'm sorry. You can argue as much as you like about it, but I'm telling you, it's you have to pay extra for everything. And we know about natural processes, but the undertaker would normally advise somebody. You can't tell me anything about this. I know all about it. You being married to somebody doesn't make any difference at all to me. And it's a case of, it's a dull job, but I mean, nobody ever complains about the price, do they? Have you noticed that? It doesn't matter how much it costs, but you have to have everything done. And what they will generally say is, if the body has discoloured so much, they sort of advise people maybe not to see the body. Remember the person as they were, which is very nice. So it's not widespread in the UK at all. It's an added extra, and you bring in an embalmer. Not everybody does it. You have to have certificates and everything. Windy in Malvern, says Peter. Piers Morgan's wife is a cheap date, says Sylvie, if it only takes a couple of drinks to find him attractive. I love it. I love it. Poor old Piers Morgan, actually. Also, I can't work out how you grow a daffodil 5 foot 2 inches tall. I mean, that is absolutely huge. I mean, I thought that they only get to a certain height and then they flower. Well, this one's still going. Perhaps he's stuck it on the top of another one or on a tree or something. I've never seen it. Seriously. Perhaps he's cheated. Very odd. Models posing naked on a balcony in Dubai. They were doing a photo shoot for a publicity thing. They've all been arrested. You can't stand on a balcony with all your clothes off. Tarts. Goodness sake, we don't want things like that. And Alan Titchmarsh says it's very scary being on social media at an old age. I bet it is, actually. You wait till you get the insults, Alan. You get the insults. All you do is you just delete them. That's it. Well, people would insult Alan Titchmarsh. I know, I find it difficult to believe as well. So all you do is you just delete them and then they can't write to you ever again. It's fantastic fun to do, I promise you, because they think they're being all terribly clever. They go, I can do it. But you can tell, you'll see how many people they've got following. If it says anything under 20, there's something a bit peculiar about them. They're a troll. Okay, and you have to lose them very quickly. Jordan's ruler, that's not Jordan's ruler as in Jordan the ex-model. This is Jordan, country, put his brother under house arrest. Everybody's falling out. Why are people falling out all the time? And they found a cannabis farm in a church rectory. They got a tip-off from religious leaders because, you can't have things like that. And then somebody else found a cannabis farm in a Jaguar motor car, which is not good, is it? And if you want to boost your happiness, eat spicy food. Spicy food is very good for you. Mo says, which pyramids were built first? I've got no idea. I don't really care, actually. Does it make any difference? I mean, there are some people who think that the pyramids were built by, people from outer space. They think they built the pyramids. These are mad people, Snowing in Durham, says Matthew. Good. Lovely. And And Matthew says, I never forget things, and I want to wish your producer a happy future on his final day. Yeah, go on, get out. Get out. It's not his final day. Why do you think it's his final day? It's not his final day. He's just coming off this to go and do other things. On the station, obviously people all sort of go, final day. He'll be back, he thinks. I've just realised fizzy water gives you indigestion, so we don't want any more of that, thank you very much indeed. Snowing in Durham, which is quite nice, but definitely not the producer's final day. Definitely not. I mean, we're all around, people move around different programmes. So panic not. Panic not. So please don't buy plants, little plants, and if you do buy plants, make sure you protect them from the freezing cold. Phil Collins' ex-wife, my God, she's aged badly. Dear God in heaven, he's better off without her. It took him ages to get her out of the house. Do you remember? There was an awful lot of trouble. And so there's a picture of her with her new husband. Perhaps he needs to go to Specsavers. Because, to be honest with you, it's a bit worrying. When they first got married in 2003, she was fine. She said, another day in paradise felt more like being trapped in a gold cage. Nothing worse than somebody very bitter. Very bitter and not going anywhere. She says, but her new home is filled with... She lives in a waterside pad in Fort Lauderdale, and she's got 4,000 pairs of shoes. 4,000 pairs. Well, she does, looking at the state of her. 375 handbags. She auctioned hundreds of possessions, including several of his gold discs, but she says, I will always love him. Yeah, of course, dear. I'm sure he feels the same about you. But with your fake hair, your naff outfit, I know how old you are, I've got no idea. Oriane Bates is 47. You're a bad 47, dear. A very bad 47. Do you want to come back here and see how people... At 47, people look so much better. So much better. Egypt's first female ship captain was blamed for the Suez Canal blockage. Even though she was miles away at the time. Hundreds of miles away. Her name's Marwa El-Sadar. She was acting as first mate. Because it's quite rare, actually, to have something. Could I pilot a ship? Probably not, no. Well, in fact, actually, no, definitely not a plane. Well, actually, you don't need to worry about planes. They pilot themselves. Yeah, no, you can also put it into automatic landing. The thing will land by itself. Yeah, you don't need to worry about it at all. But ships are great. And also, when you get somebody who takes you through the canals or whatever, they bring a pilot on board who does it whenever they're doing these things. So, in fact, really, you just might as well sit down and read a book, Don't need to worry about it. But she said it was claimed online that she was the one who'd actually got it wedged. But she said I wasn't even there. Hundreds of miles away. My nose is running this morning. And so, poor soul. Mind you, did you read in the Daily Star yesterday? He actually claims that it was him and the Daily Star readers who freed the ship. Again, more lies from Uri Geller, I'm afraid. More lies. He didn't free it at all. And now... He's using the power of his mind, which is very small, to get the royal family back together again. What a load of rubbish. Honestly, these people... The trouble is there are people who sort of want to believe in this kind of stuff, don't they, really? Also, pouting, polyfillared wannabes don't have our sass, says Ulrika Johnson, who's 53. She says, who's rocking lockdown? Yep, it's us olden. She thinks 53 is old now. No, dear, 70 is old. 53 is young. Very young. So they've got pictures of people like Amanda Holden, who's 50, Madonna, 62, Davina McCall, 53, Lizzie Cundy's put in there. For what reason? I've got 99% of you have no idea who she is. Mind you, I don't even think she knows who she is either. Poor soul. And a convicted grooming gang ringleader goes shopping in the town where he abused kids, despite being told he was going to be deported 6 years ago. It's Rochdale, as if you needed to be told.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Over in Birmingham, they found a kiddie, a little school person, who had a stun gun. This one was disguised as a BMW car key fob. You can buy it online for 16 quid. It is twice as powerful as the ones that the police use. I mean, West Midlands police say a teenager was interviewed. He's got a stun gun. So he must have bought it. Either he's bought it from a friend or he's put it on a credit card, in which case, I mean, who puts something like that through? A bit dangerous, isn't it? And twice as powerful as the ones that the police have. That's a bit of a worry, isn't it, really? Still trying to find out why this Rochdale grooming ringleader, or otherwise known as pervert, there were 4 of them, actually, and they were told that they would be stripped of their UK citizenship and returned to Pakistan. They lost an appeal against the citizenship, but they still have the right to challenge. I mean, I can't believe it. These are people who are abusing teenage girls and driving them around, and this person is still out there. He'll be surprised when he finds himself in the newspaper today, won't he? And everybody will now know what he looks like. Kate Winslet, here's an odd one. He is an odd one, as they say. Says she knows actors who fear revealing their sexuality because they think it will harm their careers. She knows at least 4 actors who've not come out as gay publicly. Some fear it may stop them being cast for straight parts. Well, obviously getting away with it at the moment, aren't they? Why would you worry about things like that? She spoke of one well-known actor being told by a new agent not to publicise the fact they are bisexual. I wish you'd not said it, actually, Kate. I mean, I think you've done these people no service whatsoever. What you've done is planted the seeds of doubt with a lot of newspapers going, well, I wonder who that can be. It was like they were trying to find out the other day who is the person that Colleen Nolan was talking about, who's lovely and charming to your face, but behind your back she's really vile. And then she went, I just want to let everybody know that it's nobody I work with on Loose Women, which appears contrary to what I was reading in the newspapers the other day. It turns out it is somebody on Loose Women. I mean, it can't be true. Can't be true, but Colleen's a nasty little piece of work at the best of times. And I think it was a friend of hers who put the name of this person in her tweets. Honestly. That was the same as there used to be somebody on Loose Women, they didn't make much of a contribution, Syra Khan, who said that behind the scenes she didn't want to be there and all this kind of stuff. And I was thinking, well, go on, tell us who you think's horrible. I just don't understand it, these sort of people. But, Kate Winslet saying these gay actors think it will harm their career. So they've obviously trusted her. Big mistake. And why would somebody stop being cast for a straight part? They're obviously getting them at the moment. But are these women? Are these men? What are they? But don't just sort of throw down this gauntlet. And then sort of say, I couldn't tell you who they were. Because now people are going to start guessing, aren't they? And that's not very pleasant at all. Britain's love cheats, apparently, are among the best in the world at not getting caught. I don't know why people worry about these sort of things. Listen, if somebody cheats, that's their problem. That is their problem. The worst place is Portugal. Portugal, 10% are caught. Spain, 19%. Ireland, 20%. UK, 21%. Then Australia, Italy, Argentina, Mexico, Canada and Japan. But loads of people do that, don't they? Isn't that one? I mean, personally, I've never been into that kind of thing at all. But I'm just always what they will sort of go, it's awful, isn't it? People have been love cheats. It's like the Christmas party every year at work. Guaranteed somebody's going to be doing snoggies with somebody that they're not actually going out with. It goes on all the time. Terrible. Steve, we all know the captain of the ship in the Suez was Del Boy's Uncle Albert. Don't people read the news? It was on Twitter. And so it must be true. Absolutely. And Steve, I was in Oxford Street the other day when a tourist stopped me and says, what's the best way to sell fridges? And he said, well, eBay's fairly popular. Okay, you'll have to think about that one. Sell fridge. Okay. And Steve, I have frozen fish fingers 2 days past their sell-by date, says Shane. Presumably they're in the freezer. I don't know whether to use more. See, me, I'd throw them out. I would throw them out. I threw out a jar of pickled onions the other day. Mainly because, I thought, no, leave that. So, but that's your business. I can't advise you either. You imagine if I advise you, eat them, and then you become ill. You go, Steve Allen said it was all right to eat them. So I would always go no. I would never eat stuff like that. Just in case. You don't know. I mean, does your fridge maintain exactly the same temperature all the time? I don't know. It might not do. Vernon Kay's back with hair that is way too long, I'm afraid. It's not him at all. Get it cut, get it sorted out. And so he's back looking dishevelled in his I'm a Celebrity gilet. He posed on the set of a new ITV show, Game of Talents, which will take over the prime slot held by Anton Deck. Get your haircut, mate. I've told you before, it's dreadful. Also, Ollie Murs getting ready to launch his solo TV presenting career. That'll be exciting. And believe it or not, former EastEnders actress Daniela Westbrook wants to land a role in Emmerdale. Darling, they won't put you in anything, okay? You're too risky. She wants to be a member of the Dingle clan. She played Sam Mitchell. She made brief returns up till 2016. I'd love to be in Emmerdale, Danielle Dingle. I'm a country girl. You see where I live? I ride horses. One of my school friends is now in Emmerdale playing the vicar. Daniela told the Soap from the Box podcast that fans hoping to see her return. Nobody wants to see her return. What are you on about? Where does this come from? She said, EastEnders is pretty done for me. Yeah, I think the last time we had problems, and so they're not going to use you again. They're not going to put you in Emmerdale. I don't know why you think they would, actually. You're far too much of a risk. Far too much. Joel Dommett is quickly becoming the most in-demand man in television. Most irritating. He's done The Masked Singer for 2 series, and he's also presented a pilot of The Secret Game Show, a hidden camera series, out of Japan. I like some of these Japan shows that they have. They're really good, actually. One of them is where they take somebody on the street, and then they put them in the studio, and they say, if you win a house. Yeah. But of course, if you don't win, they kick you out the stage door and you don't win anything at all. And we had a thing over here, and the idea was that they used to show the people all the prizes in the studio and go, you could win all the kids going, yeah, we had bicycles and skates and all the rest of it. But of course, if they lost, they didn't get anything at all. So I had to start giving them prizes, because otherwise poor little children burst into and said, but I wanted the bicycle. Well, you can't. Your parents are thick. OK, so you've lost that one. But that's what it comes down to now. It's the greed factor. I wish they'd bring back Noel Edmonds. He was very good. Very good. I like that Deal or No Deal. Very much so. And what else do I want on the top? Well, I don't know. All sorts of things. Easter good wishes. To your beautiful cemetery here with candles and fresh flowers regularly changed, says Mark. Yesterday all the churches were full. God, I wish we could say the same over here. Doesn't work though, does it really? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Matthew says, you mentioned Phil Collins. According to the tabloids, he never brushes his teeth. Oh. I interviewed Phil Collins ages ago. I'm a big fan of Phil Collins. I went to see him at the Royal Albert Hall years ago. He was fab. I thought he was absolutely, because he's a drummer, and he's an actor as well. I liked him. I thought he was really, really nice. All I kept thinking was, blimey, it's Phil Collins, you know. Genesis or Soho? I don't know. Solo, probably. Solo. I don't mind Genesis, because I know what I like in your wardrobe. And Peter Gabriel really was, I thought he was the biggest star there. He used to dress up on stage. I remember 2 girls I used to live with years and years ago in London, over 40 years ago, came back, and Peter Gabriel would stand there dressed as a sunflower. You ever seen any of the pictures of him? Was he 5'2"? I don't know. Never thought about that. And in fact, their support was Leo Sayer. And Leo Sayer would come on dressed as a clown and sit at the front of the stage and go, baby, the show must go on. You never see all those early pictures. Have a look at Peter Gabriel. Peter Gabriel in one of his stage costumes. I thought he was very good. Perhaps it wasn't him who liked what was in my wardrobe. There you go. There's Peter Gabriel. Look, Genesis dressed up. Yeah, and dressed up as all sorts of things. And Leo Sayer. Find me Leo Sayer. Leo Sayer dressed up as a clown, and no, you've got to go back fair way, you know, all these clown. There you go. That's what he used to do. He used to come to the front of the stage and he would sing his little songs. Brought the house down, apparently. I love all those people. Yeah, well, I suppose it was if you don't like clowns, it would be a little bit creepy, I suppose. I like all that sort of stuff. Mind you, I was a big fan of Gilbert O'Sullivan. You remember Gilbert O'Sullivan? Claire, the moment I saw you, I swear. I thought he was brilliant. I was delighted when I interviewed him some years ago. Shane says, thank you. I'll throw the fish fingers out. I mean, you know, your decision, but I can't advise on food. You can imagine how ghastly that would be. Steve, the ship in the Suez could have been HMS Troutbridge from the Navy Clerk, with Leslie Phillips saying, left a bit, right a bit. Hello. Yes, we used to love the Navy Lark. That was, you can buy them all You know, you can buy all those old programs. I started watching Bewitched the other day. I'm now into the third DVD. There's 137 episodes I've got. And very good they are too. And I absolutely love them. Except Endora, the mother, is not half as attractive as I thought she was in the first few episodes of it. But it was very good because he met her. She's a witch. She told him. He didn't believe it, and then all of a sudden he started to believe it. But she was trying to cut down on doing magical things, you know. And then, you know, somebody had come to the front door. She said, "Oh, I can't be bothered," like that. Wiggle her nose, and things got done. If only it was the same round here, ladies and gentlemen. But I fear not. I fear not.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Oh, I tell you what I saw on the television the other day. They always put it on at Easter, and it's one of my favourite Easter films. It's called King of Kings. And the theme is dun, 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 dun. And they've got a cast of thousands. And it literally follows the birth of the baby Jesus all the way up to the crucifixion and beyond. It's a typical Hollywood schmaltz fest. It is absolutely unbelievable, but it's the theme tune that runs through. I bought it years and years ago. Somebody said you should watch this film. You don't have to be religious. It's just something nice to watch, and they always show it on the television over Easter time, so I watched it. I missed the Fern Britton documentary on Easter Sunday. She followed in the footsteps of Jesus. I've always wanted to go, actually, just out of curiosity. I mean, I'm not into 100% of it. I'm picky and choosy boy. But King of Kings, definitely good film if you've never seen it, especially as the guy looks like Jesus, which of course is a bit ridiculous because Jesus wouldn't have looked like any of these people that you've seen in any of these films because they've portrayed him as a white person. Well, he wouldn't have been a white person, you know, but King of Kings. And I think the guy who actually played Jesus died. I'm pretty sure it was just a wonderful thing. It was what Hollywood made in 1961. And Jeffrey Hunter. There you go, Jeffrey Hunter. And I think he died. There you go. He died when he was 42. But with the hair and everything, he looked like you would expect Jesus to look. You know, he'd also been in the pilot episode of Star Trek, and he was in a number of other things, but he was only 42 when he died. He did radio, he did all sorts of things, but when you see him as Jesus, I mean, look, he just looked perfect. It makes me cry to watch the film because he's sort of there, and you can imagine what it must have been like. But Hollywood really gave it the let's throw everything at it. And it must have been quite remarkable. I remember seeing other people who played Jesus of Nazareth, and apparently it's had a profound effect on them. Really, a profound effect. You know, it's quite something. But they always do that, don't they? We also got all the Carry On films. Carry On Loving, Carry On just about everything, actually. And I started watching them. The Carry On Loving one is very good. It's the Bliss Wedded Agency. Which reminds me, the Bliss Wedded Agency. And it was Hattie Jakes and, can't remember his name, what's his name? Oh, he was in all the Carry On films, gruff voice, also bless this. Have you never seen any Carry On films? Yeah, I bought Corey the box set. Have you never seen any of them? Oh, wow, they're really good. They're really, really good. It's formulaic. You know, so they use the same cast all the way through. And wait a minute, here we go. Joan Sims. Sid James was the person. I loved Kenneth Connor. I thought he was great. Bernard Bresslaw, Peter Butterworth. You've never seen any of these, have you? Really? How funny, isn't it? You know, I sort of grew up on those with Barbara Windsor, Jack Douglas, Jim Dale, who went to live in America, and he sort of came back. I thought they were great, actually, but but the cast was Kenneth Williams, Joan Sims, Charles Hawtrey, who was just so camp. You couldn't find anybody camper. Kenneth Connor, Sid, Peter Butterworth, Hattie Jakes, Bernard Bresslaw, Jim Dale, Barbara Windsor, Patsy Rowlands, Jack Douglas, Terry Scott, Leslie Phillips, and so it went on. And you know, the worst thing about it, we see them on the television. You think, because this was always Barbara's big gripe, and I was with her on it. And it was they hardly made any money. They got paid peanuts for doing these films because nobody knew that they were going to put them on DVD or on video or show them on the television. Nobody ever knew that. So I think Barbara used to say it. She said, pennies. They get pennies when they're shown. You would think they would have made loads of money out of them. They didn't. They didn't. Not good, is it, really? Steve, you're right about the Genesis Phil Collins song, I Know What I Like in Your Wardrobe. It's from the album Selling England by the Pound. I know what I like, and I like what I know. Thank you. And Catherine in Teddington says, I won't let the show go on. That was Leo Sayer. He came in loads of times, actually, Leo. He was one for the girls. Oh, dear, was he ever. He liked the old ladies. Mind you, I know quite a few people in the business who are a little bit like that. And, wait a minute. Trying to find some more of your texts and emails this morning. The ship in the Suez Canal was manned by the Chuckle Brothers. 2 me, 2 you, till it got stuck. Poor old Chuckle Brothers. Only one left. Steve, I got a pop-up message on Facebook that I could send a personalised message from Katie Price for 150 quid. What would you like? No, thank you. Can't think of anything worse. Save your money. Blimey. Give it to people who care. I'm not one of them. Facebook, honestly. Personalised message. Bit bad, isn't it? So Jeremy Clarkson, he must be wrong, isn't he? Saying the NHS is useless. He says that millions of Brits had taken to their doorsteps to clap a big, stupid, expensive monster. He said, I'm not talking about doctors and nurses, who he said were far from useless. He said the system's too bureaucratic, past its sell-by date, needs an emergency overhaul. Listen, they work their little socks off with what they've actually got. And they do very well. I know. I've spent the past few weeks going in and out of hospitals, so I'm sort of there and enjoying it. Also, Corrie favourite Bruce Jones was left scarred for life after being whacked in his private parts with a bag of potatoes. It's not very good, is it? The actor who played Les Battersby says Vicky Entwistle... this is ages ago. But Vicky's a lot smaller than me, and she swung the bag. She hit me right between the legs. I hit the deck. This is they did a programme about him trying to find work, and it wasn't. So I don't know what he's doing at the moment. I've really got no idea. I know he was in there because it was the Battersbys and everybody was, but I think he had problems with all sorts of things, and then, it just didn't work out properly. Oh, look, this is Megan McKenna. Why is it that people insist on sticking all this ridiculous fake hair all over their head? It just looks like fake hair. It doesn't work. You look ridiculous, dear. Honestly. People flocked to parks and beaches yesterday to soak up the Easter weather. What Easter weather? What Easter weather? What's sitting there and sort of with the freezing cold temperatures? Nobody's wearing masks. I'm going to look like the complete odd one out, aren't I, when I go down there? And a hard-working meat delivery driver has scooped £1 million on a lotto scratch card. You know somebody got the 122 million? I'm so happy. Couldn't be happier. Amanda Holden rocking a hot tub in her garden. I don't like hot tubs. It's just not my sort of thing at all. Because my producer Corey's family have actually got a hot tub. So I won't be travelling up that neck of the woods anytime soon. I can't think of anything worse. I did go in one, ages and ages. I didn't enjoy it. I really didn't. Best carry-on film? Oh, all of them. All of them. Matthew says, send my best wishes to Shane in Australia. He'll be the first port of call if I stomach the journey. Quite a journey, is it? It's so long. Even on planes, it's about 23 hours. Way too long. That's the only reason I've not been there. And also, I don't think there's anything over in Australia that it's got that I can't get anywhere else. I don't want to go to Bondi Beach. I couldn't give a toss about the Great Barrier Reef. I'm not interested. The food is not exactly remarkable. People don't say, oh, look, come to Australia for this. No, of course I wouldn't go surfing. Not at my age. Would you go for surfing? No, see, I'm not taken by money. Producer just said, if somebody paid you £1 million, you see, you've got me wrong. I'm not I'm not interested in money. I'm really not. I was never interested in money. Got it already. I can't think of anything worse. Somebody says, oh, yeah, I bet you'd do if they paid you 100 million. You go, no, I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't. I wouldn't want to go all the way over to Australia or into the jungle or anything like that. It just doesn't really interest me. It's too dangerous. I'm past my travelling days. I've been everywhere I want to go. I've lived in some nice places, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. I don't want to go again. Unless I'm going first class in one of these aeroplanes that's got the first class cabins. Do you remember we actually found, was it British Airways? Or somebody's got a first class, it's like a bedroom. 3 rooms. 3 rooms. You've got a bedroom with a double bed in it. Now, that would suit me down to the ground. Because all I do when I get on planes, and people never understand, they say, don't you want to look out of the window? No, I like sitting on a plane, and I've got my bottle of water, spare bottle of water, and then I pull the window shield down, and then I go to sleep. And people go, but you missed the flight. I say, no, I don't miss the flight, I'm on it. Oh, no, sleeping is the best thing. Lovely. So, Steve, I think it was Les Battersby who actually stumbled over the body of one of the Yorkshire Ripper victims, says Gary. Yeah, it was on a television programme the other day, wasn't it? And Steve, on Friday, me and my son went to Poundland and found Steel Magnolias on DVD. We bought it because, you were talking about it a lot. Is it really your favourite films? One of my favourite films. Love Steel Magnolias. Want a good weepy? That's the thing to do. That's the thing to do. Apple is secretly working on a new headphone that will direct wearers as they walk, so you don't have to look where you're going. Oh, what's the point of that? God knows how much these things are going to cost. It's like anything from Dyson. I mean, I'm a big fan of Dyson. I've sort of bought into it. But my God, they're expensive. Very, very expensive. Catch up with the EastEnders suspects 20 years on. Mel Owen, Steve Owen, Martin Kemp, Adam Beale, Dan Sullivan, Craig Fairbrass, forgot about him, Mark Fowler, Todd Carty. What's he doing now? He's tried his hand at Panto. Very difficult to do Panto. Very difficult. And Bez from Happy Mondays once turned down a date with Julia Roberts because he didn't recognise her.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Jane says, I enjoyed King of Kings yet again, but a tradition I enjoy. Also fitted in The Sound of Music again. I know, can't beat it, can you really? That lovely scene at the beginning where they're flying over the lakes. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Steve, I don't surf, says Shane. I haven't been to Bondi Beach for years. I know. Well, we actually get it as part of a TV programme here, which is okay. But my God, they've got problems, haven't they? People thieving, perverts, all sorts of things. Wouldn't encourage me. Definitely not. Also, have you seen the size of those huntsman spiders in Australia? Says Paul. No. I'm not big on spiders, actually. Not big on things. I remember somebody talking about box jellyfish some years ago. That sounded ghastly. Quite ghastly. Steve, 7 hours here, loving the show as always. Please can I ask if you're able to point me in the right direction? How can I get hold of an episode of Supermarket Sweep? You can't. Okay, none. My 2 closest friends were on it. They speak highly of Dale, had them in stitches. No, they've not been released or anything like that. So, unless you've got somebody who's got a copy of it, you're never going to find it. They don't put things like that out, as far as I know. I don't think so, anyway. Also, Steve, you're going to have a dinner party with 5 guests. Who would they be? Oh, couldn't care less. I wouldn't have a dinner party. Least of all, inviting 5 guests. Living or dead. I don't know, actually. Henry VIII, but of course we wouldn't have any food left, would we, at the end of the day? So, no, I can't think, no. I don't like those sort of things. That's the sort of thing to do on BBC local radio, which is sort of like, oh, if you could have a dinner party, which 5 people would you choose to sit round your table? I've seen all the ghastly programmes on the television. Celebrity Dinner Date. That's the one, trying to work out who the blooming celebrities are. They had one the other day with some poor old creature from Towie. I mean, dear God, she didn't know who he was, which, of course, must have pleased him greatly. A Jaguar driver called Nicholas Mulder was stopped for speeding. Never go speeding. And he was found to be a drug dealer. He had an X-Type, and a search of it uncovered £5,000 in a suitcase. Which wasn't very good, was it? They, of course, immediately, because they smelt marijuana. And he had £500 in cannabis in his possession. They went back to his home in Pembrokeshire, in Haverfordwest, and discovered 3 tents with hydroponic equipment, 26 plants, and 800 grams of marijuana. He admitted producing and supplying cannabis and 2 counts of possession of criminal property over the £5,500 cash. They've sent him to prison for 2 years. 2.5 years, beg your pardon, even longer than we thought. So that's not very good. And here it is. It's a posh ski wear company called Moncler. I've never heard of it, but I've never been skiing. And they're looking for this coat. Critics say it looks like a duvet stuffed into a bin bag. Doesn't help that the model is the most least attractive person you'll ever see. And it's 1,770 quid for this thing here. Somebody says it looks like a sort of a two-yo zipped it up. When somebody says your parents say you'll grow into it, it's the most ridiculous. Mind you, I think people are stupid when it comes to fashion. You've only got to look at Victoria Beckham's stuff. They had a picture the other day of some of her latest stuff, and they went, "Oh look, this is Victoria's." And I'm not surprised you're not selling anything, dear. This doesn't appeal to anybody. You know, I'll tell you what you need to do. Go in disguise to Primark. Go and have a look round, and see what's selling. You know, and then wonder why you're not selling anything. It's as simple as that. Not good at all. Steve, says Matthew, dying to sort out my barnet next Monday. Love to Mike and Kasha in Water Lane. Yeah, I've not booked in, actually, as yet. I'll get round to it at some point, I suppose. I shall get out there and sort of get my hair cut, which is okay. But at the moment, I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. So the boat race, who won? Who won the boat race? Do we know who won the boat race? Thank you. Because I've got no idea. It was moved from the Thames, and yet they sort of put it, you know, on the Great Ouse in Cambridgeshire. Oh well, that's quite nice, isn't it? I mean, I quite like the boat race, but I've never. They always throw them in the water afterwards. Not nice at all. So Cambridge, after 2 full years in the making, they beat Oxford. And after it was moved. So that's obviously a good thing. A striking double, winning the boat race in hugely competitive men's and women's meetings. I don't know why we bother doing it, actually. There's hardly anybody British in any of the boats. They're all people from the unis who are all sort of overseas. There's a film about the boat race, isn't there? And it's called... You'll find out. I know, because I recommend everybody buy it, because it's so good. And it was about the trouble they had with a boat race some years ago. And the music was stunning in it. Absolutely stunning. The boat race. Here we go. No, this is not it. And what was it blooming well called? True Blue. True Blue. That's the one. That's the one. Now, this film is an adaptation of Topolsky's book of the same name. It was a disagreement amongst the Oxford team known as the Oxford Mutiny. They wanted to put the right people in the boats, and the crew started mutinying. Said, "Well, that's what's going to happen. If it isn't, you know, forget it." And they came out. The Americans later rebel against the coaches and said they'll walk out if Ross, one of the rowers, he pledges to bring American oarsmen to get the famous Oxford blades. But on the race day, the crew win by around 4 lengths, and it was done. It was pouring with rain, and it's the most beautifully shot film you've ever seen. If you get it, it's cheap as chips. That one, it should be no more than about £5 or £6. Best £5 or £6 you'll ever spend. True Blue. And if you love the music, then come back and thank me, because I think the music's great. Steve, when was the last time you hit your toe on something that's always been there? Big ouch, especially for us with diabetes. Oh, I do it constantly. But I don't mind. I never worry about things like that. Honestly, you hit your toe, you stub your toe. I've done it on a few occasions. It's not very pleasant, is it? But I mean, we can do it. The Daily Mail today: 2 COVID tests each week for everyone. So that's good news. The Co-op going peat-free after Monty's plea. They've stopped selling compost with peat to help tackle climate change. So it makes it the first high street store to take action. So if you go there and it's got peat written on it in the garden, don't buy it. Okay, do not buy it. Co-op working with the retailer Westland. I bought Westland stuff before. Invested $35 million to develop a peat-free compost called New Horizon. So there you go. B&Q, Hillier and Blue Diamond Garden Centre Group said they were committed to stop using peat, but they've not given any date. Well, do it. Okay. I'm telling people not to buy it. If it's got peat in it, don't buy it. Not so good. So here are the celebs who are sort of celebrating Hoppy Easter. Mylene Klass, Jerry Horner with I do like rabbits. Something very appealing about rabbits. Sarah Ferguson, mad as a fruitcake. Absolutely. Emma Bunton. Carol Vorderman looking ready for an Easter workout, and the boring old Beckhams again, honestly. What do they do? Do they just have pictures taken and they don't worry about, you know, what people are saying? Goodness sake, honestly. And here's a load of people getting set at Durdle Door. Durdle Door, never heard it. And they're queuing to go down the steps. Crowds pack the beaches, but the icy weather returns today. Very, very cold. Very, very cold. People making the best of the weather on Primrose Hill. No social distancing there. And 3 friends picnicking on Wimbledon Common. What is it about people? Have you got no gardens or something? Goodness sake, honestly. Just have to get out there and sort of, try and be a bit more adventurous. Shares had to apologise after a tone-deaf tweet about the death of George Floyd. Known for her sometimes eccentric posts. I mean, she's 74, for goodness sake. She said she could have helped Mr. Floyd during his arrest in Minneapolis when Derek Chauvin knelt on his neck for more than 9 minutes. She said, I was talking with Mum and she said, I watched the trial of that policeman I accused of killing George Floyd and said, Mum, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I kept thinking maybe if I'd been there, I could have helped. There you go. Two share stories in one day, which is not bad. Also here, the rocking political diary, rocking Westminster. Who do you think this is? It's Alan Duncan, the former Foreign Office Minister. And it's called In the Thick of It, the explosive private political diaries of a former Tory minister. Plus more on this animal charity where Boris Johnson's fiancée Carrie Simmons works. They lost quite a number of things, actually. A spectacled bear. You ever heard of one of those? No. It's classed as dangerous. And it escaped from Port Lim after a gate wasn't closed properly. Margay, known in its native Brazil as the furry cat, lives in trees where it catches rodents, lizards and birds. One of them climbed out of the zoo's enclosure. Hog deer. 2 got through a fence. One had to be put down. Actually, talking of put down, remember that poor woman in her back garden was attacked by those 2 dogs? And she later died. Well, they put the dogs down, which we knew that they would. Obviously very bad to kill somebody, but of course if you're killing a seal, it doesn't seem to make any difference at all. A rusty spotted cat. One is on the run after getting out through a hole in its pen made by a rat. Don't want to risk things like that, do they? Krishnan Gurumurthy, celebrating his birthday today. He's 51. And born on this day, Tommy Smith from 1945. Died about a year ago now. And he was the legendary Liverpool footballer. Elvis Presley was at the top of the charts in 1961 with... Come on, you should know this. If you're an Elvis fan, I knew you'd know it. But yes, Elvis was top of the charts with Museden, juste te leyendas. Yes, Wooden Heart. Absolutely loved it. One of my favourite records from Elvis Presley. The 7th of 21 UK number ones. My goodness me. I just like the fact that he sang in German as well, but of course he'd spent a lot of time in Germany. Montclair is my favourite label, says Matthew. Beautiful shop in Sloane Street or my other home in Milan. Oh, right. Steve, I certainly wouldn't be inviting Henry VIII to dinner. He only had a bath a year, must have stunk to high heaven. Had a pustulating leg, and then threw his dinner over his shoulder as he ate. Oh, they were vile, weren't they, in those days? You know, people paid to watch him eat. Don't know why. I want to watch somebody gross eating their food. I can think of loads of people from most of the reality shows. Quite a few of them, actually.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. I still don't want to get out of bed. What's the point? What is the point? I know it's the bank holiday, and I know that the supermarkets are going to be opening and everything's sort of semi-back to normal. There'll be a few shops that you won't find on the high street, but they're just enjoying the break. And the garden centres will be open, and B&Qs and all those sort of places, which they weren't open the other day. So and just remember, please don't buy little plants. You'll kill them off. It's not worth it. Somebody's found a supermarket sweep DVD for sale. How bizarre at £22.50. I didn't know they actually made any. I'd be very surprised, actually. There you go. Supermarket Sweep featuring Dale Winton, 83 to 2001. And there's a link to the site. Is that pirated? Is that pirated? Can you go to Amazon and find out if there's a Supermarket Sweep DVD? Because if it's not on Amazon, then I wouldn't be touching it with a barge pole. Just in case. And... got to make sure we get the right things, haven't we? Don't want to make sure that nobody sort of ends up with the wrong bits and pieces. People are sort of desperate to find things, but the trouble is you don't know what you've really got, do you? That's the problem. So here we go. Watch Supermarket Sweep. Let's have a thing. No, not with Dale Winton. Wait a minute. Supermarket Sweep 2019. No, he finished long before that. Yeah, no, but put it on Ryland Clark Neal. Season 2, episode 10. No, put it on. Go to Amazon, where we can type in Supermarket Sweep. Ignore that. Just go onto the top, Amazon. Okay? Now put in Supermarket Sweep Dale Winton. See what we get. I've got the board game. Although I think it came in chocolate, actually. Supermarket Sweep Quiz Challenge. Now, whether or not that's it's a paperback. No, I don't think there is, actually. I don't think that... Well, there certainly isn't on Amazon. There's loads of T-shirts and stuff like that, but, I mean, you could be buying any old hooey, couldn't you, really? So, no, definitely not. Definitely not. Loads of little bits and pieces, but certainly no DVDs. You can buy a mug, but, I mean, all these could be produced privately by somebody. So you have to be very careful. You don't want to buy the wrong thing. And Jason says you must be very excited about Rayjar recommencing soon. Time to find out how the Spike did. We know how the Spike did. No, dude, nobody touches the Spike, Jason. I mean, goodness sake, really. The Spike is way ahead of everything, and nobody comes anywhere close to it. That's what's so embarrassing about it, really. Already a craving for KFC. Twickenham today, delightful. That or Mackie D's in Richmond, says Matthew. Well, I think... wasn't KFC open the other day? Pretty certain it was. Seems to be open every other blooming day. The shop owners appealing to you, well, trying to appeal to you and say, can you come back, please, and start buying stuff in our shops? You know, because they're all suffering. And, you know, they want to try and get all their business back in again, which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Been loads of shops that don't survive, and yet strangely enough the coffee shops seem to be surviving. I mean, how much are they selling? Not as much as they were before. There's a lady here with a gift shop in Stockton Heath in Cheshire. There's a man with a sports shop who's waiting to open up a boutique, a flower shop, a book shop, a toy shop, a tool shop, and a gift shop. And they want you to go shopping. They want you to go and spend your money in their shops, please, because otherwise they'll go under, and once you've got the the thing emptied out on the highs, there'll be nothing to do. It'll all just become ghastly sort of shopping centres. We don't want that, do we? Goodness sake. Ivan Jones and his wife love daffodils, so they've got the world's biggest. This one here, they claim it's 5 foot 2 inches tall, pipping the current 5'1" record holder. It just seems to keep growing. So that it just comes from a standard bulb. Well, how does that work? Mind you, it's a bit difficult to tell. I mean, it's very nice. But it could be anything else. He might have just stuck a flower into a bush and we go, oh, right, so it's 5'2". So they'll have to verify it. And as you can well imagine, they're very, very particular. Very, very particular. Steve, I think I've read somewhere Elvis never performed outside America. I don't think he did, actually. Imagine Elvis appearing at Glastonbury, says Anthony. Yes, that would be a classic, wouldn't it? I mean, all the biggies have done it. They'd be absolutely mad not to book him. They'd absolutely have to get him in, and it would be great. Here's this 22 revered Egyptian mummies driven 3 miles in climate-controlled cases to their new resting place. It's lovely, isn't it? I mean, if you've not seen it, go and have a look at it. It's lovely. They really, they pushed the boat out, as they say, and these special vehicles, 18 pharaohs and 4 other royals. I know there were that many pharaohs. There's obviously quite a lot of them. And a strong coffee before a workout helps burn fat faster. Caffeine intake, half an hour before exercise, was found to be particularly effective in the afternoon. I saw a bloke the other day by the side of the road. He was wearing all his running gear, his little shorts and his T-shirt and all the rest of it. And what's he got in one hand? Cigarette. What was the point of running, mate? That is just ridiculous. Honestly, you have to sort of, the whole idea is you go out there, you don't want to smoke. So much better for you. Steve, did you see the photo of the Beckhams' Easter get-together? Old Vic with her luxury Easter hamper from Brooklyn's new family. Yeah, they're way out of line on that one, aren't they, really? But it did look more like a Village People reunion. Poor souls, honestly. It's just that, I mean, I'm a bit bored by all their sort of dreary photographs. If she spent as much time on the photographs as she did on the shop, she might have a successful business. But not happening. Ronan Keating, Louise Redknapp will join stars of Girls Aloud and McFly on Paddy McGuinness's new quirky musical game show, Can I See Your Voice? 8 different singers will join the celebrity panel of Amanda Holden, Jimmy Carr and Alison Hammond. It's described as silly, crazy and fun. Sounds a bit bloody boring as far as I'm concerned. You've got Louise Redknapp. I mean, dear Lord above. Ricky Wilson will be there as well. Nadine Coyle, Danny Jones from McFly. Well, that's okay, I suppose. But I mean, it's just another dreary piece of flotsam on the television. You know, every time they actually sort of say, oh, and there's a new programme coming up. Yes, it's another celebrity cooking programme. And then you look at the dreary Z-listers that they've managed to find, and you think, what'd you bother for? What did you bother for? You know, find some... Oh, blimey, honestly, I knew that would do that. Oh, the top of my hand lotion keeps opening all by itself, and it drips all down me. So when I look down, I think, oh, what the heck is that doing there? I trapped it in the car door today. Yes, I've got all hand lotion all down my shirt. What do I look like? Sorry? No, I've leant against it. It hangs at the wrong level. So when I lean forward, it pushes the top out. I'm going to take it off, actually. I don't think I need it anymore. I've decided. I'll just bring hand cream with me. So annoying, honestly. Mess. Absolute mess. I looked down there and I sort of thought, oh, dear. And then I looked at my shirt and it's absolutely covered with this guy. I went to get something out of the car. There was a fox sitting there looking at me. And I opened the car door and then out of the corner of my eye I went, and it sat there looking at me, and I thought, right, you're in trouble. And as I came away, I trapped my my pass in the door. I shut the door on the pass. How stupid am I? Honestly, I'm getting worse and worse, actually. Oh, that was quite nice. This is a rich gold plate. I love it. They take whole pages to advertise watches, and this one is, how much is it? What Jewels of Nature, and £87.97. They do it on the television. They do it on one of the channels, Ideal World, where they tell you about all these watches and how marvellous they are, and then they go, it comes in a beautiful box. You think, well, you're not putting it in a box, are you? Might as well come in a plastic bag. It's very dreary. And they go, and this one, these are marvellous. And they obviously, the profit must be huge on them because they can't shift enough of these things, really. Louis Theroux's back on our television again, and he met Joe Exotic. I don't really know enough about that story, so I don't want to comment on it because I really don't know enough about it. But everybody tells me it was very interesting. Very interesting. Here we go. This is how to get... Oh, so there's all sorts of things here from OK. This month's signed limited edition beauty box created by Jess Plummer. Whoever she is. I don't know who these people are, actually. Every time I see somebody and they go, created by actress or so-and-so, and I go, but I've never heard of them. Why have I never heard of them? The answer is because they're not well known. They're either people who did work and who didn't, and then they've got to try and find something else. So there you go. What can you do? The footballer at 71, his heart stopped 4 times. And he's still playing. He's still playing. Plus millions of pints of beer are being gotten ready for pub opening. Well, I mean, how long does beer keep for? I should imagine it probably keeps for ages. Shane says, I'm sorry, Steve, I'm still wearing shorts, although it's autumn. It's still warm. Yeah, I mean, I just assume that everybody over in Australia wears shorts. Are you allowed to go to restaurants with shorts on? Or do you have to wear trousers? Do they have I can imagine if you're probably eating outside, you can probably wear shorts. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if in Australia they have policies on... on what you can wear, where they've got dress codes. Because you can't go into certain hotels in this country, especially here in London, in a pair of shorts. They're not going to let you in. In fact, actually, at one point, I don't think Harrods would let you in. I seem to remember Harrods was sort of stopping people going in shorts and with these bags slung over your shoulders. They didn't like those either. For who knows? Steve, I dream of dating Louise Redknapp, says Matthew. Oh, listen, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. It doesn't matter. Because it's something I'm supposed to aspire to. Speak and text on the truck gets it wrong more than right. It meant a 15-hour shift, and you've got me from London to King's Lynn already, says Greg. Ooh, there you go. Have you ever done predictive text? I've done predictive text. It's got no idea what I'm talking about. Not a clue. Not a clue. But I like the idea of still being able to wear shorts. But I suppose it's like tracksuit bottoms. Very tacky. Very tacky, but people seem to like wearing tracksuit bottoms. But they wouldn't let you in restaurants in this country in tracksuit bottoms and a football top. Definitely not. Easter joy for Ruth as ailing Eamon is home, so she's made him a pavlova. Well, I mean, the amount of sugar in that's going to kill him, I would think. Definitely dangerous. Definitely. So she put on bunny ears as well. He was in need of a sweet pick-me-up. Not this. That's all sugar. Oh, it's very nice. But really bad news, very bad news. Also, what else have we got here? The Beckhams. I'm sorry, don't the Beckhams do anything without somebody taking a photograph of them doing it? One hopes so. Pop star Mariah Carey filmed herself getting her first jab and hit an impressively high note when the needle went in. I didn't feel a thing when the needle went in. Really didn't. Such drama queens, these people. Hancock must explain the pub opening delay. So you don't need all these bits and pieces. Boat race not on the Thames for the first time since 1944. It's not the same, is it, on the Great Ouse? Not the same at all. We need it to be somewhere where we can sit. And London is obviously far bigger. Children are more likely to be bullied by their friends than youngsters they don't know. Teens tend to pick on their mates when vying for a higher social status in their friendship group, or if they're competing for a love interest. Oh, my goodness. A love interest. Don't like that kind of thing, do we? That's not very good. And Lenny Henry, good old Selene, has had the jab and is encouraging others in the black community to do the same. I don't understand why anybody would ever want to reject it. I've heard people speaking on the radio over the past weeks and possibly months, actually, saying, I'm not going to have it. But let's come on. If you can get everybody vaccinated in this country, whatever your colour, culture or religion, we can all get back to some sort of normality. Thank you very much indeed. I don't know why anybody would ever not want it. In Australia, they call trousers pants, says Kim. Oh, right. And Shane says the posh restaurants won't let you in wearing shorts, but other restaurants and outdoor areas will let you. Oh, well, that's nice. OK. Somebody says Elvis did an impromptu live performance outside of America at the Paris Lido whilst on 24-hour leave. Outside the Paris Lido? Seems a bit bizarre, doesn't it? The Paris Lido, it's all topless there now. All topless.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Go on, try it today. Meat-free Monday. Meat-free Monday. Apparently, it's the way forward. And there is a family here called the Banfield family. They swapped lasagna and spag bowl for veggie risotto and mushroom burgers for a healthy diet and to help save animals and the planet. Mandy and Joe and their kids, Emily, Archie and Ayla, are quite heavily, ate quite heavily meat-based meals. But after trying Sir Paul McCartney's Meat-Free Monday, Mandy said, I'm so pleased we've tried it. They come from Milton Keynes, so they kicked off the day with cereal, porridge, yoghurts and croissant. For lunch, they tucked into cheese butties and wraps with cucumber, tomato and carrot sticks. Devil's Kitchen sorted dinner for Mandy and Joe, who enjoyed shiitake mushroom burgers with sweet potato fries and a salad, while the children ate Bird's Eye Green Cuisine meat-free meatballs with pesto, pasta and peas. Mandy says they absolutely love the burgers. They didn't taste meat, but they had their own lovely flavour. So they're doing... Although there's a lovely picture of the whole family. They're all smiling except Archie, who looks about as miserable as you can possibly be. I want my meat back. Some of the world's top players, actually, have gone vegan or veggie, which is all right, isn't it? You don't have to, but, if it makes you feel better about it. MP's eating habits in the Commons restaurant create enough carbon to heat 2,000 homes a year. I mean, it's so expensive in there, but of course they all get a huge discount. But they seem to be quite happy. Listen, kids will eat anything. If they're hungry, they'll eat anything. It doesn't make any difference. Former boxing champion and Strictly star, not really, Joe Calzaghe faces being removed as executor to his late father's estate after a legal challenge from his sister. Nothing worse, is there, when there's money? When there's money involved, oh yes. Larger-than-life boxing trainer Enzo, that was the father, left quite a bit of money, actually. It was about 900,000 quid, I think. And in total, about £1.5 million thing. Legal sources say the clause allows claimants to remove an executor and appoint a replacement. So, but of course, it's because there's money involved. But as far as I'm concerned, that's private. That's for the family. Joe Calzaghe's got a personal wealth of about 15 million. He was made executor. And for a time, he dated Christina Rianoff. Sonia said it's a private family matter. A woman at Joe's luxury home behind security gates said he's not in. Imagine, can't you, really? Oh, look, Prince Harry. Wonder what he's doing. Answer, nothing. Nothing. Importantly, Steve, in Australia, trousers are called pants, not to be confused with panties, says Steve in Brisbane. Oh, yes. I mean, everybody says that, though, don't they? It's like the Americans say exactly the same. You know, they don't call it the boot of a car, they call it the trunk. Call it the trunk. And Steve, just settling down to listen to your show. We had to get up to lower the garden gazebo because of the wind. Is it windy out there? Is it windy? It looks all right round here, isn't it? Is the sun coming up? I don't think so. London Community Gospel Choir are 40 next year. So they're going on a mini cruise to Rotterdam. That sounds quite nice, isn't it? Visit our Facebook page for more details. Love for you to come. Ooh, London Community Gospel Choir. A mini cruise. You'll like that. That's on one of those nice flatboat things. You like it. Food's good. That's all you care about, isn't it? Food and a bit of booze. So, can you believe that fans of Holly Willoughby, I mean, she can affect the sales of anything. Okay. A few weeks ago, she posted on Instagram a dress that she was wearing. Very nice it is too. What they've done, they've put it into the sale, this particular dress. How much do you think the price is for this dress? No, 200. No, it's Marks and Spencer's this, so no. No, cheaper than 50 quid. Cheaper than 30 quid. Cheaper than £10. Cheaper than 5. Well, he said 250. It's 280. £2.80, which actually turns out to be cheaper than their best ever prawn sandwich. And when she posted it, it was £29.50. She got 50,000 likes because everything she wears looks perfect. She's got the perfect figure, she's the perfect size, and it's perfect. Thousands of her 7 million followers said how much they loved her and the dress, and it sold out. An M&S spokesman said, "We offer serious bargains with an..." Oh, shut up. Stop towing party line. Just admit that you found, a dress that you can make money on, which is cheaper than your prawn sandwich. Which I didn't like anyway, actually. But, £2.80. £2. I mean, I'd buy about 10 of them, so you've got them all in different sizes. Makes more sense, doesn't it, really? The cannabis farm is owned by the Church of England. A member of the clergy normally lives. They found cannabis plants, complete with hydroponics and sophisticated ventilation system. This is a rectory in Swalcliffe near Whitstable. They had to tip off the police. It was managed by a private letting company. Church bosses said a member of the clergy had lived in the property, but then it was subsequently rented out to a member of the public, yes, who was running a cannabis farm. No arrests have been made as yet. Yeah, a little bit naughty. You can always tell if there's a cannabis farm going on there. Their dials for the electricity are whizzing round at high speed because everything's on hydroponics. They did it on the can't pay, we're going to come and take it away from you naughty person. And the person said, I'm just leaving now. So he left. They went upstairs. And what was upstairs? A huge cannabis farm in this house they were repossessing. So they had to call the police and then wait outside for the police to arrive. £2.60. £2.80 for a dress. It's very good. Can't even make it for that price. A van driver who was desperate to quit cigarettes scooped £1 million when he stopped to buy a vape and a National Lottery scratch card. And John, who drives a meat delivery van, said, I took a scratch card, took it home. When I started scratching it off, it said £50,000 under the first number. I thought, whoopee. I carried on and just kept seeing more and more 50,000s. That's nice, isn't it? I quite like that, actually. His first purchase following the win was a new Skoda. Lovely. What can you say? I like alpacas. There's a woman here called Emma, and she's from Cambridgeshire. She sells alpaca wool and knitting kits. Are they the ones that spit at you? I can't remember. No, there's another animal that spits at you. They're very pretty. They're very pretty, but some of them, they do. If they're upset or something, and you think, oh no, don't do that, please. But so she's got 2 acres, and 3 alpacas. Took a course. Once a year, the alpacas need to be sheared. I was astounded how much fleece. They're so pretty. They've got pretty faces. But she's, yes, I think so. I don't know. Anyway, she found a mill on the Scottish borders that cleans and spins the fleece and sends it back on huge reels of wool. So she sells them at Christmas markets. It's called Gorgeous Alpacas. .co.uk, and I wouldn't disagree. They do look lovely, actually. Very nice. Steve, I've just had to dash out, says Josie, and save my gazebo from sailing down the garden. Oh, my goodness. Can't believe it. Terribly bad. Steve, wasn't yesterday gorgeous? We spent the day in our friend's garden in Hastings, says little Julie, which isn't far from us. Just lovely to catch up with people and feel social. She says hello to the original Spikers Facebook group. Hello to everybody there. And why did I save this one here? Wait a minute. Why did the sea monster eat 3 boats carrying potatoes? Because no one can eat just one potato ship. How can you tell good cops from bad cops? Good cops carry a googe. I don't even get these ones. Penguin goes into a pub and says to the barman, have you seen my brother? The barman says, what does he look like? Well, I mean, that's a perfectly normal question. There's loads of different penguins out now. Must be about 15 different varieties. Still my favourite book, actually, from the 1950s or 40s, or whatever it was, Mr. Popper's Penguins. Made it into a film, but because it was American money, the Americans got to pick. And the person who actually played it, Rod Stewart, created his famous spiked Barnet with mayonnaise. They say that's why it's still going strong. He's 76. He used to give it a frenzied towel rub, because that's good for it, actually. You have to get your sort of the blood going. He spends $6,000 a year on his hair. Wow, it's the longest it's been since the 70s. Experts said mayo can be used in a hair mask. It's got proteins that make hair strong and prevent breaking. Well, there you go. I never had hair that length. Definitely not. I thought it looked good. Denise Van Outen has said working on EastEnders was as depressing as the famously gloomy storylines. God, blimey, you never stop moaning. Moan, 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 moan. It's just ghastly. COVID deaths have dropped by 50% in a week. 10 recorded yesterday. That's the lowest in 6 months. Lowest in 6 months. That's good, isn't it? And here they are, a base jumper. This is somebody jumping off Beachy Head. Base jumper is where they get to the edge of the cliff and these idiots leap off. They leap off. And this one, his parachute failed to open. You can only sort of go, ha, 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 can't you? Because we had to pay for him to be taken to hospital after crashing to the base of Beachy Head. His friends continued to jump yesterday following the 9:15 incident, despite a warning from officials. Well, good luck to you lot. That's how stupid people are nowadays, honestly. Do not do base jumping. It's like, what do they call it? Tombstoning. That's another one where you go over the sea and you climb over all these rocks and then you just jump into the... I mean, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it in a million years, but these people are idiots. So somebody goes up there with a parachute, fails to open. He must have been counting his blessings on the way down. Do you not think so? Apparently it's llamas that spit at you. You don't think alpacas spit? I have a feeling they spit. We think they do anyway. Yes, we're probably defaming alpacas. I'll get a letter now from the alpaca people. Steve, it's llamas and camels that spit, not alpacas. There's an alpaca park up in Yorkshire. My best friend and I went once. It was the funniest day that we've ever had out. Well, I should imagine it is. You know, I mean, if you live in Yorkshire, you need funny days out, don't you? Just to make sure that, you know, everybody's all right. So we're all right, are we? So it's only camels and llamas that spit. I can't think of anything worse.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to the... Oh, don't do anything today. Why don't you enjoy yourself? Just put your feet up. You can't, you know, you're going to buy plants. Warren says, for goodness sake, please tell these mad people who bought summer bedding plants over the Easter weekend in the garden centres to bring them indoors for the next week. Because we're going to see -2, -7, they've said. So it's no good leaving them outside. You'll have to buy them all over again. Don't cast a clout until May is out. The garden centres make their money by people buying bedding twice over because they've allowed the first lot to die. It does say on it, protect from frost, but of course most people go, oh, it's okay. Because most of the stuff, if you look at the garden centre, it's all under cover. They sort of protected it, and then they wheel it all inside. And it's covered over with sort of plastic, so it's in its own little tent. We don't do things like that. So I've been advising people for ages, please don't buy plants today. It's too cold. Too cold. You're going to end up with sort of a lot of dead plants, and you've got to go back and buy them again. And they'll say, did you protect them from the frost? And you're going to go, no, I didn't. And they're going to go, well, you don't get your money back, do you? Who was the comedian who had Spit the Dog? Spit the Dog, yes, was... I worked with him. Well, I didn't work with him. Well, I did work with him, actually, yes. Bob Carolgees was the man who had Spit the Dog, which would sit there and then go and spit at you. It was very good, actually. It was very funny. It didn't actually spit at you, and it was a rather mangy-looking thing, but he was the entertainment. We took Noel Edmonds and his show out on the road, and it was very good. And we had loads of celebrities out there, and I was sort of doing the commentary for all the things on a big screen. It was lovely. It really was fabulous. We went to all these different places. And Bob Carolgees, we had a dinner every night before we went off to do the thing the next morning with with all these different people, all these big celebrities. And so we'd turn up in a pub. We'd all be booked in to all the rooms and everything else. And then they go, right, so dinner this evening, 8 o'clock, we'd all turn up. And you'd have everybody from Daniela Westbrook to Bob Carolgees to, I mean, there was just everybody. Tony Blackburn was there. I can't remember everybody, but there were loads. And Noel Edmonds presided over. And it was great. It was really good fun, really, really good fun. The weather was lovely. You could wear shorts. Woo! And Bob Carolgees did the entertainment for us. So after we'd all eaten, he just sort of got up and sang his song, and we all played it. It was really good fun. Really good fun, which was nice. So Bob Carolgees is the answer you're looking for. Also, Wally the Walrus. He's set up home in a seaside town, has been sunbathing on the lifeboat slipway. The crew have had to shout at him to move. He weighs 300 kilos. You're not going to start arguing with something like that. These things are huge. Not at all attractive. He's from the Arctic. Sometimes gets a blast on the siren, but remains chilled. So they're sort of keeping an eye on him. The worry is that he'll overturn a paddleboard with a youngster on it. We had some the other day. I came back through Richmond yesterday. Was it yesterday? The day before. And there's people actually on the Thames on paddleboards, you know, where you stand up on it and paddle. Looks highly dangerous. I wouldn't want to fall in the Thames at the moment. Thank you very much indeed. What else do we have here? Oh, lots of naked ladies' bottoms. You'll love this. Very exciting. Lots of fake hair. Badly done. And parade ground drills are being dropped for trainee Royal Marines. They're going to get 60 hours more weapons training. That'll be useful, won't it? Very, very useful. And Little Mix have never been afraid of standing up for themselves, but Jade has been told not to waste her time on trolls. That's an old story. I read that over a week ago, actually. Nothing, I'm afraid, about poor Jordan this morning. In fact, actually, the papers are also devoid of anything to do with Gemma Collins, which is always good news, isn't it? And internet row sensation Jackie Weaver. You know who this one is. This was the council meeting and all the rest of it. Anyway, she got back on Zoom to judge a scarecrow competition. There's no accounting for who becomes famous nowadays. But my favourite is a bunny who walks on its front paws. It's learnt to balance and it walks on its front paws, which is great. And scientists have now discovered the reason. It's down to the single gene in the nervous system. It can walk on its front paws. My brother used to have bunny rabbits. He used to have 2 of them, but they were blind, so they couldn't move the furniture, which I always thought was highly entertaining. I don't think I ever picked one up, actually. You've got to remember that with bunny rabbits, you've got to pick them up all the time, so they get used to being handled by humans. Well, I say humans. And I thought that was quite nice, but then they passed on. I can't remember how they passed on, but I don't think it was very good. That's all I remember. Not so good, is it? Home kits for adults from Friday will halt the virus in its tracks. Oh, please God. Please God. That would be nice. That would be nice. Beatrix says, good news, you can get all the Dale Winton Supermarket Sweep episodes on YouTube. Oh, right. There you go. They don't cost a penny. That's what we like about YouTube. Don't cost you a penny. Eamon Holmes tweeting just to say, folks, like so many of you, I've lived with variations of chronic pain. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. And he says, don't allow it to stop me working. And he says he's going to be the voice for many of you to discuss the subject on This Morning. Oh, right. Obviously, somebody's away. So you've got the Beckham family there. And apparently, the Beckhams are in a secret location. Stay there. Really don't care. She said, our family together is the most precious gift this Easter. Do talk rubbish, don't they? Honestly, her business is still dying, I'm afraid. Still dying. And here's a war veteran. Her name's Kitty Taylor. She's meeting the newest member of her family for the first time at her 100th birthday party. 100th birthday party. Now, she could have eaten the pavlova. She'd be fine. But she's got a great-great-grand-nephew who's called Rupert. She saw him through a screen, bless her heart, honestly. Fancy getting to 100. She once fixed Spitfires being cared for in Braintree in Essex. So good for her. 100 years old. Honestly, she looks very fit. She does, really. She was 19 when the Second World War broke out. She joined the WAAF, Women's Auxiliary Air Force. Big fan of the Air Force, as you know. And 55% of under 55s quiz said they'd already planned their outing. This is for most people seem to have planned their hairdressing. You know, I'm going to have my hair cut. Have you booked in your hair? No. Where will you be going today? Nowhere. Oh, will you not be going out? No. Will you not be going to? No. Not going to be buying plants? No. Definitely not. Don't want to go and buy plants. Only to have the things thrown away. I mean, you know, money I've got, not to burn. Thank you very much indeed. So I think what I might do is have a little lie down when I get in. Like, it's all very cosy. Do you know, I saw a thing on the television the other day. It can't be right. I thought maybe my television had tuned into something odd. Have you heard of Babe Station? Babe Station's a rather peculiar channel for sort of rather desperately sad, lonely people. But anyway, there was a male version. I've never seen anything like it. I thought my television had inadvertent. I had to mention it. I knew there was something I was going to mention to you. And there's some bloke wearing a pair of pants, desperately unattractive. I mean, seriously unattractive. And he's sort of lying on the settee and draping. And I'm thinking, is this being beamed in or something? I couldn't believe it. I was really horrified. So if anybody knows what it is, do tell me. Because there must be a male equivalent of Babe Station called, basically, Ugly Station. It was really odd. And I remember sitting there thinking, I'm not asleep, am I? No, I'm definitely not asleep. I'm not hallucinating. No, not hallucinating. So what was it? I mean, it was really odd. I mean, I could understand it if it was a spoof. If it was somebody sort of taking the mickey, but it didn't look like a spoof to me. Yeah. Obviously very odd, honestly. I don't like things like that. It's very worrying. So other stories which are in the papers today, so they've moved the boat road. Perhaps they can move it permanently. Save all the congestion around our way. Charlotte Rampling, the actress, has finally confirmed a 50-year-old rumour that her flat share was in fact a ménage à trois with her future husband and handsome model. And Randall and Brian. She says, quite a lot of things were experimental. She said, I did have 2 boyfriends, which was very racy at the time. Dear, not sure about that. Okay, question for you. The Great British Bank Holiday Quiz. I'll only ask you a few of them because otherwise I'll be here all day. We were going to do one the other day, but I forgot to do it. So you can play along at home. Right. What do you want? Sport, art, or travel? Sport, art, or travel? Sport. Okay, good choice. Here we go. Where is golf's Open Championship due to be held this year, and where will it now be hosted next year? Am I facing the right way? Hello? It's all gone quiet. No idea. Okay, the answer is Royal St George and St Andrews. Okay, I thought you asked for sport. I didn't pick it. All right, here we go. Okay, well, you'll know this one. Who in 1966 was the first footballer to win the BBC Sports Personality of the Year? Bobby Moore is correct. Okay. Where was the previous venue for rugby's varsity match before Twickenham? Again? No. It's the Queen's Club, West Kensington. Okay. And who was Will Carling's main partner positioned at outside centre in the English rugby team? No, Jeremy Guscott. No, you don't know anything, do you? Useless. All right, I'll give you one more. Which football club has its offices and car park in England, but its pitch is in Wales? Come on. No, it's Chester. Chester FC. Don't even bother with those quizzes again. Honestly, it's hopeless, isn't it? They ask for them. You know, which one would you like? Oh, I can do sport. I thought you'd sail through it. No, nothing at all. And you got about 2 right there. I love it. Another one here. Oh, so everybody else reminding me about the supermarket sweeps. You can get them all all on YouTube, and it won't cost you a penny, which is absolutely fantastic. So we're all... Oh, did you just delete that one already? And you got a chance to just open it up and start reading. Was it a sad person? Oh, that's a shame. We like sad people. They make us laugh. We always have a good old laugh at those ones. We always point and go, have you seen this? It's the sort of people, actually, who, if they moved in next door to you, you'd have to sell up and move as quick as possible because they'd only devalue your property. I didn't even know who the name was, actually. Did we not get as far as a name or anything? Oh, dear. You were very quick on that one. That was even quicker than me.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Apparently the Male Babe station is a comedy called Dave Station. Oh, it's a comedy. It's a comedy, apparently. Well, now we know, don't we? Good Lord above. Oh, seriously, I thought there was something the matter with my television. I was being beamed in from somewhere else. It's all very odd. Don't bother looking for it. It's really, really peculiar. Very peculiar. I didn't see, the trouble is I didn't think it was funny. I just sat there with horror. With horror. Ashley Banjo, as I told you earlier on, gets 100 abusive tweets a minute. This was after the Black Lives Matter. 100 people could actually be bothered to send a tweet about something that had absolutely nothing to do with them at all, which is very embarrassing. The number of young people driving has fallen. I'm not surprised. They can't afford to. You can't afford to. Have you seen how much it costs? To buy a car, not to buy the car. That's not too bad. And it was the insurance on the cars. I mean, I was amazed how expensive it was. In fact, I had a friend of mine, and their son. Apparently, his insurance cost more than the car cost. It was something like £6,000 a year. They don't want you driving, and of course, you're on less points if you're a young driver. So perhaps that's why the number of young people driving has fallen. Years ago, it was Bank of Mum and Dad. Bank of Mum and Dad used to kind of save you, and they'd help. So when I got my first driving licence, I say my first driving licence, it makes it sound like I've had a succession of driving licences. But when I got my first one, I went home. And my dad said, well, I'll take you out in the car. We had a little minivan, which we used for our local youth club. And he allowed me to drive it because I had a driving licence and an insurance. And off I went. Oh, I tell you, I loved it. Oh, fantastic. Now, of course, I drive a car which is automatic. You don't need to worry about all the stuff you learnt about the gears. You know, and how when you stop at traffic lights, take it out of gear, keep your foot on the brake. Mine, you just keep your foot on the brake and then move it to the accelerator and off it goes again. Somebody says, am I still dreaming? Paul, you probably are, actually, I should imagine. Is Steve talking about sport and not food? Yeah? OK, we're about to say goodbye to you, Paul. I'm ever so sorry. I thought we'd be keeping you, but apparently not. Which always keeps people entertained. So, you know, once we lose people, as you know, Paul, you never come back. You never come back. Sometimes you have to wait, you know. Well, it varies, actually. He's only got 21 followers. Oh, there we go. No loss at all. Alan Titchmarsh says it's very scary being on social media at an old age. He's not that old. He's young at heart, I think. Very much young at heart. He's about 70s, but he says it's scary being on it. Well, it will be when you get all the stuff from people. You get people writing the stupidest things, honestly. The cannabis farm in the church rectory. Still waiting for some arrests on that one. 2 COVID tests each week for everybody. Do you really want 2 COVID tests each week, do you? Probably do, actually. The Arctic blast coming in this week could bring snow. Not to London. Not to London. We should be okay. I think it's only going to be Scotland. I think that's the only place you're going to worry about it. So my friend Paul will be up there freezing himself to death, I should imagine. Drinking coffee half an hour before a workout helps burn off fat faster. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought that you could actually sort of go out there, drink coffee? I had a cup of coffee this morning. I don't know how much coffee to put in a cup. At home, it's all right because I've got a little sachet. You rip the top off the sachet, but that sort of tells you what it's supposed to be. My anguish over living with boozy Phil Collins, says his ex-wife. Oh, dear me, honestly. She's so bitter, so twisted. But anyway, you're living in your nice house with your young man. I mean, that should be absolutely fine. So it's a comedy called Dave Station. There is a station called Dave, isn't there? I'm not mistaking this. I have been onto the television, and there is Dave, isn't there? They seem to have loads of good stuff on it. What with that and Sky Arts, I'm very pleased, actually. Very pleased for all of these different things. Also, they're throwing in the Cambridge women's cocks, Dylan Whittaker, thrown into the Great Ooze the other day. Oh, I got thrown in years ago into the Thames. We were in a place out in Docklands, and I'd been asked to compare a sort of a what do they call it? Like one of these sort of game shows. But this was the police, between two police forces, and I was there taking the mickey out of them because I thought that was my bounden duty. So we did this game show, and the police had to do all these things. They were paddling and they were doing all little bits and pieces, and I'm there. And then at the end, they sort of came out and say, "Oh, thanks, Steve, very much indeed." What did they do? They threw me in to the Thames from the top of this. I mean, huge. And I remember thinking, "Oh my God, I've got my watch, my wallet, all the things you worry about nowadays," and I got thrown in. We went off them after a while. Apparently it's now a backlog of driving tests. I know of someone who's got to wait until August for their test. Yeah. It used to be that people went out there, and you can buy these things now, can't you, that sort of tell people you're a learner driver. But, I don't mind learner drivers because we all had to start somewhere, didn't we? It's just that sometimes you'll be driving behind someone. I was driving behind somebody on Sunday morning. They were driving with no lights on their car, and I knew that they were drunk because they were weaving about all over the road. So I flashed them a few times. They finally twigged and put their lights on. But you're always thinking, where are the police when you need them? Perhaps I could have called the police, but I never thought about it, really. The Met criticised after 2 legal observers arrested at Kill the Bill protest march. This is in Bristol. And so civil liberties campaign. Honestly, I tell you, these civil liberties campaign, oh, don't do this, don't do that. They're right little interfering madams, aren't they? It's terrible, terrible. Protesters gathered on Saturday night, London, Bristol, Manchester. Thousands marched from Hyde Park to Parliament Square, where speeches were given against the police, crime, sentencing and court bills, which passed the second reading. And then they got down to the bit that they really wanted, which was battling the police. That's what they were after. So don't give me this codswallop from civil liberties campaigners criticising the Met Police. So 2 independent legal observers were among people arrested following a march. I'm not surprised. Have you seen what these people had to put up? One of them tried to set fire to a police van which had police in it. I mean, that's what frightens me. These people are thugs. Worst possible kind of people. They go, oh no, we're here to sort of, make sure it's fair and all that. There's nothing fair about it. The police are suffering quite badly in this. So why shouldn't they fight back? Coming up in The Guardian today, it's like being shot out of a cannon. The Jacksons on life in the world's most famous musical family. And they are, I suppose. They are. Although I was watching some stuff on the Osmonds. They're, again, sort of a very, very good musical family. And then they've got loads of other... I keep seeing all these different comedians on the television, some of which I've got no idea who they are. I don't think they're some of them are just not very funny at all. I suppose that they use people because they're slightly weird, and they go, you're sort of edgy. And so we go, oh, fine, let's have that. Don't lights come on automatically on some modern cars? But this was pitch dark and they weren't on. I've got that. You just flick a switch round and the lights go off when it's sunny, and then, when it's dark, it goes on there. So there you go. But it was not every modern car nowadays. He was driving with no lights on. If the police had seen him, they'd have had him straight away. Is it real Dave Station? No, Emma, no. I saw it. I watched it. It's a comedy programme, apparently. It's a comedy programme. Personally, I didn't actually see what the comedy was. Perhaps I need to see it again. But I've got no idea where it came from. But everybody's telling me about, the fact it is a comedy. So now you know, just in case your kids are sitting there flicking through all the different channels and all of a sudden you get some bloke in his pants. I can't remember what time of the day it was. Can't have been late at night because I come into work. So it must have been during the daytime, which is even more bizarre. 2 Chelsea footballers involved in a training ground bust-up. Hours after the side were beaten by West Bromwich Albion, Thomas Tuchel sent Antonio Rudiger in early from training after the defender was involved in an altercation with the goalkeeper, who's called Kepa. These footballers, honestly, you'd think things would be all right, wouldn't you, really? But they always have arguments, which is a shame. Steve, I like the programme on Sky Arts where they have different actors' lives and film careers called Discovering, say, Jimmy Stewart or Lana Turner. Yes, I've seen that. It's a very good channel, actually. I mean, really, you get all the best shows. I've seen Phantom of the Opera. I've seen Les Miserables. I've seen loads of things. They go and film them, but they're beautifully done. I mean, absolutely beautifully done. So if you haven't seen Sky Arts, watch Sky Art. It's very, very good. Alan Titchmarsh fears he could wake up one morning and find he's been cancelled after joining social media at the age of 71. He insists his innocent posts about plants should not provoke any backlash. Oh, don't you worry. It will. It starts tonight, 8 p.m. on ITV. It's called Alan Titchmarsh, Spring into Summer. Recent posts included Alan's mowed lawn and some forced rhubarb. He joked of his worry. He says, I'm not a Luddite, but it's like fire. It's a good servant and a bad master. I feel so sorry for the people who are trolled on social media. Yeah, generally by sick people. It's not their fault. They're sort of a little bit peculiar, actually. But that's not their fault. But you see them on the television. You see them on all sorts of programmes, don't you? Definitely. Ashley Banjo getting 100 abusive tweets every minute after the Black Lives Matter dance routine, admitting uncertainty around the choreographer that depicted the death of George Floyd. He said he'd been warned against the performance last September. Well, he just went on and did it. He went on and did it. However, the Dancing on Ice judge told the Sunday Times he was not prepared for the backlash. 100 abusive tweets a minute. We learnt it's okay to tell stories about climate change or the NHS, but not racism. I'm with him on that one. People are so awful. People are just so dreadful. I mean, really, absolutely ghastly. Oh, tortoises. People smuggle animals into the country. And this is a suitcase with 200 endangered live baby tortoises. They were individually wrapped, all of them, in plastic. Wow, they were less than 3 months old. And some of them, originating from the Galapagos, were really sought after in the Asian market. Survivors were placed in the care of a team from the Galapagos National Park, according to the airport. They found that fancy wrapping these things up. They can't do anything. They're wrapped in plastic. Surprised they were able to breathe. I always thought tortoises were the most boring animals under the entire sun. But people when they're little tiny things, they're so cute. So cute, but people smuggle things. I've seen it done before, birds in socks and stuff like that.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I don't know if you've seen the James Corden carpool thing, which he did with Paul McCartney. James Corden did this thing. It really is excellent. What he did, he got Paul McCartney into his car. He's had lots of famous people, and he sings along with them. And they booked Sir Paul McCartney, and so they took him back to his childhood home in Liverpool. Then they ended up in a pub, and they were hidden behind a curtain, and then they opened up the curtain, and there was Paul McCartney playing. It was fantastic. But anyway, Paul McCartney tried to back out of the carpool karaoke sketch. He had a wobble about filming around Liverpool for this American series, The Late Late Show. James Corden says about 8 or 9 days before we were due to fly to Liverpool, there was an email saying Paul's changed his mind. I wrote him an email saying, I promise you it will be great. And the next day, McCartney said, all right, I just had a wobble. I'm back in. Because he sort of came out of this house and there, the road was filled with all the Paul McCartney fans. I mean, it's Paul McCartney, for goodness sake. And it was lovely. It was really, really good. I thought one of their better ones. Everybody kept telling me, "Oh, you've got to see the Paul McCartney one, Steve, with Corden, because it's really very, very good." Steve, do you have Court TV on Freeview? I don't. No, I don't. I mean, I don't know whether or not somebody would probably say it probably comes up on Sky or something like that, but not for me. Richard said, "Do you remember when Alan Titchmarsh was on Ground Force, turned perfectly acceptable back gardens into something resembling the Amazon rainforest? I thought they were lovely." I got a bit bored with Charlie, though. She kept she would always do a sort of a fountain or something like that, or a huge pot with water coming out of it. It was always the same thing every week, actually. But no, Alan was very good on it. Very, very good. As indeed they were. Do you remember Right Said Fred? I'm too sexy for my... Well, anyway, they bagged around £4 million. Because you often wonder what happens to these people. And Richard Fairbrass says they got £4 million to let Taylor Swift use a song. The 62-year-old said their 91 hit I'm Too Sexy had earned them loads. He said the biggest royalty check was about 3 or 4 million when we came to a favourable agreement with Taylor Swift when she interpolated the song, whatever it's called, for Look What You Made Me Do. If we decided to stop 15 years ago, we could have built swimming pools and bought Rolls Royces, but creating new material keeps us going. See, that's it. If somebody uses your material, that's how you make your money. And they made about 3 to 4 million out of that one. Nice, isn't it? Paddy McGuinness, Paddy McGuinness, no likey. The Take Me Out host who played one of the bouncers with Peter Kay in Phoenix Nights. Do you know, half the time I didn't even know it was Peter Kay. I thought he looked, just completely different. It was amazing. But he can't wait to have a COVID jab. Paddy now presents Top Gear, says his supping days were behind him and he'd rather spend time on his road bike. So he's actually married to somebody who loves the publicity, but we can't remember. What's she called? What's Paddy McGuinness's wife called? Christine McGuinness, thank you. Of course I knew you'd know that. But he does owe much of his success to pubs. His role as the doorman in Phoenix Nights Working Men's Club helped launch his TV career and used to dish out pints in the Carlsberg telly ad. She's very irritating. He's absolutely fine. I don't have any problem with him whatsoever. But unfortunately, Christine is just a little... It's a bit like Rebecca Vardy. They've got the irritant factor. The irritant factor is, look at me, look at me, look at me. And you think, you're a bit boring. Because I've seen Christine in the Housewives of Cheshire. There's a peculiar programme. There's a peculiar programme. Oh, dear. And you remember one of them, don't you? She was the one who supplied the skinny jabs to Gemma Collins, and you know how dangerous they are. Definitely. Steve, a 15-hour shift trucking milk, says Greg across England, has already got me from London to King's Lynn. Greg is front-line truck driver. Front-line truck driver. I had some milk the other day, I normally get my milk from M&S. I don't know, just because it happens to be convenient. And the other day, M&S wasn't open, or they didn't, I can't remember. Anyway, so I ended up going to Iceland, so I bought their semi-skim milk. It doesn't taste half as good as the Marks and Spencer's one. I don't know, it is British, I did check. I only like to support British people. But I was a bit disappointed, really. Here's John Bishop getting a surprise from Hugh Bonneville, working at the local COVID jab centre. Bishop says, you picked a posh vaccination centre when you get there, and Hugh Bonneville is a volunteer. Loads of people are doing it, aren't they? Loads of people doing it. I think there's been all sorts of famous celebrities who've been out there helping out and doing things like that, which is very good. It's nice when somebody who's, made a lot of money out of a business can actually give something back again. Britain will be colder than Moscow today, a warning. Of the chilliest April for 31 years, they reckon in certain parts of the country, -11. That's what they've said. Oh, thank God I've got my thick coat with me. But in Scotland, the Gritters are out, 127. They're going to be faced with this -11. And because of the flakes falling on Monday, it is Monday, isn't it, today? Yeah. They've said it will feel even colder in the northerly winds. Wow. Computer model shows April being one of the coldest for a number of years. The week-long cold burst was due to hit with the Met Office forecasting highs of 6 until Wednesday, with 6 to -9 from Thursday to Sunday. Gosh, truth. What does it say today? It says 8 degrees in London. Curse a heat wave. Let's enjoy ourselves. Bookmakers Coral cut the odds on the coldest April on record to 3.1. Here are the stupid people doing the tombstoning using a parachute. They ignored signs telling people not to scale it. You can't tell people, can you? Even if you sort of tell people, listen, don't go out and do this, do that, they'll go and do it. And so when you say to somebody, don't go tombstoning, it's too dangerous, they'll go and do it because they're stupid. Can't help it. They think they're being really clever, I suppose, but they're not. It just causes an awful lot of time and effort for other people. We found another ship. Built in 1916 in the Netherlands. It's a World War II shipwreck. The south coast was spotted in the Exe estuary in Devon, but storms have meant only its bows and hull, brass collar and prop shaft are left. It was given the green light by the Admiralty in 1943 to transport coal from Marsden, West Yorkshire, to Exmouth. God knows what's under the ocean. There must be loads of things out there, don't you reckon? Tons and tons of things. And a family of film fanatics have got their kids to sort of dress up and recreate things like little film things like E.T., Forrest Gump, Ghost. Trudy says we just wanted to... Wasn't there this other family? We built this city on sausage rolls. Remember that one? They went on and did very, very well indeed. Very well, which I quite like. Charlie is still on the television. I know she's doing Gardens with the Rich Brothers. Last time I watched it, she installed a big pot with water dripping out of it. Yeah, that's what she does. It's always a water feature. It's always a water feature. So, Lad Baby. Is that what the group are called? We built this city on sausage rolls. I think they're very good, actually. It was very funny. Very, very funny. And you can find them. And if you've never had one, don't recognise the taste. It's a cylindrical bit of pork wrapped in a puff pastry case. Beige baked and golden, holier than grace. Grab it while it's piping hot and shove it in your face. So they go on. I think they're the funniest thing ever. I watched it a couple of times. I thought, oh, that's nice. That's nice. There's somebody on Twitter using a misspelt Titchmarsh name. Does such text I had to put the sensitive on, says Jackie. Just delete. Just delete. Deleting is so much easier now. These people, they're not the full ticket, which is something you have to look out for nowadays, because that's it. They hide. Years ago, they used to have to write something and then go to the post box and then post it. But of course, they're generally a bit bone idle, so they can't do stuff like that. So they just sort of hide behind, underscored this, upscored that, downscored 2 numbers, sort of exclamation mark and everything else. And as I say, you can tell that they really aren't the full ticket. They really are completely mad. Have you ever heard on Tom Zanetti? Ever heard of Tom Zanetti? I'd never. Oh, you've heard of him. You would have done. He was on Celebs Go Dating. He's lined up some huge collaborations. I've never even heard of him. They had a woman on the BBC quiz programme, Celebrity Mastermind. I didn't even know who she was, which I thought was really embarrassing. You're supposed to know who they are. They go, this is a church. Sorry, this is a church. This is a celebrity. And so I sit there staring at them thinking, who are they? I'm still waiting to see. We're all waiting to see this one, because after she left Loose Women, Syra Khan said they were banging on her door practically, offering her work. Yet to see any. Have you tried Cravendale filtered milk? No. I go through phases. I like Graham's milk. That's very nice. Steve, do you think people will still have to wear masks in theatres, cinemas and nightclubs? Well, we don't know. I'm assuming maybe yes. We don't know. We've got to wait for these sort of things. Jackie says, you're very brave. I know. Roger says, before too long, May, it'll be 28 degrees and we'll all be moaning it's too hot again. I know. And I'll be the first one. Moaning about, I can't bear the heat. It's awful. When you leave here in the morning, we go, God, it's way too hot. Not so good. Dark Sky Week. Twistleton Scar in Yorkshire Dales National Park, which became the largest dark sky reserve in Britain last year. And thousands of stars, meteors, the Milky Way and the Northern Lights have all been seen from the spot. How lovely. I'm fascinated by stuff like that. I love it. You can get the Northern Lights in the Yorkshire Dales National Park. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So more of that, thank you very much indeed. Definitely. First-time home buyers. I'll tell you about you in a moment. £800 savings. Have you got that much? You need a lot more nowadays.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift in will.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. Oh, stay in bed. First-time home buyers are paying £800 less a year compared to renters. Halifax said the cost gap between being on the property ladder and renting has widened over the past 12 months. Yes, I can remember when I was renting, years and years ago, as you can well imagine, because my mortgage is just about to run out. When they say run out, it means I don't have to pay it anymore, which is the good news. And but you could never save up enough money to actually, get yourself onto the housing ladder, and that's where the parents came in. So the parents gave me the deposit, and the average first home deposit has risen by £11,000 to nearly £60,000 in the past year. Where are people supposed to find that money from? Where do you find £60,000 from? Buyers in London are on average £4,606 a year better off than those renting. So the average first home deposit has risen to £60,000 in the past year. That is just unbelievable. I can't remember what my first deposit was. It wasn't £60,000, that's a fact. But my parents helped me get on the property ladder. Because they did the same for my brothers. So they said, we'll do the same for you. So I thought, well, that's quite nice. Because I was working at that moment. But actually physically impossible to actually save up and get anything like that. But obviously my parents are very good at saving. And they didn't never even ask for it back. Never even asked for it back. Alistair Campbell gets his fizzog in the papers today, former political bruiser. He's so thick-skinned, he can take any insult. Grace Campbell said nothing upsets Tony Blair's ex-henchman because he can laugh off the nastiest of scornful comments. See, that's what you have to say to people, you know, sticks and stones, etc., etc. Oh, I've got some more quiz questions. No, there's no point asking him quiz questions. We were bad enough on the sport a short while ago. But Britain's brightest family. It's the battle of the TV brain boxes. Vanessa Feltz teaming up with her fiancé and daughter Saskia. And on the other team, oh, God, we're going to put up the entire family now. Matthew Wright with his wife Amelia. Anne Hegarty will front the quiz show, which runs Thursday at 8:30 on ITV. I like Anne Hegarty. I don't think I want to see the whole of Vanessa Feltz's family, thank you very much indeed. You know. And The Circle might be ending this week. Have you ever watched it? Do you understand what it is? No, me neither. Not a clue. Not a clue. Steve, my mum has always bought her milk from the local milkman, purely to support them, but she received a letter that now on she has to order her milk online. She doesn't do online, so she'll be buying her milk from the supermarket, says Becky. She says, I think it was only old people buying their milk from the milkman. No, milkman. We've got loads of milkmen listening to this programme. Loads of people. Steve, any idea how to stop squirrels from causing havoc on the roof? No. If you've got squirrels, you need to call in a pest control. They're grey squirrels. They won't be red squirrels. They'd be grey squirrels. And what they do is they go down chimneys. I've known of loads of people who've had them. In fact, in a park very near us, there's an old house next to it, and they live in the chimneys. And the mess is just unbelievable. But I'm sure you can have them removed. Steve, you'll be glad you've got your big coat today. The wind is picking up now. A few cold blasts in Marylebone. I think somebody's left the Pfizer storage freezer door open, says Kevin the milkman. See, there's our milkman. I don't think he travels as far as Croydon. But he might have an idea of what to do with squirrels. It'll probably involve a small barbecue. Did anybody have barbecues the other day? Did anybody go out and have barbecue? I mean, way too cold for barbecues, but people were buying all sorts of things, weren't they? They were buying, you know, sausages and beef burgers and chicken. Just make sure it's all cooked properly. If you're cooking raw meat, you've really got to be very careful. It's way too... Imagine sitting out there in your thick coats, you know, waiting for your poor bit of meat to be roasted on the barbecue. And you sit there going, it's good, this, isn't it? No, of course it's not. We're rubbish. You can only do places like Australia if you're going to be doing barbecues. We don't do them in this country. It's like here, next to our building in Leicester Square, of which we appear to own everything. There's a little sort of alleyway which goes down to a little rotunda at the bottom, which is up for rent at the moment, which is very nice, next to the public toilets, which are also owned by the rotunda. And a lot of the cafe people sit outside there and have overpriced cups of coffee and cake and stuff like that. Well, I tell you, I pass loads of these cafes every day. The cakes seem to sit there for weeks on end. Didn't look at all hygienic or anything, but the prices were astronomical. And you think to yourself, why do the British want to go and sit outside? So people walk past your table as you're sitting there, try and have a cup of coffee and a chat with your friends. So I gave that one up, actually. That was definitely not for me at all. I thought it was the worst thing I've ever done. We only did it a couple of times. So the dancer Abby Quinlan, seen the first time since her accident, since her self-inflicted accident. How to grow the biggest daffodil. Why would you want a big daffodil? The only plants that you want to grow tall are sunflowers. And I've got some neighbours, they love growing sunflowers. And you can get them up to about 7-8 feet tall, which is amazing. Also, Piers Morgan's wife only finds him attractive after a few bevies, which is probably in keeping with the rest of the world, I should imagine. But that's all right, why not? Why do you think people go to pubs? They go there, you know, so that they can have a few bevies and everybody looks attractive. It's only maybe sometimes, if you're very lucky, the next morning they don't look as attractive as they did when you first saw them in the pub, after you've had a few bevies. So the celebs happy Easter, it's the same people. I think they must phone up the Beckhams, go, you got any pictures? Yeah, have we got pictures? Sarah Ferguson? Oh, God. So Ruth Langsford and her pavlova for Eamon. He shouldn't be eating it. He's supposed to be losing weight. That's why his feet are in the terrible state they're in at the moment. And a pavlova is all sugar. I mean, it looks lovely, and believe you me, I could eat, you know, anything like that right now, but absolutely not for me. Not for me. The shop owners pleading, please use us. Please go out and buy things. I'm not going out today. I decided I cannot be bothered. I cannot be bothered. James says, are you going for a drive today? No, I don't think so. I'm just not interested. And Peter says, I spent 2 hours cleaning and polishing my car. You should try it. It's very therapeutic. No, I pay people to do it. Thank you very much indeed. I go to the car wash. They do that for me. The very idea of actually getting out there and washing your own car, that's very, very poor, I think. How to boost happiness? Eat spicy food. Spicy food boosts your happiness. How? I've got no idea. No idea. And the Pharaohs, you've got to see it on YouTube. If you do nothing else today, go and find the Pharaohs on YouTube and this convoy and the music and everybody. It looks fantastic. It really does, consider they've dug people up from a cemetery. It's all very nice, isn't it? Very nice. Lady Michelle Mooney has to use tough love against her mum to make sure she had a life-saving op. She's the founder of Ultimo. She told how she shouted at her mum, who's 71, who was reluctant to go into theatre. Isabel had breast cancer and needed to have her breast removed along with reconstructive surgery. I walked her down to the theatre and she was like a little kid. She said, please don't leave me. I said, I'm leaving you. Don't start your nonsense. You're saying this to your mother. Don't start your nonsense. She says, get into that theatre right now. You'll be out before you know it. So she shouted at her. Honestly. She says, in business you have to, but I'm just a human being like everybody else. So that was a tough time. She did the op, saved her mother's life. Well, that's the good bit about it, isn't it? That is the good bit about it. 107,000 over 50s have lost their jobs. That's redundancies, actually. Between last November and January, a rise of more than 70,500 or 195% year on year. And it's not finished yet. What we've got to hope is that that people, when we sort of get back after this lockdown, we can go back to normal. If indeed we go back to normal, I've just got this horrible feeling it's going to go like Italy and France and places like that. We've just got to be so careful. But people don't take the advice. People can't be bothered. They say, listen, please don't go out. Please wear a mask. It doesn't cost anything to do it. It's pennies. But the silly people who go out there without things and sit next to people. There's one woman, she goes up to somebody. She's on YouTube. You can't miss her. She's another one of the idiots. She goes up to somebody without a mask on and goes, is this close enough? I mean, to be honest with you, why this person didn't deck her, I've got no idea. It was really worrying. Very, very worrying. A red seaweed unearthed at the mouth of a UK river is one of a kind. This is growing in Cornwall's Foul Estuary. It's been found to be genetically unique. Oh. The slow-growing carpet of plants known as mailbed provides a habitat for fish and helps fight climate change. Researchers say it's under threat. There you go. You've got to watch all these things. What was that other stuff that there? Was it Japanese knotweed or something, which was particularly bad? Steve, the guy with the squirrel issue could send Basil Brush up onto the roof to sort it out. That's a good idea. And Steve, I remember the dingy dark nightclubs where everybody looked good after a few bevies. I know, until you see them in the cold light of day. We used to love it in the clubs I used to work at. And they go, okay, last record, so now's your last chance to grab somebody for a dance. And you do the dance and you go, that's it, good night. And you flick all the lights up. And up come all these 250-watt bulbs and everything. And everybody goes, oh, my God. Yeah, got to go, darling. Yeah, I've got some mates outside. My mother's very ill in hospital. And then they leave. And all these people are standing there going, I thought you liked me. I thought you liked me. It becomes terribly depressing. But we used to love it. The bouncers couldn't wait to get people out quick enough. They just wanted to go home. They'd had quite enough by that time. So you are quite right. Dingy, dark nightclubs where everybody looked good after a few bevies. In fact, in some dingy, dark nightclubs, people look good after just one bevy. That was the way it worked. The way it worked. What have we got here? It's golden ear for 007 Pierce Brosnan. He apparently spent his spare time painting earplugs whilst filming GoldenEye. Oh. Apparently the cast were given earplugs whilst filming noisy action scenes at the studios in 95. Because you never think about that, do you? You just think perhaps they added on afterwards, but they don't. They don't. They do it at the time, so they have to wear earplugs. Poor soul, honestly.
Who says you can't mix business and pleasure? Our American Express business cards let you earn points on your business transactions, from paperclips to online ad spend. Points that help you enjoy something pleasurable, like like a nice relaxing massage on a spa weekend away. The card is for business. The points are for pleasure. Search Amex Business Card. Terms and annual fees apply. 18 plus subject to status.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Ooh, freezing cold outside. But it is bank holiday, so we should be... I mean, I thought most of the bank holidays, if I remember from years gone by, I thought they were cold and the weather, and then the producer was sort of saying, oh, you're sure about, snow? I said, yeah, I'm sure we've had snow this late before. Definitely. I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't think I am, actually. So well done to Cambridge for the other day, although I've got no idea who any of the people are rowing. I just know that we do it every year and it becomes part of folklore. Also, Chelsea players, we did that one, didn't we? Accident and emergency departments are at their busiest in 2 years as non-COVID patients begin to flood back with the pandemic. Do you know, I don't think I've ever been in a hospital that is quiet at the moment. They're all absolutely chock-a-block. And I have been in more hospitals over the past few weeks than, you could shake a stick at. It's amazing how many ill people there are everywhere you go. And then they sort of say, OK, you're in position 6 or something, so you go to 6. And then you're into another system where another load of people are sitting down. Then you go, OK, you need to go into cubicle 4. So you go to cubicle 4 and then you've got to, it's all over the place, isn't it? It's I suppose it looks better if you're all in little sort of areas, Well, it certainly was for me. I spent most of my time in little areas, but they're good. We'll wait and see what happens this week, shall we? So we've only got to wait till Thursday. So it's Tuesday tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and then we're back in the hospital again. Lovely. Aidan Turner has tied the knot with his new American actress wife, Caitlin Fitzgerald, the astonishing family past of Mrs. Poldark. Alan Duncan's diary is serialised in the Mail today. And the role that launched the career of Catherine Zeta-Jones. This is the darling buds of May because Bridgerton star Sabrina Bartlett is playing Mariette Larkin in the remake. Why are they making a remake? What is the point of a remake? We loved it. Bradley Walsh plays Pop Larkin, originally played by Sir David Jason, while Joanna Scanlon takes over from Pam Ferris as his wife Ma Larkin. Why do they have to remake things? I don't like it when they remake things. I like the original ones, but it definitely launched. I suppose it launched Catherine Zeta-Jones, although she was very successful. I mean, you couldn't fault her. She had everything going for her, literally everything going for her. Education Secretary Gavin Williamson is a venomous little so-and-so who's hated by fellow Tories, according to one of his former ministerial colleagues. Not Alan Duncan, is it, writing in his diaries again? Honestly, but people use all these diaries and stuff like that to sort of get everything out of their system. Uptake of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine remains steady, according to experts. I'm assuming that many of you have already had the second dose of the vaccine. I've had the first one, so I mean, obviously all the people around here are way too young to be having that, so they'll have to wait a little bit. But they reckon, soon we will start getting there. And only 10 deaths from COVID for the second day running. I mean, when you think what it was before, I think that's an absolute miracle, which is good. Unions say keep masks in schools. I'm seeing more and more school children wearing masks now, and which only goes to prove what I said only a short while ago, which was that, we're now wearing masks and we just think it's normal. If you don't want to catch anything, so much better. So much better. Somebody says, I didn't realise that Andy Peters is 50. Oh, I think he's about 27, I think, actually. It's that pumping iron and eating eggs Benedict for breakfast that does it. He's very fit. He's very fit. He goes out with a trainer, I think, most days. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm an absolute shambles. But he was he looks very good. Every time we see him on the television, people say the same thing. They say he just doesn't age. It's almost like he's sort of stuck in a time warp. And I've seen him close up. He looks just as good close up. Seriously. He's very youthful. Youthful's good. So lots of people, they'll probably do the same today, packing the beaches. I bet people are probably thinking about going down to the coast today. Whereas in fact, you're going to go down to the coast. You're going to get out the car, which is going to be nice and warm. Kids are not going to want to go there. Why don't you just leave everybody at home today? I reckon most of you are still in bed. If you've got any sense, you'll still be in bed. Former Crown Prince of Jordan put under house arrest over an alleged coup plot. Prince Hamza bin Hussein, the half-brother of King Abdullah II of Jordan, a key ally of the West, said he was detained by the country's military chief. They don't last long, do they, these people? Honestly, it's always... We've got another one. I think there's one somewhere. I can't remember where it is, actually. And it's a case of they're under house arrest as well. Families, when they fall out, not so good, not so good. Trump's election campaign has been forced to refund £88 million of supporters' donations after they were tricked into making repeat payments. Donald Trump, honestly. Where's he gone to? He disappeared, didn't he? He disappeared. Alan Duncan's book used to come in on a regular basis, Alan Duncan, to LBC. He talks about Gina Miller, thinks only her opinions matter. Michael Gove, wholesale weirdo. Gavin Williamson, oh, it is him, venomous, self-serving little so-and-so. Boris Johnson, fabulous indignation. And Steve Baker might as well not have a brain. But praise for Boris. So I think it's only MPs that read these books. I think they actually sort of read them to see if they feature in them. It's like the Kenneth Williams diaries from years ago, from the Carry-Ons. Kenneth wrote a book called Acid Drops, and people would go and pick it up in the bookshop, go through the index to see if they featured. If they did, they bought the book, just to see what he was saying, because Kenneth Williams could be very bitter, very, very bitter. April the 5th, 1986, a date for your diary. Why? Because that was the day that Elton John walked out of a hotel due to a row over a £2.50 plate of sandwiches. He demanded the sandwiches in Cologne's Intercontinental Hotel after flying back from a concert, but they took 30 minutes to arrive and they weren't tasty, he claimed. He was prone to having lots and lots of tantrums. I wish they'd released that programme. What if it's available somewhere? It's Tantrums and Tiaras, Elton John in the south of France. Oh, somebody went cooey to him. He threw a complete wobbly. Steve says, Mike in Shenfield, I'm walking the dog. That's enough outside for me today. I totally agree with you. Don't go out. No point, is there? So Elvis Presley, 1961, top of the charts with Musiden, Jewish State. And the only reason I learnt that is because we had a copy of it, which is very bizarre. It was also on this day in 1968, April the 5th, that Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated, shot in the neck by a white teenager as he stood on the balcony of a Memphis hotel. Dr. King, who won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964 for his non-violent campaign for civil rights, was on the balcony of the Lorraine Hotel with two supporters. Also, Joseph Lister, the surgeon from Essex, credited as the father of modern surgery thanks to his pioneering use of antiseptics, was born on this day in 1827. After he began spraying carbolic acid on equipment before operating, and other surgeons followed suit. Deaths from infection quickly fell, which is good news. And those were the things. Those were the things that happened on this day. So it's Jane Asher, 75, I forgot to tell you. She featured in the film Alfie. She was in Crossroads. And she's known for cakes and books and all sorts of things. Krishnan Gurumurthy, you know, from the Channel 4 news anchor. He's 51 today. He's 51. So if you're celebrating your birthday, let me wish you a very, very happy birthday and hope you have a peaceful day. Well, do nothing, as I say. I bet many of you are still in bed going, do you know, we can't be bothered. Let's stay in bed, Steve. Let's stay in bed. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Tuesday, the 6th of April. What does that mean? Nothing. Another freezing cold blooming day. I don't think we've ever had such a cold Easter. One minute we're all sitting on the beach. I say we, I wasn't. And making sandcastles. The next minute we're sitting in snowdrifts. It's ridiculous, isn't it, really? I feel sorry for all the sheep on the hills. One minute they're there, they're going, oh, it's lovely weather today, let's sort of amble around, and then the next minute we're sort of disappearing under a huge pile of snow, which is not so good. Stacey Solomon wants to get wed in her back garden. I wish you'd just get on with it, dear, and stop droning on about how boring it is. We've seen the house, we've seen the free flowers you got, we've seen all the rest of it. Now just get on with your life, for goodness sake. Although I would like to be finding out whether or not she has a joint mortgage or whether or not she's coughed up for all of it. Because I wasn't aware that Joe Swash actually had anything like a property. Bookies fear huge losses over the Grand National. And Kerry Katona thinks she's haunted. Yes, I can guarantee that, dear. You're haunted. Can you imagine, honestly, she gets more dreary by the day. A very rare postcard from a hero is coming up for auction. This is written by somebody on the Titanic who saved lives, and he was basically saying it's terrible. There's people screaming and everything else, and it could fetch about £11,000. Titanic memorabilia still has huge interest. Huge interest. Given the choice, roast potatoes or mashed potato? Roast potatoes. I mean, come on. But apparently there's some sort of some campaign underway. They say, a lot of people are saying, with our roast dinner, we should have mashed potato. Oh, no, we shouldn't. It's roast potato. That's what the whole idea about roast potatoes is. Especially crispy roast potatoes. Very nice indeed. We found a pie and mash shop in London. I think it's in London. And they've only got one table. They haven't got any other tables. He's not going to make a fortune that way, is he? Sir Michael Palin is worried for the future of the BBC. Helen Mirren still looks great at 75. And Vladimir Putin's had a good old fiddling election again. He's now in power until 2036. That'll see him out, wouldn't it, really? The lottery winner who won't quit her job. She only won $1 million. She's only young. $1 million goes nowhere nowadays. I know you might think that's not the... But she wants to buy a car, and they'll probably buy a house. Well, that'll see most of it gone completely. Decommissioned bomb shelters below London, set to be a farm. It's a years-old story. I don't know why they've done it in the Express today. I read about it in 1975. We did it on the programme. Alan Duncan's diaries are being rolled out by the Daily Mail. He doesn't like anybody. He hates Nadine Dorries. He hates everybody. I'll tell you what he says about them a little bit later on. And what was the other one? Oh, the next Monday. It's going to be just another magic Monday, ooh, which is great. And the pubs will be open. Holidays not sure about. But you get your hair cut. You can get all the usual things done. And we take all your texts and emails. Why? Because we're HAPPY. That's what we are. It's the 6th of... We're racing through April already. It only seems like the other day it was Christmas. Really does. There's an old picture of Eamon Holmes. Mind you, most pictures of Eamon Holmes are fairly old. And you can tell this is old, complaining about his pain and all the rest of it, which, I've had for ages. Because there's a Christmas tree in the picture. Well, I mean, who has a Christmas tree up in April? So it's old, isn't it? Ozzy Osbourne has risked outrage. He shoots, just to amuse himself, cats and birds. That'll warrant him getting trolled. You take my word for it. The Doctor Who fan who built a Dalek in his living room, and apparently it saved their marriage. Mad, these people, aren't they? Oh, are you a fan of Doctor Who? Exterminate, and all that kind of stuff. I do like the Daleks. I thought they were the best things in Doctor Who, and I liked all the Doctor Who. I don't think I didn't like any of the Doctor Whos, which makes me fairly unique. And Kelly Osbourne's reinventing herself as, wait for this one, an actress. As an actress. Hilarious. I love it. Steve, to the chaps, as you know, I love the show. Keep it going. Oh, I've no intention of stopping it anytime soon, believe you me. You think that Vladimir Putin's going to be around for a long while? I think I'll be outdoing him, definitely. The group of female models arrested in Dubai, they were all posing naked on balcony, a bit stupid, but they come from Russia and the Ukraine, where it's so easy to get people to take their clothes off. Money? Clothes off. That's how it works nowadays. What was the other one? Oh, your favourite living composer, according to our sister station, which is Classic FM, is John Williams. He's just so talented. Honestly, he's written everything from Schindler's List to Schindler's List and loads of other Star Wars. I mean, he did Indiana Jones. I mean, he just is prolific. Absolutely. And Jurassic Park is another one of his. I mean, just such a clever man. I think they should bring out an album. Mind you, they might even have brought one out, actually. The music, I think, of John Williams. Because that would be I'd buy that album, wouldn't you? Definitely. Steve, you're right about Kerry Katona. Bizarre, as is Stacey Solomon. Well, ever since she's moved into this house, we've got the most boring stories emanating from her. But I want to know, does she own the house or does he part own the house? Because I don't think he's ever owned property. He's never earned enough money to own property. And I think it's her. Could be wrong. Spuds cooked in goose fat, a Christmas dinner treat, says Will in Stockton. Yeah, I mean, if somebody said to me, I'm going to make you roast potatoes, they're going to be really crispy. Fine. Make me roast potatoes. Oh no. Is that all? Yeah. I have to go to the other floor.
Upstairs?
Yeah, up. I know you don't want to because you're trying to lose it. Look at me, I'm getting so thin. I'm wasting away. I discovered actually the other day, because we've got a lot of water being consumed over the weekend, and I'm one of the ones consuming it, because tea tastes horrible. And the water doesn't taste much better, but I tried fizzy water the other day, and it's okay. No, don't do tap water. You drink out the tap, do you? How peculiar. Very odd. No, I don't drink out the tap. No, you don't know where it's come from. No, I drink tinned water. And this is our tinned water here, and this one has come from the Austrian Alps. I don't normally do sparkling. Apparently, it's because it's an artificial sparkle, isn't it? You get quite gassy. Lovely. Quite mad. And yeah, but it's an artificial thing, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't come out the Alps fizzy, as far as I know. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? So we've got this one here, the tap, and it's got still water in. And this tap here, sparkling water. No, it's... I mean, I have to be honest, it is actually quite nice. But you remember, that's what, years ago, before we all went water mad, and you went into supermarkets and everybody was selling bottled water, the only water you bought was Evian. Evian or Perrier. Perrier water was very popular until people discovered that the fizzy Perrier water was an artificial fizz. It didn't come out the rocks like that at all. And so all of a sudden, sales of water started plummeting, and then there was... What? That's ridiculous. Sorry? Do you want a glass? No. A glass of what? Water? No, there's none upstairs either. Have you tried the 5th floor? See you later. I'm just trying to get him exercising. That's all it is. We've got so many floors in this building. And I think there must be a fridge on the 5th floor. It's a shame we haven't got contact with him. We could sort of say, go through the other side of the building. There has to be a fridge there with loads of things. Phil says, I'm a lottery winner now and it won't change me. I'll still be the same. Couldn't believe my luck. Checked my ticket yesterday and I'd won 140 quid. Wow. He says, I'm going to buy a Bentley. There's a nice one on eBay. 2-tone grey diamond headlights. One of the nicest cars Corgi ever made. That's what you could do, isn't it? 140. That's good, 140 quid. Depends how much you spent to get the 140 quid. What's the most I've won? 4 grand. I know. It was years ago when it first started. £4,000. That was, so many years ago. So many years ago. I spent it, about 35 years ago, whatever it was. But no, nowadays you just get, I think, what did I win the other weekend? 16 quid times 2 or something. Whatever it is, it doesn't cover what you've spent on it. But I'm obviously an addict, which is not very good. But I don't drink or smoke. So I think to myself, I can do that, and I just do it online. I just book some lucky dips. If I win, I win. If I don't win, I don't win. I'm not going to cry about it. Corey won £3. Did he really? Not surprised he's looking happy this morning. I always say, though, if you're going to gamble, make sure you can afford to lose. Because if you can't afford to lose, you go, oh, I spent my last £2 or something like that, then you're doing it for the wrong reason. You do it because it's a bit of fun. You've got to do it in moderation. You've got to sort of watch how much you're spending. And so that's why, for me, if I couldn't afford to lose 20 quid, then I'm definitely doing it wrong. Definitely doing it wrong. But so always check. Go easy. Roger says £1 million is not that much in London. What do you mean not that? It's nothing in London. Nothing. Years ago, they used to say £1 million house. Are you serious? You've been onto Knight Frank's website. They've got £140 million houses. I knew you'd find. What's that? Out-of-date water? Don't be silly. Out-of-date water? I've never seen one that size. Where did you get that from? Very back of the fridge. Have you been through the other side? When you come onto the 5th floor and this fridge is on the right there. If you go straight through to the other side, there's another kitchen the other side. See it a bit. He loves this, honestly. Try it on all the floors. Try it on all the floors. So you go through. So you're on this side, then you're crossing through into the other side where there's another kitchen. There's 2 kitchens on every floor. Might not be, actually. I'm just making it up. But it keeps him busy, bless his heart. He's cursing me. Something like, do you remember when you were little and you go to the seaside and you go, I'll have a drink, and they give you a cold Pepsi and it hurt when you drank it? It's like drinking this fizzy water. It is exactly the same. I like fizzy water, but I don't think fizzy water likes me. But Steve, £1,000,000, not that much in London. Up north, you could probably have a half-decent life. Yeah, you could. I mean, if you had your own property and you were about 50 or something like that, £1,000,000, you can bank it. Not going to make much on the interest, of course, because the interest rates are diabolical. But you could go on a few holidays, do a camping holiday or something like that, or a coach holiday, change the car, and just go easy. But if you seriously think £1,000,000's going to change your life and you're young, believe you me, it ain't. Believe you me, it ain't. I promise you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, morning. Has Uri Geller, says James, ever won the lottery using his very powerful mind? No, I shouldn't think so. Oh, no, he can't do anything like that. Mystic Meg couldn't predict anything, even though she used to say, a winner is behind a green door. And we'd all go, you're mad, aren't you? Somebody says medication can make your food and drink taste funny, says Mary. Well, it does. Believe you me. I mean, yesterday I didn't eat anything. I ate nothing yesterday, which I remember thinking, people keep saying to me, oh, you've lost weight. It's only because I'm not eating. I seriously didn't eat anything. I didn't have the strength to go out. So I thought, no, I spend all day in and I'll just sleep and watch the television and just doze on and off, which suited me absolutely fine. So in the end, I actually ended up climbing into bed at about 4:30. No, I tell a lie, earlier than that, about 3:30. And nodded off straight away. It was lovely. It's not much fun being ill, is it, really? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Listen, it'll be over soon. I bloody well hope so. Don't want it to go much longer. Stars have become more visible during the pandemic. That's not television stars. This is stars up in the night sky because we don't have as many fast food places open. So there is no light which is diffusing it. Mylene Klass celebrates a birthday today. And what was the other one? Oh, Sir Michael Palin is worried for the future of the BBC. I'm not surprised if you've seen some of the garbage they're pushing out as programmes, which we're paying for. Seriously. It really is rubbish. Absolute rubbish. I'm quite disappointed, actually, in the BBC. But I've now decided it's my BBC and I don't want them to spend any more of my money. I think that would be a very bad idea. Labrador and lamb struck up a good friendship. The Labrador apparently saved the lamb and now they're busy mates, which I think is so cute. We like pictures of things like that in the paper, and I like that. Also, a recent survey says nobody wants Meghan and Harry back in this country. They can stay away as long as they like. Don't hold your hands up, show me nothing. Gee, I can't believe it. Have you been down to reception to the cafe? There's a big fridge there, isn't there? I can't believe that there's no tins of water in the building. Because it's Easter, all of a sudden water evaporates because it's Easter. Honestly, you do come up with some rubbish, honestly, Corey. Goodness sake. I can't believe on every single floor in this building there is no water. Unbelievable, is it? Yeah. I think what you're doing is you're going around the corner, sitting down, watching a bit of television, and then popping back in, going, nothing. Nothing at all, yeah. Try. The cafe downstairs might have some water. I don't know if we're allowed to have that. Dear, honestly, I'm probably going to get myself drummed out of the brownies for this one, but unfortunately I need it. Matthew says, believe me, $1 million would change me. I'll be straight off to buy a Lamborghini in South Ken and have a night in the Sanderson. Much fun. Yeah, and that would be it. You'd have used your money up. Lamborghinis now. My God, you can spend over $1 million on a Lamborghini and a night in the Sanderson. You can get a better hotel than the Sanderson. You really can. I mean, but that's your benchmark. Well, that's fine. Oh, every time I drink this fizzy water, it's so funny because I keep imagining that it's like Pepsi Cola. I used to keep Pepsi in my fridge years and years ago, not for donkey's years, and it used to hurt. It was so nice and cold. Now I haven't had Pepsi or Coca-Cola for years. No, it's out of date. Yeah, it's 3 days out of date. I wouldn't touch it. I'm very funny about sell-by. Yeah, sell-by dates, yes. Do you not check? Oh, no, I check that all the time. Oh, do you? Oh, no. I'm just checking this one here. And this sell-by date is 19 March 22. 22nd of March. No, yeah, 2022. So that's okay. But this one, this is very nice, actually. I'm not complaining about it. It would probably taste nicer with a bit of lime juice in it, but I didn't bring any lime juice in today. But I did have, I haven't drunk alcohol for ages. I don't think I could. I don't think I could drink alcohol now. I know that people sort of say, oh, it's like giving up smoking. They go, how do you give up smoking? I say, willpower. Willpower, which is good. And so I'm not missing it. That's the funny thing. And I used to drink, as anybody will tell you, I was the Prosecco king. Out of all the people on LBC, they go, what do we get Steve for Christmas? Prosecco. He'll drink Prosecco. And I had so many bottles. At one point, I had about 10 bottles of Prosecco in the boot of the car. And every time I went to my brother, I used to offload it on him. So, he's sick to death of Prosecco as well. But it's one of those things, isn't it? So anyway, I hope you had a nice Easter, nice weekend. We couldn't go anywhere because it was freezing cold. There was nothing to do. I hope you didn't buy plants from the garden centre. You need the weather to warm up another month at least before the weather warms up. But it doesn't. Listen, they're not going to keel over in the garden centres, but they'll keel over in your garden. So let's not worry about that just yet, shall we? There are lots of campaigns to get people back to the office. I'm noticing at Waterloo Station that there's loads of people getting off trains coming in. Really is. They don't all look like they're workers. They look as though they're sort of builders and stuff like that. So interesting. Also, the trusty band of Working Royals has now shrunk to 11. 11. There's because Princess Alexandra hasn't been doing anything for about 8 months. Millie McIntosh, blimey, there's a name from the past, wants to be an ab-fab cover girl. Yeah, whatever. Not talent she's supposed to have. What was the other one that I missed, actually, which I quite like, actually? Oh, the Darling Buds of May is back, but there's no Catherine Zeta-Jones. They've got somebody else who looks a little bit similar. I never saw the Darling Buds of May, but I just remember there was one word in it which stuck out, wasn't it? David Jason used to go, perfect. Perfect. It just looked lovely. They lived in a windmill, which exists. It wasn't a set. It was an actual windmill. And Catherine Zeta-Jones, that kind of launched her. Everybody fell in love with Catherine Zeta-Jones and all of them. But the good news is you've got Bradley Walsh, who's playing Pa Larkin. Pa Larkin. It sounds so dated, doesn't it, really? The pensioner who lost a lot of money in a Bitcoin scam. Be careful of these things. If it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. But that's what people like, isn't it? People like to buy into things that they think, are going to make them instantly rich overnight, as if it was that easy. Because the interesting thing is that if there was some people in America, they wanted to win the lottery, but they only wanted to win the lottery when it got to a certain amount. They were looking to, I think it was over, I could be wrong on this one, £200 million or dollars or whatever it was. And how were they going to win the $200 million? They had a scheme and they ran it past the lottery operator in America and they said, yes, you can do that. They're not bothered. So what they did is they printed off every single lottery combination. So they knew they were going to win. Every single lottery combination was printed off. They took their own tickets in and they then printed them off and they won. They won. Oh, Corey's back. He said the waters are locked away. Honestly. I think he's fibbing. I think why would he send me a text message? You know he hates spending money. I think he's going to turn around the door and go, ta-da! And we're all going to go, yeah, great. Or failing that, he's drunk it himself. But yeah, so this syndicate in America printed every combination of all the lottery tickets and they won the lottery. Of course, the one thing that they were gambling on was that nobody else got the same set of numbers that they had, because otherwise they wouldn't have won as much money. But I believe that they did. Sip. We think you've got it in your pocket. We think you've got water in your pocket. Or we think you've drunk it on the way up. That's what we think. I reckon I could go through this building. He thinks he can... No, he just offered me the one with the sell-by date. I said I wouldn't touch it. He would drink that. Whereas I wouldn't drink that. I can't think of anything worse. I mean, you might get poisoned by water. What you might do, I don't know. I've seen the adverts on the television where that little girl has to walk 20 miles every single day, and her water comes from a puddle where animals wee in it. You're not telling me she doesn't become ill after that. Although she seemed quite healthy. She was still able to walk to the puddle. Steve, could you get Shane to buy fish and chips? Last night's was a disaster. I could eat fish and chips. You know what I had on Saturday night? You know what I had? Sausage and batter and chips. It was very nice. I wish I'd had two, actually. I wish I'd had two. Waitrose do a very nice alcohol-free wine, and Sainsbury's do a nice alcohol-free Prosecco. I've tried the alcohol-free Prosecco. I've gone off wine completely. Seriously, I'm not remotely interested. No, I had something else. It wasn't alcohol-free Prosecco. I had some that was sent in. It was delicious. But I forgot where it came from now, which doesn't help, does it? I need to write these things down. The lemon and lime was horrid. Where did that come from? Oh, it came from Henry. That was horrid. That really was horrid. I thought it was going to be nice. Steve, my name is Ari. Tonight, last year, I stopped smoking. Good for you. Mind you, I can't... Listen, I never criticise people for not stopping smoking, because I used to smoke since I was 50. So that's the way it works. For me, if somebody wants to smoke, I'm not going to criticise them and say you should give up smoking because, it's going to kill you eventually. Everything's going to kill. Listen, crossing the road's going to kill you eventually. So why should I worry about somebody smoking? But well done. It's a tough thing to do. Very tough. Kim says, very cold here too, Steve. -4 and snow showers later. It's Baltic. It was freezing when I walked out the building yesterday. I stood by the bus stop thinking, oh, it was like I was in Armageddon, waiting for my little 176 bus. And I'm standing there thinking, I'm so cold. And then I got back to Waterloo Station and I bought a couple of things from McDonald's, which happened to be open at that time of the morning. And I didn't even enjoy eating that. None of the food tastes the same, actually. So today, I don't know what I'm going to have. I really don't know what I'm going to have. Oh, I had an apple yesterday. Tell a lie, I had an apple. I had a pink lady, and then I gave the rest to Luke, who's back with us today, still wanting to be a member of the Groovy Gang, which is lovely. Mary says, isn't that sell-by date a year away? Yeah, mine is. Yeah, the one that Luke had isn't. Unfortunately, his is now. His is now, isn't it? Year 20. What does it say? 2021. 3 days ago, it gave up and expired. So as far as I'm concerned, if that goes past its sell-by, it goes off. I know it's water, and you should. It's like whenever you buy water, you shouldn't buy it in plastic bottles. You buy it in glass. Glass apparently lasts longer. And I put a big bottle of water in the fridge. It was only in plastic. But I had this morning, so I didn't have a cup of tea when I woke up. I had a very weak lime juice. A Rose's lime juice and water. Sorry? I do love it, yeah. I mean, I'm doing very well. Today, I'm going to go back and I've decided little tomatoes. I could eat a whole punnet of little tomatoes. And a cucumber. The things you can do with a cucumber, ladies and gentlemen. You can really, I love cucumbers. And what else did I like? It was nice. It's got to be something like, I don't know, I'm feeling healthy. It's rubbish, isn't it, really? I don't do healthy. I've never done things like that. But I just fancy I'll get a couple of punnets of little tomatoes. I do like celery, actually. Funny you should say that. I do like celery. That's very nice. Perhaps I should get some celery as well. Anything that's got a crunch to it. And tomatoes, they do some really highly flavoured tomatoes, which are lovely. Jackie says, have you had a COVID test regarding your change of taste? No, by God, you're a right sort of prophet of doom, aren't you, Jackie? No, why would I have a COVID test regarding my change of taste? It's my tablets. I've got a urinary infection. That affects everything. Why would you have a COVID test, honestly? God, you're the sort of person who goes, oh, that's it, I've got COVID. You must stop being such a prophet of doom. It's not good. Steve. I think Corey's brilliant. What a loyal, consistent member of staff. You think so? Well, you take him. Not that bothered. Fizzy. Oh, I thought the door opened then, and I thought it was going to be a cold thing. I bet he finds some. Yeah, he's going to be really jammy. He's going to sort of go there and go, there it is in the fridge. It's like milk. I used to drink. Even milk's tasting horrible at the moment. Mary says sell by is not the same as use by. What does it say? Sell by or use by? We think it's, see, best before. Sorry? Yeah, I'm not drinking it. It's in a tin. I like tins. We used to have bottles of water. The tins are really good. Very, very good. And it's recyclable as well. Much better than plastic bottles.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Shane in Sydney is on the train from Bondi Junction. He said, I'll call it to the fish and chip shop, thank you. I could eat Kentucky at the moment, which is good news. Oh, by the way... Well, anyway, doesn't sound it. What do you think that is? See? Send the expert, Luke, on the water hunt, and what does he come back with? 5 tins. 5 tins. It's absolutely ice cold, and the sell-by date is about 2 years away, which is good. Lou says, I love tomatoes, Steve, but I can't eat cherry ones, only plum tomatoes. Due to me throwing up a whole one after the first date. You see, I like all tomatoes, but I only like the little tomatoes. You just pop it in your mouth, little tiny tomato. I don't like the ones where you take a bite out of them. You know, the beefsteak tomatoes and stuff like that. Steve, I don't believe, says Catherine, on copying a classic like Darling Buds of May, especially with Sir David Jason at the helm. Just my opinion. Yeah, I mean, Bradley will be fine. Bradley will be good. He's very good at stuff like that. But I don't know why they have to remake things. Why don't they just show the old ones? They were doing a piece in one of the papers today, which was talking about the old comedy classics, you know, the Are You Being Served and Heidi High and stuff like that. They do better in the ratings than all the modern comedies. Nobody writes comedies like they used to, which is a shame. Simon in Coventry says, I'm really worried about your current diet. What diet? I'm not on a diet. That's the thing. But I will be later on today when I have some little tomatoes. In fact, I might actually nip into... because they open Marks and Spencer's on Waterloo Station at 7 o'clock in the morning, so it's absolutely ideal for me. I shall pick up some little tomatoes, a cucumber, but yes, I will actually. It's a can, not a tin. No, it's a tin. It's a tin. Not a can. I think you know what I've got in front of me. Steve, did you know Eddie Mayer played a clip on LBC the other day, said Matthew. He plays one every day. Where have you been? Every day for the past goodness knows how long. Steve, I think they put sell-by dates on cans of water, or tins of water, because of the plastic lining. After a certain time, the plastic starts degrading and you get all stuff in the water. Well, Nick in Adelaide, well, you probably got different stuff over there. You probably just dig a hole in the back garden. A friend of mine had not a well in the back garden, but he had he could drill down to something. Well, perhaps he had already drilled down, and so his water came out of this sort of hole in the garden, which was very good. Whether they used it in the house, I've got no idea. Just think, years ago, people had wells. You had to go to the well. You know, hence ding dong bell, pussy's in the well, who put her in, da, 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 da. And so it went on. But yeah, imagine the idea. There was that lady, wasn't there, years ago? Do you remember her? And she lived up on the moors in Yorkshire. She looked about 97, but she was much younger. And she used to have to go in the middle of winter when everything was frozen to the stream at the bottom of her garden, break the ice and bring back water in a bucket. And that was her water. I mean, I suppose it was all right, actually. I don't know. Because, I mean, she seemed to survive quite well on it. But all these people do, don't they? People, you know, they show you all these adverts on the television. And I think Blue Peter, for a couple of years running, had an appeal so that they could go and dig wells for people in other countries who don't have access to water. And all of a sudden, their life changed. They dug down, and all of a sudden, up came water. So they were using it for washing and for drinking and for bathing and everything. Wow. Emma says, you said can because it is. No, it's not a can of pop, it's a tin of pop. Fancy you not knowing that, but of course you're obviously not in London, are you? Johnny is listening to the show whilst watching dolphins on Australia's east coast. Lovely. Very nice. We like things like that. I've never seen dolphins, have I? No. I've only ever seen them on the telly. I've never seen, you know, where they swim along the side of boats and stuff like that. I just sort of like that idea, actually. Although the one thing that I do remember seeing some time ago was killer whales, or to make them sound more appealing to everybody, they call them orcas. Orcas. And Steve, can a tin whistle? A tin can. Lovely. I love the TV show Porridge, says Zoe, nearly 50 years old, watched it so many times and still find it funny. Don't make them like they used to. It's true, they don't. I don't know why they don't. Why do we not have the comedy programmes on the television? You know, the people like Mrs. Slocum. In fact, thank God they never made a remake of Are You Being Served? I don't think we want things like that. That would be ghastly. I don't like remakes. Hannah Huxwell, says Billy. Yeah, Hannah Huxwell. Did you ever see her? Get a picture up of Hannah Hawkswell, I think it is. Hawkswell. And they found her for a television programme. And she lived in this house with there was no electricity. There was no nothing. You look at her. Doesn't she look ancient? She was only in her 50s. Oh, she died. Oh, my goodness me, I didn't know that. But she always looked so old. She had sheep and all sorts of little thing. Daughter of the Dale she was. First came to public attention, so I don't know how old she was. So she was born in 1926 and died in 2018. She was 91. But when they made the film of her, she was much younger. And then they took her out of this old house and they put her in a proper house. But so she's gone. She had what I call a lived-in face. Do you know? You know, nowadays, no, I mean that nicely, because in my day, my grandmother looked like a grandmother. She was wrinkled, she was lined, she had white hair. Nowadays, people dye their hair, they have all these things, and they go, this is so-and-so invented this new cream. And she's 73, but she looks about 50. She just looked old, didn't she? Mainly because I don't think she ever used makeup or anything like that at all. I thought she was fab. And then they sent her on a boat. They sent her on a holiday. I think she went touring the Rhine or something. She met this woman, this German woman, and neither of them spoke each other's language, but they seemed to get on very well together because it was lovely. It really was lovely. You know, characters like that we don't have anymore. Steve, what time do Coopers open up? 6. Steve, my mother's Aunt Kate lived in Tally, South Wales, a small village. She had a well in the lounge. Aha. Emma, I'm going to bar you now. I've decided I'm a bit bored with you. Anybody who goes on about tins and cans, I think you deserve to go and find somebody else. Don't think we need you anymore. Oh, you've gone already. We did that the other day, actually. We had an absolute field day. Somebody, you know, when people start writing stupid things and you think, I think you need to go and bother somebody else. It's much easier, isn't it, that way? That's what I kept saying to Piers Morgan and to Susanna Reid and all the other people who get pestered on the television programme. Somebody starts boring you, delete. And off they go and disappear, and they haven't got anybody to write to anymore. Steve, talking about old shows, will there ever be characters like Arthur Mullard again? I doubt it. Him and Queenie Watts. She used to have a pub. I worked with Arthur Mullard years and years ago. I did a charity thing. In fact, I did a couple of charity things. Yes, my dear, was the name of his programme, and it was good fun, actually. Steve, Comedy Royal Family, so funny, love every character, says Anne. Comedy Royal Family, what's that? Oh, that's the Royal Family. Oh, right, that's the Royal Family. Is it meant to be a comedy? Oh, is it? Oh, right, okay. I thought it was a documentary. I've got no idea. I didn't know these things. Oh, well, there you go. Anyway, what do we think the papers have got for us today? Well, I tell you, it's got to be better than the weekend, which was an absolute pile of rubbish. There was nothing going on. Everybody was looking forward to, we can go out, and then somebody went, it's freezing cold. Why do you want to go out when it's freezing cold? So I didn't. So we're back inside the freezer again. -7 degrees centigrade. The whiteout chaos. I don't know what it's going to be like today. We shall find out in a minute. And I'm sure that Steve, they remade Are You Being Served? Oh. No, you can't make originals. The only person who remakes the originals is Tom Cruise. Where you get sort of, it's like all these other films, Mission Impossible 1, 2, 3, 4, 750, 800, and so it went on. Boring. But you cannot remake something like Are You Being Served? You'll never find a character like Mr. Humphreys, who they didn't want. BBC bosses didn't want him at all. They didn't want the Nancy boy. That's what it was. And they said, and so the writers said, no, he's a mummy's boy. And you will find somebody like Mr. Humphreys and Mrs. Slocum in every department store in this country. We used one. She was called Mrs. Dakin, and she was in charge of the perfume department in the shop I worked in. And she looked like Mrs. Slocum. She dressed up. Her hair was always immaculate, and yet she was existing on a shop girl's wages. How people existed on it, I've got no idea, because I was on a pittance. But it was so interesting. So interesting, because all the people you saw in Are You Being Served, we did have people like Mr. Humphreys, well, one. And we did have Mrs. Dakin, and you had all these other people who'd been in the shop business for years and years and years. And I loved it. I thought it was great fun. But because she was working on the perfume counter, I think she thought she owned it. They always did. Like Mrs. Slocum, exactly the same way. We have this, yes, madam. And it was always, yes, madam. And, that really suits you, madam. And all this kind of stuff. That's how we had to operate as well. Somebody walked into your department. You didn't just leave them wandering around. You went over to them. Hello, good morning, sir, madam. Can I help you? Anything you want to look at? And that's how it was. That's how you became a good salesman. And I was a very good salesman. Somebody'd say, oh, no, we're just browsing. I go, anything in particular? You're looking for carpet for hall, stairs, landing, bedrooms, bathrooms, where? They probably used to think I was very irritating. But no, I did very well indeed. I was very successful. I knew all about, the content of carpets, what they were made up of, 80-20, nylon and wool. The nylon to give it the strength, and all the different heavy domestic, light domestics, medium domestics. So if you've got hall, stairs and landing, you're looking for heavy domestic carpets. They get a lot of wear. If it's in the bedroom, not much action in the bedroom, is there, on the old carpet, Luke? And no, people don't do that anymore. Because I remember telling somebody once, I've got rugs in my bathroom. And somebody went, rugs? They went, what's the matter with that? And then I was opened up Country Life this week, and they were looking at people's bathrooms. They've all got rugs in, for people who can afford them. Obviously, the people who can't afford them just moan about somebody else. Which Are You Being Served character were you then in your department store, says Russ? Well, I think I was a combination of just about everything. I think. I don't know, actually. I just sort of enjoyed it. I went from carpets to selling soft furnishings. I used to love soft furnishings. Somebody say, oh, can I have a look at that Moiga shell? Oh, I was very up on my Sanderson prints and kitchen curtaining and everything else like that. And I could sell the Flexi Glide and the amount of runners you needed and pattern repeats. Oh, I did everything. No fooling me, I tell you. I loved it. And I was very good with copy decks. I got very, very handy with sort of copy decks, which was much better.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Roger says, my mother worked in the perfume department at Harrods in the 60s. My dad, she was like Miss Brahms. Actually, the funny thing is that all the people who work in its perfume departments, more than anything else, where people sort of behave somewhat differently. Good morning, madam. Can I help you? This is very nice. Would you like a test? Tss, what is it? Mace. And you can have a little sort of go, all these things. We used to have it. You'd have people wandering around saying, would you like a try? Try it, this one here. Tss. It was Christmas time, though, when all the Christmas perfumes came out in all the gift boxes. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I just love the whole idea of Christmas, and you think, what shall I buy? It was all right for your dad because the only perfumes you could buy or aftershaves was Old Spice. So my dad used to get the gift box of Old Spice, and which not very exciting when you think about it, really. Not very exciting. There you go. Rich. No, Rich? He had a barbecue in yesterday's snow. I knew he would. He's like that. Bless his heart, honestly. I didn't see him this morning, but I did see Toby Tarrant the other day, who said, I did write you while you were off. I said, I didn't really have the energy to do anything at all. I'm going through a bad period. He's grown a beard now, Toby. Honestly, he alternates between growing a beard, not growing a beard. A bit like Pippa. And, everybody grows beards. I couldn't grow a beard. I don't work with anybody with beards on. It's written into my contract. You do not have to work with anybody who wears shorts or grows a beard. So that's it. I don't think either of you could actually grow a beard, could you, really? You just look a bit silly. Steve, Dale's supermarket sweep is being repeated on the Challenge channel. Great to watch whilst waiting for your excellent show, says Mike. Oh, bless you. Thank you. And in Aviemore, where David is, Scotland, isn't it, Aviemore? Is it Aviemore, Scotland? I think. Yes, I'm sure it is. Sounds lovely. Currently -3. He said, my lawn is still snow-covered. You see, I think that's all right. If you're lucky enough to have one of these open fires, which I've said, some of them look beautiful in these houses. Aviemore is in the Cairngorms, known for its close proximity to the secluded loch, ancient forest, mountain trails, and ski runs. Near town, the funicular. You know what the funicular is? That's a funicular railway. That's water pressure that takes one up and one down and one up, one down. There's quite a few of them in the country. The Cairngorm Mountain Resort has panoramic views of the Cairngorms mountain range. Southwest Highland Wildlife Park's inhabitants include Scottish wildcats and capercaillie birds. Whatever they are, I don't know. It looks beautiful. Isn't it beautiful? That's so pretty. I don't want to go there, but I mean, it looks lovely. So good old Aviemore, but very cold for young David this morning. Ancient forest and a secluded loch. Oh, God, I wish I could go. No, I don't. No, but I like seeing it when it was all sort of covered in snow and things like that. Snow's very pretty. But if you're inside, and I can remember being inside years ago at my brother's place for Christmas, and it started snowing on Christmas Eve, and I went, it's snowing! And we looked out the window and we slowly watched, all the snow come down. That's very pretty. But if you've got an open fire, the one that makes your cheeks burn red, they're lovely. And you can get them. You can get them fake ones now with gas. Fake gas fires, but they look like logs, but they're not really. And really, really lovely. And you look outside, and that's great. You don't want to go outside. We did go outside. We did, but not very often because I was happier being inside. And then you just go and play upstairs. This is when I was younger, of course. Go and play. We used to have a playroom just off our bedroom, me and my brother, with a train set in there and everything else. Just go and play in there. Ooh. Steve, if somebody says you can be anything you want free of charge, where would you go to? Oh, right. If somebody says you can be oh, right. Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know. Are you talking about holidays? Because you know me, I'm not a holiday person. I've been everywhere I want to be because we travelled when I was younger. But so there's nowhere I crave at the moment. I'd like to go inside a pyramid. I've seen on YouTube pictures of the inside of the pyramid. You can walk on these walkways inside, and you can imagine what they were like when they first built them. Really, I mean, just absolutely fantastic. No photographs exist of them building them. Nobody sort of recorded it for posterity, which is very strange. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I tried to get your station on my car radio, but no luck. I'm in Manchester, but my Polo does not have DAB. Well, that's why you can't hear it. We're on DAB. Get a DAB, honestly. And you're driving a Polo. How embarrassing. Get a DAB radio put in. They're not very expensive. He said, I'll just have to connect my phone up to the Android. Yeah, just go to the LBC website, do it on that, and then you can hear it in the car. Much better. Much, much better. I'm always, I've often said to people, make sure you've got a DAB radio in the car, or you've downloaded LBC onto your telephone, and then you can listen to us all the time. Doesn't matter where you go abroad, you can always listen. And then somebody said, you said the other day that you've got, how many of my podcasts do we think were available? About 7,000, I think. And so we've worked out that if you hear one every day, it runs for about 19 years. That's what somebody worked out. I think Jake, did Jake work that out, or you worked it out, Corey? I can't remember. Jake did that. And then somebody wrote to me and said, how do we know what's on each one? Well, it gives you a clue, doesn't it? On the title of each one, it'll tell you, some, I don't know, funicular railways or something like that. Yeah, the title today is Poisoned by Water. And that should jog your memory to go, the water, the cans of water. Oh, yes. That's why. So you can always find out, but you can go back, and you get to keep them all. You can get to keep them all. So you can go back so many years now, listening to all but not just my show, but loads of people's shows. Loads of people's shows. Every single person, they've all got them. From Clive Bull to James O'Brien to Eddie Mayer to Nick Ferrari. To Nick Abbott. Mine are very popular. Very popular. I don't know why, actually. Who won the boat race, says Kath? Some people rowing, I believe. I don't know. I think it was Cambridge. But it doesn't make any difference to it. I don't know why we bother with the boat race. I don't think there's anybody British who was rowing. It's mainly Americans, Australians, New Zealanders, all sorts of people like that. To find somebody British in the... Can we find out who was actually rowing in the boats? I'd quite like to know. They do the girls' race, don't they? I think there is a girls' race. Is that how No what? No suit. We just took a bet on that. We were betting whether you were going to wear a suit today, Henry. And we all said you weren't going to wear a suit. You weren't going to wear a suit. The one thing I'm missing, though, and I might as well tell you while you're here, I didn't get my What's Happening on Nick Ferrari's programme this morning. Obviously, Connor's decided not to bother with us now that we've kind of slipped in the ratings, Yes, absolutely. So I think it's a case of kick ass, to find out. Because that's all we want. It's only going to take him about a minute and a half But I've noticed, actually, I mean, put it this way, now this is your first day being Big Boys Club. I think now you have to write to him and go, except you burst that balloon, I tell you, it'll be the last thing you ever do. Somebody said to me the other day, they said, because Jake blew them up, and he said they've remained quite good, haven't they, the balloons? And I said, yeah, they have. This was for my birthday. And they're still up in the studio. I don't know why. Perhaps I'm a bit sad. I said to somebody the other day, they said, oh, should we let the balloons down? I said, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Andy in Welling says, were you on commission when selling carpets and soft furnishings, or salary paid, or a mixture of both? No, salary paid, I'm afraid. In fact, I made more money when I went to work for John Lewis in Reading. My first salary was £5.19 and 6 a week, which was, I thought it was a lot of money. An awful lot of money. But no, it was, you didn't even get that in John Lewis in Reading, Heeless. I think the only people who actually got it, you used to get a bonus because it was part of the John Lewis partnership. But the rest of the time, no, it was just straightforward salary. But stupidly, on the first week, I bought a jumper, which cost me the best part of £3. I went home, my mother said, where's your money? And so I said, I bought this jumper. She said, how are you going to live for the rest of the week? And I went, oh, never thought about that. Never even crossed my mind. So she said, well, you'll have to. And also, my father then came home and said, you better give your mother some housekeeping money. Now you're earning money. So, in fact, my first week's money disappeared out the window so fast. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Another one here. Shane, say good day to Matthew, who's going to have chips at the fish and chip shop. Yeah, I think I want Kentucky today. I think it's about the only thing I can probably taste. But I only want drumsticks. I don't like the other chicken on there. I only like the drumsticks. Probably won't work with it. So, pubs, restaurants... Oh, blimey, the music. I can hear music. The orchestra's back in. You know why? It's Tuesday. It's the 6th of April. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. You are most welcome. So, a dead clinger to boldly logo. What is this? It's going to be a story about Star Trek. We've got a Steps story for you, which you're going to like. And what can you do and what you can't do? Well, next week, shops, pubs, gyms and salons, but still not holidays. We're on a knife edge. And Meghan Markle rejected an offer from the Queen to travel the world as a royal ambassador. Oh no, not grand enough for her. She wanted something else.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome back. I know, it's horrible, isn't it? People go, oh, well, why can't these holidays be longer? Why can't we have nice weather? And the answer is, well, we did for one day. And then, unfortunately, it all went a bit pear-shaped, and so we all froze to death. But it doesn't stop us going out. We're British, lots of us, and we go, oh, it doesn't matter to us. We will go out there in this weather, and we'll have like Rich. We'll have a barbecue in the snow. Imagine sitting there with your coat on and everything. I sat on the bus yesterday. I was so cold. I've got a little hand heater, which you charge it up, and then you push the button on it, and it charges up, and it's actually very nice. But you have to. I bought two, but one of them doesn't charge up as well as the other one did. But I'm cutting back on spending on Amazon. You know me, I used to spend on Amazon like there was no tomorrow. I could seriously go absolutely crackers. Roger says, my first week's money went on some furry dice for my Cortina. No imagination. No, you see, they were in, weren't they? Cortinas, honestly. Capris. Steve, hope you're getting better, says Paul. You said you'd like to visit the pyramids. What carpets would you recommend for them? Oh, I tell you, I just like to go through the pyramids. They're very interesting. Do it on YouTube, and you can see the interior of it. You go down, and it's you can stand up inside them because they're quite big, as you know. Steve, who would you say is your favourite colleague? Oh, crikey. Don't really have a favourite colleague. They're all my favourite colleagues. I love them all. Nick Abbott. I mean, I love everybody. There's nobody I don't like at all. I can't think of anybody that would sort of disagree with me. But no, I think so. Matthew says mine's Tom Swarbrick. Oh, not Tom Swarbrick. No, I don't. We don't have things like that. There's no competition like that. Every single presenter brings what they do to the table. And so there's no jealousy or bitterness. or anything like that at all. I don't think I've ever... Somebody said to me, I bet you're jealous of so-and-so. No, never been jealous of anybody in my entire life. There might be people who earn more money than me here, but I mean, that's not a reason for being jealous. And there's nobody touches me in the ad-libbing department. So I don't sort of worry about it, because nobody, luckily for me, what I do, nobody else does. There's probably a reason for it, I should imagine. Why would you want to do that? But it works for me. So no, there's no jealousy. There's no favourite presenters. We're just all exactly the same. I know it sounds difficult to believe, but I promise you, I don't think it's like that on every radio station. I should imagine there must be people saying, I could be better. Used to get that years and years ago. Oh, I'm a better presenter. The only thing throughout my entire career I've never had is saying, I think I'm a better presenter than so-and-so, because I don't think I am. I just do what I do, which sort of works for me, actually. Works for me. Greetings from Ireland, Christine. How are you? She says, I'm exactly like you. Really? What, Pisces and can't stand fish? How odd. She says, I'm not a holiday person. I've lived in Finland, Belgium and the UK. I think I've had enough of travelling. I only travel to Finland to visit my in-laws. Yeah, I mean, I've done my travelling. And nice it was too. We lived places. We had 2 years here, 2 years there, 2-year postings. So Hong Kong, Germany, Egypt, all 2-year postings. Yorkshire. I can't remember which one I liked the most, actually. I just remember Yorkshire being a bit bloody cold. But I didn't mind that, because in my mind, that's where I'd take myself back. That's where I was, if I was going to be happiest with my parents. Do you know what I mean? You've got a place where you go, that's where we didn't have very much at all. In fact, we really didn't. And yet we never starved. Can't tell you any food my mother cooked, but she was a very good cook. But that's the place. When we put a Christmas tree up, it was a proper tree. And we decorated it. We made our own decorations and stuff like that. We couldn't afford things. We didn't have central heating in this house, which was built in, I think, about the 1700s. And we had staff accommodation up in the eaves, a secret tunnel under our stairway for the smugglers. So we had that. And also there were things to do. We didn't have lots of toys when we were children. We had, a train set and little things like that. But we didn't have lots of things. So we made do. We entertained ourselves, which is a shame that kids nowadays... I mean, we didn't have telephones and computers. Didn't have anything like that at all. It was just, we just got on with it. So, there was never any opportunity to say when you were younger, I'm bored. Because we weren't bored. We would go out, we'd come back from school, change into our play clothes, off outside. No hanging around inside. The only time you hung around inside is if it was raining. Rest of the time you were out. We had our playroom. It was a fairly large house. I say fairly large house. If you looked at it from the outside, you'd be going, that's a large house, isn't it? And yet it was only 2 bedrooms. All our bedrooms were up in the attic for all the servants, which we obviously didn't have. But that's how old the house was. It had servants who would look after the house. We had a big kitchen. There was a washroom, a garden, but we weren't really gardeners. All I remember, the only plants my parents had outside were red hot pokers. Do you remember those red hot pokers? They were good fun. And we had a coal fire. So the coal man would deliver, and we had an outside toilet. That's how old this place was, an outside toilet. Very happy, Steve, as we just booked to go to the Maldives, end of May, says Natalie in Dubai. And we're only 4 hours away from there, and they've got a good testing system. Getting the first jab in 2 weeks, despite some of the press, I have to say, UAE have handled it very well. It's nice to look forward to something. I mean, put it this way, I don't know what's going to happen holiday-wise. But whatever it is, let's hope people get back to all these sort of things. Steve, they need to remake or do a movie of Goodnight Sweetheart. So much PC today, so old comedy won't be funny. Do you know what they were saying the other day? They had, what was the Michael Crawford comedy? Somebody had it, I can't remember. Michael Crawford. Some mothers do have them. They had it down as homophobic. I remember thinking, you need to go and live somewhere else. You're too stupid to live in this country. Steve, trying to remember the time LBC had a murder mystery programme and who presented it. I think it was Michael Van Straten, actually. Not Michael Van Straten, sorry. No, it was not Michael. I don't know. I thought Michael Van Straten, Paul. So I'm so sorry, Michael. But it was a murder mystery, and it was with, oh, golly, Clive Bullaby, to tell you, because he did it on his programme, and it was very, very good, because they remade a few of them. What was the name of the man? Come on, find it. Michael... No, yeah, let's phone Clive now. That'll thrill him, won't it? Welcome to Tuesday, Clive. Who is this? It's Steve. You know the programme you did on murder mysteries? I could see the bloke in front of me now. I can see him now because they're still available. You can find them on iTunes, I think. And they were remade, and they were very, very good. Very, very good. It was Murder After Midnight. Murder After Midnight. And I can picture the bloke now, but I'm bloated. If you give me his first name, I'll tell you his second name, because I'm very good. Murder After Midnight. Fido. Martin Fido. You see, I'm always good at things like that. Martin Fido did them. And I think you'll find that they're available. You can download them, I'm pretty certain. Steve, you should be the highest paid presenter in all radio stations. Oh, no, that would be ridiculous. Be nothing to work up to, would there, really? Listen, I do all right, thank you very much indeed. And I love my work. I love my job. I love the people I work with. Most of them. And, and I love people who find me water. And those people get a Christmas present. That's the way it works. They're all available. I thought they were, actually. They're very good. If you've never heard them, you must... Oh, I don't remember this. Is this the opening music to it? People would sit there gripped to the radio for Martin Fido's Murder After Midnight. They were good. You must get them. You must definitely get them. Listen, if you're a fan of LBC and you want to know what went on years and years ago, because the station's evolved over the years. I used to do a gardening programme, a car maintenance programme, a health programme. There wasn't much I didn't do, actually, on the station. I loved it. Which is very good. Should pub vaccine passports be introduced? What are you asking me for? I don't even go to pubs. I used to, but I don't go to them. Steve, my first pay packet, cash, of course, always cash. In 1981, it blew off my mum's windowsill in our flat and was found and returned to me from the street 2 floors up. Probably wouldn't happen today, says Bev in Harold Wood. No, you're joking. We did this a while ago. Do you remember on the programme we were sort of trying to find out if you found a packet on a street, in the wee small hours of the morning, and you picked it up and thought, oh, I'll look at that in a minute. You got home and it was full of £50 notes. Would you hand it in to the police? That's the big question. Would you hand it in? It's exactly the same question as going to the supermarket, okay? And the woman does the scanning over the till, and when she gives you your change back, she's given you £20 too much. Would you tell her, or would you... I'm working with the right load of old crooks. Or would you put it in your pocket? You put it in your pocket and not say anything. You would work on the assumption, you see, it's a supermarket, they've got loads of money. Yeah. You'd return the 50s. All of them? It is funny, though, isn't it? Whether you would do that, whether you'd come down in the morning into your back garden and discovered a mail sack, open it up, and there is thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds in there. Would you keep it, or would you trot round to the police station and go, I've just found this in my back garden? Luke's very wisely not saying anything on this one, because that would be just too much of a temptation. It's odd, though, isn't it? But what we would do and what we wouldn't do. I suppose it depends how desperate you are. My first real job, Steve, was at the Abbey National in Baker Street. With my first month's wages, I bought a bottle of My Sin perfume by Lanvin. Had nothing left for the rest of the month, says Sharon. Had a Saturday job at BB Evans in the perfume department in Kilburn. I got 19 and sixpence for the whole day. Not even £1. Lovely memories. Oh, they were. Lovely memories. Yeah. Dev says, too right, Steve. To compare and being judgmental is a poverty-stricken mentality. Yeah. And Roger says, nobody can talk for 3 hours like you. Oh, you never met my Auntie Enid, did you? God, blimey. She could literally, when they say you could talk the hind legs of an animal, she could do that. She could do that. I've got loads of relatives like that. My Auntie Grace was another one. She's not with us anymore, bless her heart. My Auntie Ivy, all my mother's sisters, and my Auntie Betty. They could talk. When they all got together, it was murder. They just literally talk. Amazing. We've got a poem for you, but I'm going to give it... I'm sorry I'm a bit late doing it. I got a bit carried away with other things. And so we'll do it in a moment.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Has anybody, says Paul, tried Stallone's scones? They're the best thing since Sly's bread. No, that's about as good as it gets, I'm afraid. And Nelson says, my uncle once starred on Murder After Midnight, if that's the right word for it. Yes, it was very good. Very good. And Ian says, didn't you present a Saturday Night Out programme once? Once? I did it for about 2 years. What do you mean once? God in heaven, honestly. People have got such bad memories nowadays, haven't they, really? Poem for today. It's on a water theme. I don't know why a water theme. There's no logic. We haven't got rain this week, have we, as far as I know? No? We got water this week? Oh, I see, water. Oh, honestly. So topical. So topical. Yes, the water you couldn't find. This is written by James W. Wilt, bless his heart, who died in 1967. And it's called, you can always tell who picks the poems. Either somebody dies or it's a little bit sort of, okay, yeah. And this one's called The Streamlet. Tell me, little streamlet, are you onward flow? Why in such a hurry? Whither do you go? The stream slowed up a moment within the alder's shade. I go to join my brothers, and of us are rivers made. We water the hills and meadows, we turn the mill's great wheel, we carry logs to the mill dam where they're cut by teeth of steel. We furnish power for the motor that pulls the railroad train, and after they have used our power, it's given back again. So you see, we enjoy working. That's why we laugh all day. For when one's heart is in one's work, why work is greatest play. And growing broader and deeper, we carry ships on our breasts, till at last we reach the ocean, and there we have time to rest. It's just so toe-curling, isn't it? It really is absolutely toe-curling. You can tell that's actually one of Corey's because Corey was educated, and anybody else, the captain was stabbed on the deck. That's about it. We get the hottest poetry. We really do. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Actress Tandy Newton is reverting to the original spelling of her name 3 decades after it was misspelt. In the credits of her first film, Tandy Newton reverts to the original Zimbabwean name 30 years after it was misspelt. So there you go. That's good. I didn't know anything. I think it's such an unusual name, don't you? Tandy Newton. I like that. Nobody's got unusual names around here. I don't think so. We all got middle names. You got a middle name? Joe. Oh, you're CJ. All right, yeah. Cool. Wicked. What are you? Patrick. Oh, so that's a bit more normal, isn't it, really? Is everybody Patrick in your family, though? Is your father Patrick? Uncle was Patrick, right, yeah. We were all William. Or as they prefer to call it, Dick. And, all of us, my brother, my father, me. Not my mother, though, for some reason. I don't know why. She wasn't over keen on that. But it's all good fun. Right, what else we got in the papers for today? Amanda's sizzling sex tips. Apparently, I don't really want to tell you this because I find it deeply embarrassing, seeing as she'll be coming into the building very, very shortly. Actually, I wonder how many photographers outside are standing there with a bunch of flowers because it's Mylene Class's birthday today. So no doubt one of our favourite photographers will be outside with a bunch of flowers. So tomorrow's picture in the paper, I guarantee, I'll put money on it, she'll be holding a bunch of flowers as she walks into the studio. Guaranteed. But Amanda Holden apparently likes sex, and but not as much as her husband does. So she limits him. I'm not even sure I should have read that. I don't know why I'm telling you that. It's only because it's in the papers today. Fans of Star Trek. You fans of Star Trek? To infinity and... Oh, that's another one, isn't it? But the new UK Space Command's logo appears to be a takeoff of the famous Star Trek badge. RAF top brass unveiled it on April the 1st, sparking speculation it was a joke, but they've now confirmed it's genuine. A source quipped the RAF has boldly gone where Star Trek went before. It's a winged emblem, including the Aries constellation in tribute to the command's April... It aligns with the US Space Force logo. George Takei, who played Star Trek's Sulu, joked he was expecting royalties. Wow, first used, though, by NASA in 1959. I wish I was interested in Star Trek and stuff like that, but I'm not. I'm not really that I mean, I've seen them, but I'm not that bothered, really. Steve, do you think the young uns have ever heard of the Great Train Robbery? I shouldn't think so. The Great Train Robbery. That was Buster Edwards. Used to see him every day, Buster Edwards, because he had a flower stall down at Waterloo Station. He was one of the great train robbers, ended up taking his own life. I don't know why, he always seems such a cheerful soul to me, but there again, we've been proved wrong on so many occasions, haven't we? Somebody you say, oh, it's a very cheerful person, you think, you don't know what's going on inside. And then who was the other one? Who was the other one who ran away to Rio, one of the great train robbers, and then came back here, because apparently he was going to be dropping dead within a matter of hours, and he lived for ages and ages and ages. Bruce Reynolds, Charlie Wilson, Buster Edwards, Roy James, loads of them. Ronnie Biggs was the one, wasn't it? He sort of skipped abroad and then started making a living having his picture taken with people. They really screwed up. They actually took 2.6 million for a Royal Mail train heading from Glasgow to London on the West Coast. This was in 1963, in the early hours of the 8th of August, near Mentmore in Buckinghamshire. Unfortunately, they all were holed up in a farmhouse, and somebody was supposed to clean it. When they all left there to take their money, somebody was meant to clean the farmhouse. They didn't. So they were able to find them quite quickly. I mean, they really were a bunch of dimbos, I'm afraid. Not the best. 11 men sentenced for terms up to 30 years, except for Ronnie Biggs, who skipped away and went and lived in Rio, fathered a child. And then all of a sudden, once his little bit of money ran out, because when you think about it, 15 people, 2.6 million, not a lot of money, but in those days that was considered quite a lot of money. And his son then came back and said, oh, he needs to come back here. He's very ill. He's dying. You know, let him have the thing. So he came back. He lived for ages. And we're all going, oh, God, Ronnie Biggs. They all became just terribly sad old men. It was the great train wreck at the time with too many people involved. You know, where there's no such thing as the perfect crime, because if there was, you'd never hear about it, would you? If it was the perfect crime, because the moment somebody tells somebody else, God, they got away with 2.6 million. And everybody else goes, really? And before you know where you are, Chinese whispers. Funny you mentioned self-service counters. Was in a shop the other day, says Matthew, and got accused of lifting. Lifting what? Oh, what, shoplifting? Very easy to do on automatic tills. Very, very easy to do. I've seen people doing it all the time. They just don't run it through. But some people are like that. They're commonly known as tea leaves. So Meghan Markle. We haven't had a Meghan Markle story for about 3 hours, have we really? She rejected an offer from the Queen. Imagine. I'm sorry, Meghan, would you like to do this? No, I won't. The Queen wanted her to travel the world as a royal ambassador. They were basically trying to placate her and find something for the woman to do while continuing her acting career. Andrew Morton has claimed this, and it was an unprecedented part-time option to keep her happy. But her and Harry, well, I reckon her, she said, no, let's opt out of it. We can make more money. So that's what they did. Then they did that incendiary Oprah Winfrey interview, and that's when it all went pear-shaped. Here are your first-class tickets. Pick which country you want to go to. You know, and they decided not to. It's a shame, really. Friends of mine have seen Meghan walking from Whole Foods in Ken High Street and taking bags of food back to Kensington Palace. Didn't seem so much like a prison. You know, if anybody gets it right, Andrew Morton would be the one who gets it right. He did the Diana book, very popular. The trouble is, you know, nobody likes Meghan Markle. It's not her fault, and it's not their fault. It's just that they've basically seen her try to destroy the royal family. You know, oh, I was kept in a prison. Well, there were lies, and then there was gross exaggerations. I mean, it's 17 different things. I mean, the only classic one I can remember, because I can't remember any of these things, is the fact that they said they got married 3 days before the wedding. The Archbishop of Canterbury said, no, they didn't. You know, perhaps they believe you can tell lies to people. But I tell you, Harry looks as miserable as sin. Poor soul, not doing anything at all. Steve, the great train robbery happens every time we buy a new season ticket. I've seen the price. I've seen the price of train tickets. They're absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. Strangely enough, she seems to have had a fairly normal life. This is Meghan. Yet she was able to go to New York on a private jet to celebrate a baby shower and make some 8 overseas trips without wearing handcuffs. Yeah, because it was a load of old codswallop. That's what it was. That's what it was. It was a case of, perhaps people don't realise that, you know, the journalism in this country, I think, is better than in America. I think so. But, you know, if you're going to make mistakes on things, then don't make them in front of somebody like Andrew Morton, because he's well up on stuff like that. What else we got? The family of a railway worker who died with COVID after allegedly being spat at have called for police to disclose the suspect's name. This is Belly Mujinga, who was reportedly coughed on while at London's Victoria Station. She died of COVID last year. British Transport Police interviewed a 57-year-old man but said there was not enough evidence that a crime had taken place. Anyway, a lawyer for Mrs. Mujinga's family, Lawrence Davies, said the force had refused to disclose the suspect's name, preventing a private prosecution. Absolutely disgusting, isn't it? People who do that. I've seen them doing it on YouTube in America. Oh, I'm not wearing a mask, am I? I mean, really, why these people don't get felled to the ground, I've got no idea. Oh, bad news. Hundreds of staff at the DVLA have now begun a 4-day strike in a dispute over COVID-related safety at the DVLA. I think they're based in Swansea, aren't they? I used to love that. I used to phone up and say, "Where are you?" And she'd go, "I'm in Swansea." I said, "How lovely." I love listening to the Welsh accent. I really do.
Picture this. The year is 2084, and the last prisoner of conscience has been released. No more oppression. No more abuse of human rights. Who made it possible? You, of course. Because way back in 2023, you left a gift in your will to Amnesty International UK. You refused to rest in peace until all injustice was stopped. Write your will for free with Amnesty International UK and fight injustice long into the future. To learn more, visit amnesty.org.uk/gifts in wills.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
You know, I've only just realised what catfishing is. I'd completely forgotten about catfishing. They do a programme in America where it's people pretending to be somebody else. And then this camera crew turn up and catch them. One of them was, I think, a guy pretending to be a girl. And they went round to the house and they basically caught them out. However, you're going to be infuriated at Ozzy Osbourne. We always thought he was mad as a toothbrush, I'm afraid. He's risked outrage by revealing... Now, you never know whether he's telling the truth or he's just being a bit stupid. He's been shooting cats and birds during lockdown. He said his poor aim has put pets in the firing line at the shooting range he's rigged up. Bat biter Ozzy, who suffers tremors from Parkinson's, said blasting an air rifle outside his LA home was good fun. He admitted he could barely hold the gun at first when I first started. He said I couldn't shoot. Now there's dead cats and birds every minute. I'm hoping he's joking. He told a radio station his dogs had kept him sane in lockdown. Asked what they do when he starts shooting, he went, "They off." Despite his love of dogs, he has a troubled history with animals. He apparently bit off the bat's head on stage. I didn't believe that. I thought that was the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever heard of. He ate part of a dove and reputedly snorted a row of ants to simulate cocaine. Once apologising, he said, "I've done a lot of stupid things." Yeah, being born was the first one. That was the first one. I mean, I can't believe he would seriously want to go out and infuriate just about everybody by shooting cats and birds. I'm hoping he's having some sort of joke, but he's a bit stupid. Sharon, kind of worries me. And Katie Price's lad Harvey smashed a car window the other day because he had a bout of hiccups. Now, we know that he's got a temper. The mother of 5 says, "Why did you smash that window, Harv? Look at what you've done." And the 18-year-old replied, "Because of hiccups, that's effing naughty, isn't it? Bad." His language is atrocious. He did it on television once, didn't he? They had to apologise, I think, on Loose Women. So Katie posted the footage and says, "Welcome to my bank holiday Monday. A normal day off." Harvey's, "Well, what do you mean normal day off? From doing what? You don't do anything. You don't have a job. Nothing you do at all. About time you found something." He's set to move to a residential college soon. I thought that was ages ago. But Katie's followers were sympathetic. They say, "Oh, you keep so calm, incredible mother." Yeah, whatever. And a money launderer who set up a bar in his back garden must pay £63,000 or face 12 months in jail. They carried out a drug raid at Jamie Blake's North Shields Tyneside home, where they stumbled across an unregulated social club. Did you see the thing the other day about Shamima Begum? Where she is in this refugee camp, they've got a machine, a cash point machine, where they can get money out. People have sent them money, totally illegal, from this country. And they then go there and the machine dishes them out money, and they can make a 2-minute phone call to people back here. Not the innocent she thought she was in the first place. "Oh, I just want to come home." Yeah, well, you stay where you are, love. Make it an awful lot easier. Rod Stewart used to work mayonnaise through his hair. I think that's what Corey does with his hair. I'm totally convinced. I don't know what I bet you can't wait for your haircut. You're not booked it in. Of course you have to. What do you mean? Do I have to book in? No, of course you can't turn up. There'll be people who've been waiting the best part of God knows how long to get a haircut. I mean, I've got a thing actually which came through from my hairdresser the other day, Michael, saying, do you want to book in for a haircut? And the answer is I will. Actually, so I'm just reading Corey's last text to me. The water is locked away. Lies, lies, and more lies. And, Mike says, anyway, he said, you need an appointment next week. There you go. So I need an appointment next week, which I shall have. Just to sort of tidy myself up, I think Jake's having a hair. He can't wait. He's booked in for his haircut. Actually, yours looks all right, Luke. Grow it out like Corey's not growing it out. That's just what it's called if you eat Tomorite and wonder why it all goes a bit pear-shaped. I mean, you can tell his hair's too long. He's got an Alice band in it. Hello? What's going on, honestly? I mean, at least Henry, looks very smart on the breakfast show, although he's not wearing a suit this morning, which I thought he would have been, actually. I thought he'd been sort of setting a new precedent. Can you imagine if they had I've seen people coming in this building in shorts in the past. Actually, I've seen our big boss coming in shorts. I love it. Steve, I know, I love when you say, no, I won't love it, says Shane. Lovely, thank you. And Matthew says, I love Meghan Markle. Well, loads of people love her. It's just that she doesn't have the happiness symbol all round her, I'm afraid, which is a bit of a shame. Where is Priti Patel? No idea. Do you think she's enjoying a bit of a holiday? David Lammy is left staggered the other day. You remember he was on? As thousands of tourists enter the UK every day. Priti Patel goes hiding. They all go hiding, don't they? They don't like when they get bad publicity. I was seeing somebody the other day. Actually, I'll tell you what it was. It was Piers Morgan. And he had a minister. And he was trying to get an answer out of her on how many people had died of COVID. And she was laughing. And he said, excuse me, why are you laughing? People have died. What are the numbers of people who've died? It was 4,000. And she laughed. And it was then that they sort of started withdrawing ministers, because he was asking the question that the entire country was asking. It was some, he was saying, why are you laughing? Honestly, I tell you, you vote for these MPs. You better start voting them out. I'm slightly disturbed by Thomas Bates, who's the toy boy husband of Phil Collins' ex-wife. There's somebody who's let herself go. God in heaven, why Phil never saw that one, I've got no idea. It took him ages to get her out of the house. And she's now moved to a £4 million home. He took her to court to force her out of a £30 million Miami mansion. And aspiring musician Thomas, this is with his wife Oriane, something the matter there, isn't it? Called the move petty and vindictive, but said he's never had any personal problems with Phil, sitting next to his wife in a tailor-made Dior suit. Yeah, somebody's paying for it, love, aren't they? Won't be you, I should imagine. And there's a picture of her, Thomas, who admits attempting to play In the Air Tonight, said in his old band he wants Oriane and her ex to reconnect for the sake of their sons. Why don't you mind your own business? He's a very nice man. He's just been taken to task. What have we got here? Oh, look, it's a bunny rabbit in the snow. I love seeing bunny rabbits in the snow. They look so cute, don't they? Especially where's that place where you see bunny rabbits that turn white in the winter? Could be in the Antarctic. And all of a sudden, so they go from being brown to being white, and you can't see them in the snow, which I think is quite cute. And I remember looking at them and thinking, white bunny rabbits. There used to be a garden, well, there still is a garden centre up the road from me in Staines, and they do animals, not many. They do birds, fish, and bunny rabbits. And I've often thought I quite like bunny rabbits. I quite like a bunny rabbit. I think they're just so cute. Here we go, a snowshoe hare. A species found in North America. It's got big back feet, and it prevents it sinking into the snow. Oh, that's so cute, isn't it, really? But it changes colour, so that once, the animals that prey on them, like things in the sky that come down and just pick them up, this one is just really, really cute. But I've seen some really cute ones over here. They look like Angora rabbits. Very, very pretty. Have you got any pets, Corey? Would you like a pet? What would you like? What can you have? You could have a budgerigar, a dolphin. Where would you be keeping that? In the bath. Be keeping that in the bath. What do I don't know. I was going to get a parrot at one time, and then somebody said to me, don't get a parrot, Steve. I said, why? They said they live for about 50 years. I don't like anything like snakes or chameleons or anything that looks vaguely scary. I don't fancy that. I've seen little tree frogs, bright orange, but I think they're actually quite dangerous. Budgerigars, you've got to get 2, because budgies get lonely and they start pecking their feathers out. So you need 2 budgerigars, and they're not the most exciting. Parakeets are quite sweet as well. But I like those little Chinese robins. Have you seen those? They're so cute. They had them in this garden centre. Little Chinese robins, little tiny things, tinier than these. Are these Chinese robins? No, I don't think so. Oh, Pekin robins and Chinese birds. Peking robins. They were so tiny. I mean, they literally are very... They weren't as coloured as these ones. I'm sure they were just sort of grey with little bits of red on them. But I'd like an aviary. That'd be quite a nice thing to have, because you just need to feed them. You don't take them out for exercise. They just sort of float around inside, which I think is quite nice. Mo says, I've just tuned into the show. What did I miss? Right, you're barred. Can't believe it. Honestly, what do you mean you just tuned into the show? It's 18 minutes to 6 on a Tuesday morning. Did you hear about the plague of purple tarantulas in Minnesota, Steve? Scary. Purple tarantulas? You know, there's a station in this country which is full of tarantulas. They came over in some fruit or something, and now they're breeding on this station. It's an underground station, but it's up in the open air, and in London, yeah, tarantulas on this station. I can't remember which one it is. I'm never wrong, as you know, Corey. I know that you're going to be checking, going, oh yes. David Holloway's got 2 ferrets. There's not a lot I could say about that, actually. So, definitely there is a tube station where they've got tarantulas. You can see them running along the platform, apparently. Very, I wouldn't want to pick one up. I don't like tarantulas in the first place. But you know who eat tarantulas? Meerkats. What they do is they bite off the sting to start, and then they basically work their way down the body. But no, there's definitely a station in London. It could be Barking or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember. But definitely. Anybody help me out on this one? Because he's having trouble finding which one it is. But they're definitely on the platform. They're only tiny, but they're definitely tarantulas. I've sometimes felt as though I've gone mad here. I mentioned something and they look at me. It's like, and I can see that they're talking about me, but because I can't see their mouths. And I can see him going, he's mad as usual. You know, tarantulas on a railway station. What else we got? Oh, Sharon Osbourne's dreary daughter, Kelly Osbourne. What does she do for a living? Nothing. But she's going to be an actress now, because it's obviously that easy. Liam Payne has won his fair share of dodgy outfits. But he's got a motion capture suit up there among the weirdest. I don't know what it is. But apparently he posed in this outfit ahead of Sunday's EE BAFTAs, where he'll perform in augmented reality. Oh, in God's name is that? I never know anything at all. George Ezra has got a new... his hit album, Staying at Tamara's. The follow-up is On Course. I thought he only had the one hit single. I'll be riding shotgun, da, 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 and that was about it, I thought. Somebody's released this onto a Jubilee Line train. Jubilee Line train. No, it's not that, no. It might be on the Jubilee Line. I don't know, but they're definitely on the platform. Definitely on the platform. I mean, I would literally stake my career on it, and a year's salary to go to a charity of your choosing, if I'm not right. Gillian Anderson left her Crown co-stars Emma Corrin and Olivia Colman seeing red at the Screen Actors Guild Awards, not just because of the dress she pipped them to the post to win the female actor in a drama series. Oh, good. We like things like that, which is good. And, do you know, I've never heard of half of these groups they mention. They do the showbiz columns and all the rest, and I always go, I wonder who they are. I've really got no idea at all. I have to just sort of put it down to the fact that they know what they are. Spud the hamster enjoys a spell at his personal Hogwarts thanks to his owner, Lisa Murray Lang. Lisa made a cardboard Buckingham Palace and Paris landmarks for him to visit. She wrote to the Queen for their approval and was astonished when both replied. Of course, I told you, if you write to the Queen, you'll get a letter back from a lady in waiting. You know, try it yourself today. Oh, and also lags. I think that's what they mean by. Oh, I'll have to tell you the story in a moment. It's called pokey strokey. Okay, that's a tempter, isn't it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Pokey strokey. What do you think that story is? You love this one. This is the most bizarre story I've ever heard of. You know, there used to be a man years ago. Go on, here we go. Let's try the producers out on this one. When I was younger, my grandmother was telling about the hokey pokey man who used to come around the streets. What was he selling? The hokey pokey man. Flowers? No. Hokey pokey. Hokey pokey. Fish? No. I mean, years ago, they used to have, if you watch the film Oliver, who will buy this wonderful... And it was all people selling strawberries ripe, or milk. But no, the hokey pokey man sold ice cream. He sold ice cream. And you would take your bowl out to him, and he would put the ice cream, the frozen ice, in your bowl. It didn't actually come as a cornet. You know, you couldn't order a 99 or anything like that. No, they used to have... You've never seen them. They've got these... You see them through the parks in the summer. They're riding a bicycle. On the front of it is like a freezer box. Do you never see those? And the ice cream will stay cold in there for ages and ages. It's basically an insulated box. It's not electric or anything like that. My mother, when we bought a block of ice cream in the supermarket, my mother had a polystyrene box. And you put it in there and put the lid on, and that would keep it cold till you got home. And then you put it in the freezer. But no, the hokey pokey man, always Italian, would sell ice cream or frozen, fruit flavours and things like that. But you would take your bowl out to him and he would put it in there. And then when I was little, in Ilford, at the end of my grandmother's road, there was a shop and they sold ice cream. But in those days, the cornet was round. It looked like a little round thing, and the actual ice cream was wrapped in a cardboard cover, and you take that off and then put it in there. It used to taste like ice cream. It didn't taste like I bought a Fab 208 the other day, hoping to find something that would sort of, I could actually eat. I wanted, no, it wasn't a Fab 208. It was it a Zoom? Might have been a Fab. I can't remember. Whatever it was, it had hundreds and thousands of it, and I quite enjoyed it. I'm the only one walking along the road. It's freezing cold. Everybody's lagging themselves, and I'm standing there eating an ice lolly. But I found it really quite nice. It was very refreshing because it didn't have that tartrusy sort of taste, which you get on an awful lot at a lot of... There, that's it. That was nice. It's sort of chocolate flavour under the hundreds and thousands, and then there's something in the middle of it. I wonder how they make them. They used to be called Fab 208 because there was a radio station called 208. It was Radio Luxembourg. And they're much thinner than they were. And it was £1.30. I wasn't complaining about the price. I was quite grateful that I actually enjoyed it. I might buy another one today. I don't care. I'm going to buy tomatoes, cucumber, some other right rubbish. I don't know. Seriously, ever since I've had this illness, I've had the most peculiar tastes going on. Also, scorpions are at Epping. Yes, we've heard, actually. We've heard. And Rich says it's scorpions in a tube station. Ongar. Yes. And apparently tarantulas don't have a sting, only scorpions. What do tarantulas have, then? How do tarantulas kill? I thought they looked the same. Mind you, I'm not very much good at things. I don't like anything like that. I'm a bit frightened of it. So, a scorpion. So... Oh, a tarantula. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. They look completely different. They bite from their fangs. Whoa! No, thank you. I've seen... Oh, somebody brought one in once to the studio, and they said, just put it on your hand, Steve. Your dreams. No chance. And you get bird-eating spiders and stuff like that. Not very good, is it, really? Very frightening. Very frightening. Steve, the penny lick... I don't remember the penny licks. I only remember the hokey pokey man because the family used to talk about it, but it was taking out your bowl, to get some ice cream. And then, of course, you used to have the Mr. Whippy. Oh, that was delicious ice cream. Mr. Whippy was delicious. I don't think ice cream tastes as good as it used to. Everything. It's like even Wimpy burgers. They don't taste the same as they used to when I was little. I used to finish work in Reading with my friend Dave, and we'd walk back round to the car park to go and pick up his van, and we would call into the Wimpy bar, and they'd do your Wimpy cheeseburger with onion. Oh, it's delicious. I can't tell you. I could eat two. In fact, I think I did once. I actually had two because we didn't have any money. And it was just literally a toasted bun, proper toasted bun. They don't do toasted buns now, do they? And the burger on it with a slice of cheese and some onions on the top. And I tell you, it was manna from heaven. Manna from heaven. And Steve, I watched Steel Magnolias, Sally Field and Julia Roberts' performances, very moving. Some scenes can really make you cry. I can imagine playing a diabetic, not easier for Julia Roberts. Well, she didn't have to do too much. It wasn't too much. It was the fact she died. Oh, spoiler alert. It's the music, though, isn't it? The music that gets you for Steel Magnolias. And Sally Field I interviewed, and I thought she was just great. I was so excited. So excited. So here's this story. Pokey Strokey. What do you think it is? What do you think it is? Come on. It's Lags, one of Britain's worst performing jails, have been given a petting zoo. Apparently the poor little loves are getting stressed, and so they can book sessions to stroke gerbils and bunnies to help calm themselves. I'm sorry, don't do the time, don't do the crime. You know, the move has been praised as an imaginative initiative in a report by prison inspectors. It's got outside gardens with small animals, a place prisoners could visit to escape the stresses of the time. I'm sorry, are we in the right country or something? It's a prison, isn't it? You're in there to serve your time because you've committed crimes, some heinous. The zoo for 600 inmates is believed to include hamsters, gerbils, guinea pigs and rabbits. Critics claim the move will have no meaningful impact in the jail, which still has a serious drug problem. Well, I mean, why would petting an animal be there? They've gone into prison. It's supposed to be a prison. It's supposed to be something to make you think about the error of your ways. You know, oh goody, I'm going into prison, I can pet a hamster. Lovely. Very exciting. Steve, it's scorpions, not tarantulas in Ongar. Yes, we've already done that, John. You're a little bit behind the times. We did that about 10 minutes ago. It doesn't matter. Keep up slowly but surely. Also, a bench overlooking the estuary at Barmouth, northwest Wales, has been voted Britain's most romantic in a poll. Oh, nice. A bench could be romantic. I like it. You go down to Henley and you walk along the riverbank there and there are loads of benches. What? Henley? No, it's not that posh. My mother used to live there. It was okay. We're a working class family. You know, my mother used to go down the mines every morning, you know. Such a snobby, is it? He goes, oh, Henley, you know, because it has the regatta. All the people who go to it come from outside of Henley. Nobody in Henley goes to the regatta. Well, they might do, but it's because you have to put up with it for a few days. But, yeah. But all the way along the riverbank, there's all these benches with people's names, you know, in memory of John Tinklebottom used to enjoy sitting here. And you could pay to have your what? Something the matter with the name John or something? And, yeah, no, Henry's not posh. It's got crime. They've got crime rate down there. I know. My mother used to work for the police. She used to say to me, oh, so-and-so, so-and-so, tell me all their bits and pieces. But, no, she liked it down there. Here's the Transporter star Jason Statham living up to his film role by giving his girlfriend, I think, or perhaps not his girlfriend, Rosie Huntington, a lift on his electric bike, not wearing crash helmets or anything else. What an idiot. What an idiot. They zipped across London. There's obviously a spark between them, yeah. It'll be called, you know, I should imagine an accident. Why are they allowed to ride electric bikes with two people on there without any sort of covering or anything like that? What an idiot. What an idiot. And, oh, here we go. Oh, they'll be doing this later on today on LBC. I don't know who'll be doing it. Pouring milk in first on a tea bag makes the ideal cuppa. No, it doesn't. Milk always afterwards. Tea bag, hot water, milk. Apparently a high mineral content in the water prevents flavour compounds from forming properly. Oh, honestly, why do people waste time and money on these stupid things? Leeds University's Professor Alan Mackey says flavour comes from tea compounds, including tannins. But making milk the traditional way, adding milk last, results in tannins turning into solids. Why don't you just mind your own business? It's a cup of tea. Nobody cares. It's like that stupid thing with is it cream or jam on a scone? Or is it scone? Who cares? Get a life. God in heaven.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Coming up 4 minutes past 6 on a Tuesday morning. You've had the weekend. You've had nothing. The weather's been dreadful. There's nothing you can do. But the good news is that Monday, everything's going to be open again. So it's, you know, it doesn't really matter, does it? Doesn't really matter. I mean, the gyms will open and the nail bars, get your hair cut, get all these good things doing. Holidays, not too sure about at the moment. Not too sure about the holidays. So we'll wait and find out about that. One of the columnists today writing in The Sun talks about Jason Manford. He's been signed by ITV to be the fourth and final judge on its new talent show. Good Lord, and so he doesn't expose himself too much. You remember, of course, Jason Manford. He's the one who has explicit talk. I don't know, you can describe them actually. Explicit, I think they actually called, what do they call them? X-rated talks. He admitted that Twitter messages. And because he was on the one show and then this story broke and he came off the one show quite quickly. I don't know why. Couldn't think of any particular reason. But, he seems okay. He seems okay. He doesn't like people mentioning it, but of course it's all over the internet. You can't do anything about the blooming thing. You did it. And that's, although he said he's improved. He's got 4 children. But at one point, his phone power ran out, and so he had to get another phone to call the same woman back again to carry on with this phone next, which I'm never sure about. I was born and brought up in Henley, lovely place. Oh, not according to the producer. Thinks it's very posh. Ooh, very posh, Henley. It's very nice actually. My mother still lives there. She was 100 2 weeks ago. Where in Henley did your mother? Where in Henley did your mother live? She lived on the Reading Road. You go into the town centre, turn right, go along there, and she was just up on the right hand side. But she worked for the police in Henley, which is quite nice. I used to go down there. That was the place we had the worst Chinese meal in living memory. It really was ghastly. But no, Henley was Henley. What? There's the matter. Get your teeth right, for goodness' sake. Henley was very nice. You go down Remenham Hill. And then you go over the bridge. It's nice. It's sort of touristy kind of place, but it's known, I suppose, for the regatta. And in which case, you don't go there. You avoid it like the plague because it just takes you forever to get into Henley. Should pub vaccine passports be introduced? No, I don't think so. Steve, the MP Gavin Williamson keeps a pet tarantula called Cronus on his desk, says Paul. Well, actually, I've just discovered that Dawn Neeson, excuse me, she says tarantulas are cute. I had a pet one once called Spid. Was it Spid or Spide? I don't know. Whatever it is, I can't think of anything worse. Frightens the life out of me. I know people are good. I used to have a friend of mine who used to walk around the Hippodrome with a snake round his neck. And people used to come and stroke it and were sort of, worried, but it's a snake. It was huge. I mean, this thing was it must have been about 9-10 foot long, weighed a ton. He used to keep it in a vivarium in his flat. Frightened the life out of me. So anything like that, Dawn, it's not. I mean, I wish I was. No, I'm more into sort of cute, cuddly. Pussycats, Angora rabbits, things like that. Little puppies that don't grow any bigger than puppies. These little birds, I wish I could remember what they were blooming called. I'll have to find out, actually. These sort of little Chinese robin type things. I mean, that's what I call them, but they probably weren't. But you need loads of them oh, wait a minute. Was that? No. Loads of them in a cage. They're tiny. I mean, they are so small. You could get 6 of them in your hand. And I just thought they were so pretty. So, I mean, you can get all sorts of birds that you put into I said aquariums. So they're not going to last very long in an aquarium, are they? But look at that. Finches, they're very pretty as well. There's something cute about them. It's just that they do go to toilet. If you could train them to not go to toilet and be house trained, you should be all right with them. But definitely not anything like a tarantula or anything like that. I could keep a meerkat. I played with those at London Zoo. They were very nice. And you know that I'm on YouTube with a snow leopard who's lovely, who sadly died. It had a brain problem, but it was just like holding a giant cotton bud. Seriously, a giant cotton bud. It was just absolutely gorgeous. It was so beautiful and absolutely really lovely. Steve, Mary in Kilmarnock. Are you in Kilmarnock? Yes, you are. She says, previously, long-term prisoners at the prison there were given fish tanks to give them an interest. Now they've got breakfast clubs at the weekend for their families, plus the local authority, when permitted, organise a family fun day. That's in addition to the photo booth recently installed. Handy if the booth at Tesco isn't available. God. I thought it was supposed to be prison. I thought it was supposed to be a punishment. I always thought that's the whole idea of prison. It's a punishment. You go there and then you learn your lesson. I mean, I'm not surprised that some people spend most of their time in and out of prison. Please have a look, says Mo, the smiling quokka, best known as the scrub wallaby, the cutest animal ever. I think wallabies are very cute. I don't want one, but they're very cute. I don't think you could keep things like that. I'd like to go to the Australia Zoo. That's quite a good place to go to, isn't it? And the family is still there. Oh, look. Beauty Becky in the Daily Star today is taken to making her own lingerie. I know. If only you could make it in your size, Becky, it would be so much better. But, I mean, you're falling out of this thing here. Becky is 24 and she comes from Romford. She says, I'm so happy they turned out this good. Everybody seems very happy to see them. How marvellous. Well, I think we've all seen them, Dare. Now put them away. Oh, my God, what on earth is that? The Smiling Quokka. That looks like it could do you serious damage, doesn't it, really? It looks like it's got one of those sort of fixed smiles. Yeah, I mean, is it real? Is it a real animal? They're the happiest animals in the world, they say. No. I've got a producer, much happier. Much happier. He doesn't know what he wants as a pet, but he's kind of going for this one. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I don't know how big they are, though. Are they tall, short, stumpy? We don't know. Could be 10 foot tall. Could be 10 foot tall. I've got a pet newt called Tiny. I named him that because he's minute. Minute. Oh, sorry, minute. Sorry, because you can't spell. Doesn't help, does it, really? Also today, so now we know about Gavin Williamson. These people keep these oddest things. And everybody telling me I think a lot of animals are lovely. I've been to quite a number of zoos which look after animals, and they're really quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. A Coronation Street storyline in which a character with multiple sclerosis developed hallucinations has been branded unrealistic. Apparently, the Multiple Sclerosis Society have written to the soap's producers criticising them for linking MS with Charles Bonnet syndrome. Ed Holloway of the Society said, when asked for our advice regarding CBS, we said it was highly unlikely somebody would develop the condition, so we've written to the show to express our concern. An ITV spokesman hit back, as they do. What happened to Johnny Connor could indeed have happened in real life. Funny that, you obviously know best. You know best. Don't ever get into an argument over these things. It's dreadful. Charlie Higson from The Fast Show has blasted the BBC for its obsession with ageism. The comic actor said the Beeb was staffed by young bosses and was forever tying itself in knots. He said, I want to watch something startling. I'd really like to watch a new sketch show with a group of young people making comedy. Yeah, well, the trouble is, the younger the people you get working on the programmes, the more sort of, OK, yeah, PC, they all become. Not so good. Here we go, looking at all these villages around the country. Blakey Ridge, North Yorkshire, snow everywhere. Avoid route in wintry conditions. Winter daffodils poking up in Slaley. Teignmouth, lighthouse. My God, that looks a bit frightening. Do you know, I wouldn't want to live in a lighthouse. Have you seen the waves around this one here in Teignmouth? Amazing. And 2 women risking their lives jumping off the edge of a crumbling cliff. They're what's commonly known as very stupid people. The person who owns it says the sign's up there saying don't do it, but they're a bit thick. Because somebody jumped off the other day, don't they, doing this tombstoning, and the parachute didn't open, so they broke both their legs. I'd have left them there. I'm sorry. I mean, it says do not do this. You climb up onto something and then he throws himself into the water. What, are you mad? God, blimey, honestly. Really is ridiculous. So there are 2 Harrison Fords on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The other is a silent movie star called Harrison Ford, who died in 1957. There you go. Jade Thirlwell has vowed not to be caught with her pants down when it comes to trolls. She said, in the beginning I was like, how are these people allowed to say these things and why are there no consequences? So, no, you just delete. I've told you. What are you, dim? Just delete. And then they disappear and they don't bother you ever again. God in heaven. The more you mention them, the more they know they've had some impact. Oh, that animal is the size of a domesticated cat. That's all right. You could have that, couldn't you? Are you allowed pets where you are? Probably not allowed. No, probably not allowed pets. Do you have any pets, Luke? No, probably not. Probably best, I think, If you were going to have a pet, I should imagine you'd probably have something like a cockatoo or something like that. Something that doesn't sort of take too much effort. It just sits there on its perch and you feed it peanuts or something. That's what I'm thinking. Jamie Oliver warning Boris Johnson that dropping plans to ban online junk food adverts will hit his obesity fight. Why do they have to put his age down? They've got Jamie Oliver, 45. What difference does that make? He's teamed up with doctors and health charities to fight plans to shelve the ban. Binning ads on foods high in sugar, salt or fat before the 9pm watershed and online was part of a bid to make the nation fitter. Close down the fast food places. That's what you need to do. If you want to stop all this obesity, close down fast food places. Make sure there is a curfew. And I don't care what it is. But close them down, because that's the only way you're going to get round to it. I mean, some of these ghastly places which are open in the early hours, some of them nearly 24 hours a day. John Williams, the movie legend, named the most popular living film composer. He's fantastic. Harry Potter, Star Wars, Jurassic Park. Some 34 film scores appeared in the 300-piece chart with his music for Schindler's List, the most popular film score. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. What a movie legend indeed, and all based down here, which is lovely. Jonathan Shallett says, have you received yet? No, and I'll tell you for why, Jonathan, I haven't, is because the post room's not open over the bank holiday. So hopefully they will arrive today. I mean, they're obviously in the building, because you think they're in the building. This is my trainers, my Nike trainers. So we'll be hopefully finding them today, and they should appear upstairs. Because over the weekend, stuff comes in and it goes straight to the post room, and they lock the doors so you can't get anything out. So I should get the boys to chase it up later on today, looking for my trainers. Thank you. They've agreed to do that. Oh, look, nearly a day without seeing all that much of Gemma Collins. She's moved to a rural barn conversion. She told fans she loves the country life. Yep. She says she's a horse mummy after taking on 2 miniature ponies, although unfortunately for poor old Gemma, she was caught out the other day at a drive-through McDonald's. Sorry, darling, I thought you were on a diet. I do beg your pardon. I'm sorry I got it wrong again. I should have realised it was more lies. Steve, David says, any tips for my brief interview on the radio later today? Don't do it. Don't do it. No. Actually, there are companies who train people to be interviewed on the radio. Ministers, mainly. Ministers, people, having to, so that you don't get caught out, which is good. I'm trying to send you a photo of our cute white kitten. It won't send. No, probably won't, actually. It probably won't. It has to come through. Try it on email. It'll come through on email, and then we can sort of see it there. So the grand reopening is Monday. Pubs, gardens, gyms, shops and hairdressers all back on. But holidays, now that's another matter.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I love cars. My producer just said to me, he said, have you ever bought a new car? I said, yeah, I bought about 3 new cars. 3 new cars. I said I wouldn't recommend it because the only thing new about your new car will be the number plate. The rest of it could have been sitting in a field for 2 years. It's as simple as that. They're always they make them and then they cover them with this wax kind of thing which has to be buffed off when you buy the car. But the only thing new about it is the number plate. So what's the point of buying it? The moment you've driven it out of the garage, it's devalued. You've lost thousands of pounds. So I always think buy good second hand. Make sure you get a warranty. Or something like that. I've always bought second-hand for a number of years now. But I did buy new cars, a Mini and a Fiat Tipo and a Mazda MX-5 as well. I was taken by the colour of cars, strangely enough, although I've sort of kind of changed myself a little tiny bit. Are you reading the diaries, the withering put-downs, the outrageous gossip and a ringside seat on the maelstrom of the May years? Yes, it's another serving of Alan Duncan's rollicking memoir. The former Foreign Office Minister, Alan Duncan, used to feature on my programme quite a lot. He doesn't like anybody. He really doesn't. On John Burko, he calls him an uppity so-and-so little speaker hobbit. And Nadine Dorries, also known as Mad Nad. David Davis as PM, no. Rees-Mogg, he says, pompous, cheap nationalist. I love it. I love stuff like that. It only goes to prove we're all human. You're allowed an opinion of just about everybody, but I like the idea of Nadine Dorries, also known as Mad Nad. That was probably one of the more polite things that people were saying. Steve, I remember when I was 5 years of age, I'm now 85, the milkman used to push a cart called out Milko. You took your jug to him and he'd dip his spoon measure into the giant can of milk. Yes, you bought your milk like that, Duncan. That's how it was. I don't remember those things, but I do know that's how it was because I've seen all the photographs. And it's a case of, you would buy loads of things, fruit you would buy and stuff like that. We didn't have shops. There weren't shops. Most people grew their own vegetables. I mean, we really were living the good life because we were growing stuff. And that's why we had allotments so that every man in this country and woman could have their own little piece of the land and grow what you wanted, be it tomatoes or fruit or all sorts of things. So that's it. I mean, I'm always very jealous of people. I go past loads of allotments on a daily basis. Probably will today, I should imagine. And you can see people it's been a bit chilly. But no, people grow marrows. They grow just about everything, don't they? At one time in this country, we grew pineapples. Pineapples became the thing to have. They were considered, goodness me, luxury beyond all manner of nice things. And in fact, that's why you see on a lot of old houses there'll be a pineapple because they were brought over and somebody went, oh, pineapple? God, you could do so much with it. Do you know what I had once for Christmas? I had flaming pineapple. Flaming pineapple. It was pineapple, the rings, and fresh pineapple, not the tin stuff, which actually I like equally as much. And then it was covered in brandy, set on fire, and then after that you put on after the flames had died down and you put out the cat, it was a case of then you put on some double cream, and it was hot cooked pineapple. It was delicious, absolutely delicious. My mother used to do that. In fact, she used to do lots of things. And I used to think we were very grateful for that, for somebody who cooked. Nobody cooks nowadays. You can go buy everything. You don't need to cook. Somebody says, oh, we're going to have Chinese tonight. They go, oh, will you be making that? And they go, no. We'll just pick up the telephone and call the Chinese takeaway, and they'll have it delivered for you. Because we've got a little bit lazy. Jonathan Aitken, there's been a couple of articles about Jonathan Aitken. You know, the one who, the politician turned vicar, one who went to prison. In the oldie, he tells of an encounter with an ex-prisoner he befriended when he was jailed in 2000. At the end of our chat, recalls Jonathan, currently recovering from a near-fatal heart attack, he gave me an exceptionally warm handshake. So warm that he removed my wristwatch without me feeling or knowing it. Yeah, because he was a pickpocket. Honestly, you get some dumb people, don't you, really? And his name was Mr. Dipper. Pickpocketing was very good. I know lots of... Mark Raffles was a very popular pickpocket, but he did it as an entertainment. He would show you what he was doing, and the person who was being picked, he could take glasses, braces, shirts, anything, without you knowing. Your wallet, you take it out, put it back inside, take it out again. Seriously, you watch Mark Raffles. That was what you call a good pick. There's a few. There's one who used to tour with a circus, Bertram Hill Circus, called Borra. And Borra was again brilliant. These people were absolutely the masters, but they only did it as an entertainment. They weren't doing it to actually thieve anything from people, which is nice. Steve, morning, and the gang. Gemma Collins is self-obsessed and attention-seeking. I know, but when you don't have any talent, having sort of told us, oh yes, I'm now the fitness queen, and there she is buying a McDonald's cheeseburger. I mean, laugh a second, I'm afraid, dear. We're not buying into it. Not buying into it at all. It's just a load of old codswallop. It really is. Go away. Also, the Lark Ascending. I don't know the Lark Ascending. I'm sure it's very popular. It's been voted the nation's favourite piece of classical music for the third time in a row by Ralph Vaughan Williams, and celebrating 100 years since it was first performed by an orchestra. Amazing, isn't it? John Suchet was the man. He says, after the year we've all experienced, with many of us watching more films at home, it's no surprise that movie music is at a record high, representing 11% of the total chart. We like John Suchet. I see him on a fairly regular basis. Steve, pick up the telephone to call the Chinese takeaway. That's so last decade. Got an app for that now. Oh, no. No, I always think the more apps you have, the more chance there is of being hacked or something like that. Have you ever used an app to order a takeaway Chinese? Oh, of course you have. Is it pretty easy? They come around and deliver it. Is it always hot? No, it's obviously not. Yeah, it's lukewarm, isn't it? That's the trouble with stuff like that, because sometimes it could take half an hour to actually get to you. So if I want anything, I'll go and get it myself, and I can eat it on the way back home. We've got a very good Chinese takeaway down at Isleworth, which I've not used for about 15 years, but they used to do the best chicken curry. The sauce was to die for, and it was just delicious. Pieces of chicken and peas and carrots and this beautiful thick... Oh, God, it was gorgeous. It really was lovely. Very, very nice. So I'm sorry, I'm a pick up the telephone, but I haven't done it, actually. I haven't done it for... I don't think I've ever done it. I'd always prefer to actually get in the car and go and drive somewhere, failing that walk to it, but they seem to be closing. When I moved into Twickenham, we had 4 Chinese takeaways. 4 of them. There was the Twickenham Chinese, the other Chinese, then there was another Chinese, then there was the Szechuan Peking Garden, then there was all these other things, and there was a lovely one, and the man who owned it cooked. He used to do the most beautiful coconut rice and everything, and we would always go in there on a Saturday night because we were invariably the only people in there. So we'd order, and the food was delicious. Honestly, imagine being married to somebody that can actually cook Chinese food. You know, I mean, it's the ultimate, isn't it? It doesn't get any better than that. And mind you, the more I talk about food in the morning, the more I keep thinking I could have Chinese today. Why isn't there, you know, why do we have to have in the morning, you know, egg and bacon McMuffins and all that kind of stuff? Why can't we have Chinese takeaway? I could sit on the train eating sweet and sour chicken, dipping it in that glutinous sauce. I'd like that. Why do we have to only have certain food at certain times? You know, why isn't there a Kentucky Fried Chicken opened at Waterloo Station at 7 in the morning? I bet they do a roaring trade. You know, they're not doing all the posh stuff that they do, but just doing chicken. You know, how many pieces do you want? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 15, 20. You know, and just do that and fries. And that's it. You don't need anything else. Make a fortune out of it, couldn't you? I'm surprised nobody's ever thought about it. Because I'm bored with all this stuff. You know, sausage and egg McMuffin, this, you know, that meal. KFC. Chinese takeaway. Indian takeaway would be quite nice, wouldn't it? I can't imagine anybody sitting on the train first thing in the morning. Which I think would be really, really funny. Really funny. And Ronnie in Orpington says, you're spot on, Gemma Collins. Well, it's just a load of old codswallop. Oh, I'm now the diet queen. No, you're not. You lost 3 stone, but that was on those injections. Certainly wasn't involving any exercise or anything like that. That's why you still look like the same size. You know, once the effect of these injections wears off, which will be very shortly, that weight is going to pile back on again. Somebody says, you can tell it's a liar. This is a fantasist. We cook every meal from scratch for my family. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're just trying to make it up. Make it up. We eat together. It's a real family time. Now, you know that's a lie to start with. No family eats together nowadays. That's the whole idea of it. Honestly, these people are so stupid. Listening to yours cheers me up, says John. He says, on the pets, I'd like a wombat. Oh. No. Why can't we just have cats and dogs? Which would be quite nice. I can cope with things like that. Don't want anything else. Emus are demented, says Shane. I know. We had Rod Hull over here with his emu. That was completely demented and dangerous at the same time. Ask Michael Parkinson. Ask, in fact, quite a number of people.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
With the producer. Because Steve, my grandfather, used to sell ice cream from a horse and cart in Billinge near Wigan. If you Google Fairhurst Ice Cream Billinge, you'll see a picture of him with my great-grandfather and their cart, says Blake. Do you know, that's the advantage. The advantage nowadays, you can go to... Years ago, you had to go to a library and do research and things like that. But in fact, oh my goodness me, look at that. Look at that. Fairhurst Ice Cream. Oh, what a wonderful memory. What a wonderful memory. I want one of their ice creams. Delicious ices. How lovely. So there you go. So Billinge, Fairhurst Ice Cream. And that's your great-grandfather and the cart. Oh, dear, honestly. Do you know, I'm sure that those times were better. I'm convinced. I'm totally convinced. I mean, it's so boring now, isn't it? You go into a shop and then you sort of wander through the freezer trying to find something to eat that you like the look of. I've had a couple of things. Mainly they fall apart when I start eating the blooming things. Steve, Radio Luxembourg was known as Fab 208, broadcast on that frequency. Listen, Tony, I've been around since God created heaven and earth and the Garden of Gethsemane. Of course I know that. Steve, we had home deliveries in the olden days. Oh, isn't that dreadful? Our milkman was Ernie. He drove a horse and cart. The horse was called Trigger. Yes, and he pulled the fastest milk cart in the West as well. And Two-Ton Ted from Teddington, who drove the baker's van. Yes, we know all about it. But I like the idea of sort of ice cream being... What's the matter now? What's the matter, Luke? What's it? Something's obviously captured Luke's attention. What is it? What's the matter? The coffee... Oh, the coffee order. Oh, don't tell me it's expanded, has it? Has it expanded? Shh, everybody jumping in on the coffee order. Oh, honestly, it's ridiculous, isn't it? 25-7. Not that it makes any difference. You don't need to worry about... time. Steve, in Thailand, at a hotel, a vast array of food at breakfast time, including fried rice and stir-fried noodles. I know, well, why not? Producer just said exactly the same to me. He said, why do we have to have, sort of salty burgers and stuff like that for breakfast? Why can't we have Chinese? Why is there not at Waterloo Station? And I've noticed that one of the places which was next to McDonald's, which is the West Country Pasty Company or something, they've taken it away completely. It's completely gone. So obviously they're not coming back. And but you could put in a KFC, or you could put in somebody, cooking on woks, turning up the most delicious Chinese food in the morning. Who wouldn't? What about us people who work nights-ish? Who don't want to eat something savoury for breakfast? I don't want toast. I'm not interested. I want something that would go along with how long I've been up. And that would be for lunchtime. Chinese takeaway. I love it. There's a shop just round here, just round the corner. And they actually cook in the window Chinese food. It's lovely. It's just in Covent Garden. But my friend Ian says, is there still a 24-hour Chinese restaurant off Leicester Square? No. There's no 24-hour Chinese restaurants at all now. But there is the Wong Kee. You'll remember that. Rudest restaurant in London. It was known for it. Owned by about 5 different families. It used to be a theatrical costumier. And you could see that on the clock. It says, the big clock outside, it says theatrical costumier. And there, it's cheap as chips. Cheap as chips. But you sit where they tell you to sit. You don't have any choice. Don't have any choice whatsoever. But the food is cheap. And listen, I always think, if you go to a Chinese restaurant and there's Chinese people eating in there, you eat there. Because it's got to be that good. Because people are very fussy about their food. But I still maintain that we should have all sorts of things. All this breakfast malarkey. Sausages and bacon and beans and mushrooms and black pudding and stuff like that. Why can't we? I could happily eat char siu pork in the morning with a pancake roll. In fact, a pancake roll, delicious. Delicious. Hot food with all sorts of goodness in it. Why can't we have that? Somebody needs to start a trend. Steve's Eat All You Want breakfast, as long as it's Chinese and KFC. I'd love a franchise for KFC. It's one of the most expensive you could get, but I'd have it at the station. But I reckon there's problems about cooking it. But you could just do a smaller version. You start cooking from 7 in the morning, and out it comes, and then people will be going, "Oh, you've got KFC at this time?" Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Who wants to sit on a train with a pasty? Or some of these baguettes which look like they've been made by, sort of hands that do dishes, can be soft as your face. Steve had a food delivery recently on the app for the first time. Cold. Never again. Of course it's going to be cold. Have you seen them? I watched somebody coming outside of a place in, let's just call it Richmond, the other day, and they were chatting away to their mates. I'm thinking, go and deliver it. It'll be cold. Ghastly, really ghastly. Let's try and kick up breakfast. Because if you go abroad, there's all sorts of things. Fruit for breakfast. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Slices of, I suppose you could go to a supermarket, go to M&S and get some slices of watermelon or something like that. And eat that. But, KFC on the train in the morning. Whoopie-doo. Happy days. But definitely Chinese takeaway. I don't want to, go out lunchtime, middle of the afternoon. I want it in the morning for breakfast. I'm going to start a campaign. What happened on this day? 1981, April the 6th. What do you think? April the 6th, 1981. Bucks Fizz. Bucks Fizz, the pop group named after a champagne drink, was still bubbling over their Eurovision Song Contest victory in Dublin with Making Your Mind Up. They were also making their minds up how to spend the 500,000 quid that their success could bring them that year. Also, Mylene Klass' birthday today, 43. As I say, I bet you anything, I would almost put odds on that out there'd be a photographer with a bunch of flowers. Happy birthday, Mylene. And she'll then stand there posing with her flowers, and they'll take a picture. It'll be in the papers tomorrow, I bet you. Mylene going into work on her birthday. I mean, she's hardly going to turn up with her own flowers, is she? That would be a bit silly. Also, Raphael, the Italian painter, he did the High Renaissance stuff, and born in 1483 on this day. 1483, I remember it well. But he was so acclaimed that in 1912, a year after the Mona Lisa was stolen, the Louvre hung a portrait by Raphael in its place. And in 1199, I'm sorry, it's all sort of desperately dull, Richard I, who was the Lionheart, died after being fatally wounded by a crossbow bolt whilst besieging the castle of Chalus in central France. Wow. And in 1962, this is an interesting one. 1962, the Soviet newspaper Pravda warned against the dangers of a dance craze. The dance craze was the twist. They said it led to riots. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It didn't, of course. But in the Soviet newspaper, they were probably worried about just about everything. Just about everything. Also, Anita Pallenberg was born on this day in 1942, died 2017. And she was the German actress and it girl who starred opposite Jane Fonda in Barbarella, slept with at least 3 of the Rolling Stones, and in her practical German way, she had their Chelsea pads soundproof so as not to disturb the neighbours. La 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 la. I don't like to know about things like that. Too worrying, isn't it? Far too worrying. Who's this? Dame Emma Thompson. Long campaign against the tyranny of high heels. Oh, and also not allowed to sort of, have a carbon footprint, but of course she's got the biggest carbon footprint that you could possibly find. Also another picture of Jason Statham going through the streets on an electric bicycle with a passenger on the back. What an idiot. What a danger. They should really ban these things. Those scooters should be banned immediately. I'm campaigning for the scooters to be banned. I've seen people on the pavements all over the place, jumping traffic lights. Ghastly. Ghastly. Rishi's recovery loans will offer a helping hand. Firms can each borrow up to 10 million quid to get back into business. That's nice, isn't it? I like that idea. Also, fight for justice. These are the people outside London's Victoria Station. This is Belly Majinga, who worked. She died. Somebody allegedly spat at her, but they've got no proof. They can't get the proof. It's disgusting, isn't it, really? Absolutely disgusting. She suffered from an inflammatory condition known as sarcoidosis, I think. She died from COVID 2 weeks after the incident. She was a wonderful person. I remember seeing a picture and I thought, you look like a nice person. And she left behind a husband and a child. All because some stupid person, and don't you really want to find out who it is? Don't you really? Looking as glam as always, Dame Helen Mirren. Looking very, very glamorous. Gillian Anderson looking glamorous. And loads of other people that you've never heard of, but they are actors. Helen Mirren's 75, Nicole Kidman's 53, and Lily Collins is 32. They all wear gowns, and it always tells you who the gown is by, because that's the free plug. That's the free plug. If you wear this gown, we'll give you this gown to wear, and this is made by Steve Allen Incorporates or something like it wouldn't be, but that's the kind of thing it works. Esther McVeigh, the Northern Powerhouse, is doing a column in the Express today. She says, I'm guessing that Daily Express readers are as devastated as I am that Keeping Up with the Kardashians is drawing to a close after 14 years. But she says, how about celebrity wrestling? Be quite good, wouldn't it? Piers Morgan could be there. Perhaps he could be the modern-day Big Daddy or Giant Haystacks. But unfortunately, it's boring old Meghan and Harry again, I'm afraid. But luckily, they're not coming back to the country, so that's good news. So in other words, we'll have a statue of Diana and Harry nowhere to be seen. Why not? Why not? A Labour MP has condemned this failed deportation system. We did this yesterday on the programme. It's allowed the ringleader of a pervert child grooming gang to walk free in the town where he abused victims. There's a picture of him. He's out buying groceries in Rochdale. He's a pervert. He was jailed, told to be sent back to Pakistan, convicted of being part of the Rochdale child sex scandal, in which dozens of girls as young as 13 were assaulted or raped. And he only served 2.5 years of a 6-year sentence, photographed shopping. It's absolutely disgusting, you pervert. How are these people just out to wander around? I thought they were doing something about something like this. Priti Patel says, we're definitely going to do something. I'm waiting. We're waiting. You can't have this. But what, do you think he's changed his ways? Well, wait and find out, shall we? Nothing as good, Steve, as leftover curry for breakfast. No, do you know this? I can't do that, or pizza. Ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Jackie's saying, make your mind up. 1 minute you're saying close down all fast food restaurants and then you're pushing KFC 24/7. No, I didn't. You're a liar. Okay, what I said was, I don't want to see places open late at night. They should all be closed by 11 o'clock at night. Then you won't have all this kind of thing. You must wash your ears out and listen properly. Nothing worse than somebody who doesn't listen.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, on our honeymoon, we went to the Maldives, and for breakfast, you could have curry every day. Sounds delicious, doesn't it, actually? And Jojo says, I can't wait for the barbers to open again next week. I'm beginning to look like a woolly mammoth, which actually is not a bad look. Not a bad look. Neil, oh, of course, he got problems. 10 days ago, he ordered, for the other half, Lorraine, a chocoholic, an Easter hamper from a top-notch shop, Godiva. They make really lovely chocolate. 65 quid. Their chocolate, he says, is the best, and they offered next-day delivery, so, even though expensive, I knew she'd love it. Monday and Tuesday came, nothing. I've since sent, he said, 4 emails, no reply. The phone number on their website doesn't answer, and here we are 10 days later and no delivery. I shall keep you posted, not the service I expected from Godiva. Somebody somewhere is enjoying your hamper, I've got a feeling. Big companies tend not to make those sort of mistakes, so that's what worries me, is that somebody else might be enjoying it. I mean, it sounds delicious. So good luck. Posh eats very little for breakfast, just tiny fruit selections. She's on the treadmill for half an hour, gets the kids ready for school. What, can't they get themselves ready for school? What are they, 3 or something? Next job to read the latest trading figures for the fashion business. And then she lies down in despair on the chaise lounge. Yes, I mean, not doing very well, is it? How are the shares doing? Not very well. Steve, if you want a really good Chinese curry sauce, buy Mayan curry paste. Where'd you get that from? You're getting it from Amazon. Can you get it from Amazon? Mayan curry paste? We shall find out. Sounds delicious. Because mixed with water and heated up, it's delicious. The exact same thing that the Chinese are using. Please tell me you can buy it. Perhaps it's Mayan curry paste. And you just mix it with water, do you? Here we go. Mayan extra concentrated curry sauce paste, extra hot. I don't think I want extra hot. How much is that? £4.35. Yeah. Do they do another one which isn't extra hot? No, not Maisan. Mayan. Oh, look, you get a curry sauce concentrated. They're all concentrated. Extra hot, an original. £4.35. Where's it coming from, though? Where's it coming from? Must be coming from somewhere, but we can't find out where it is. Looks delicious, doesn't it? Suitable for vegetarians. There you go. Boy can have it. Comes from United Kingdom. Well, I might have to be ordering that later on, actually. Might have to be ordering it. That sounds delightful, doesn't it? Mix it and heat it up. Very nice. And Dave says, I've just finished my night shift and heading home to my Chinese takeaway, which I bought before I started work last night. And Steve, when I worked nights in Brazil, I would eat fruit like watermelon, pineapple, mango, other dishes. Stayed awake until lunchtime, have lunch, then sleep. No problem. I had steak with breakfast in a London hotel, says Conrad. Yeah, I should imagine if you go to any hotel worth its salt, you could say I'd like a steak. In fact, in Australia, steak and eggs is actually quite normal, isn't it? I think. But I've had watermelon for breakfast before. It's very nice. Very, very nice. But definitely, we definitely want the Chinese in the morning. Crispy duck in a pancake roll with hoisin sauce, spring onion and sliced cucumber. You can buy a wrap in M&S, but it's not the same. I want it hot. I want hot. I mean, I'm not asking for anything particularly peculiar. Steve, we didn't get our Easter chocolate either, even though promised delivery within 48 hours. That was 12 days ago. So that's not good, is it? Steve, Amazon leave parcels in plain sight if I'm not in. The other day, an opportunist ironically nicked my new security camera system after the delivery driver left it on the doorstep. They replaced it the next day. In America, they have these people literally follow around the delivery drivers and they pinch things. But what they've done is they've got a program on the television in America which they've set up explosions in these boxes. So somebody pinches it, rush home, put it in the car, take it indoors, open it, and the thing goes and blows up with all this muck and gunk and everything else. It's fantastic. They should do it over here. That'd be a good program, wouldn't it? People who thieve. But knowing our thing, what we do is we sort of blank out people's eyes. Whereas, in fact, if you want to be a thief, I think people should be told you're a thief. Simple as that. So a lot of people. Are we still eating Easter eggs? I suppose we are, actually. We are. Are you still eating it? Did you have Easter eggs this year? Oh, did you have? Oh, right. Okay. I didn't. I just want some tomatoes and a cucumber and sweet and sour pork. I'm not asking for it. Perhaps I could buy sweet and sour pork, actually, in Marks and Spencer, go home and cook it. Couldn't I? I mean, they do a Chinese food. It's not quite the same. But or failing that, I tell you one I do like, crispy beef. That's very popular as well. I think I might have to go, I don't know what to buy now, you see. It really is embarrassing, isn't it, when you've got no idea what you're going to be eating later on today. But whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be absolutely fabulous. Carry on camping. How many pop-up caravan sites or holiday sites have met the astronomical staycation demand? 500. 500 have opened up, which is good. Oh, look, poor old Kerry Katona. We haven't read about the one who's not working at the moment. She must be doing something. She's long believed in ghosts, yes, and everything else as well at the same time. But she thinks she's being haunted because lights keep flickering when she's in a room. Perhaps you've not paid your bill, dear. Have you thought about that one? It's a fairly popular one. She posted videos of a table lamp randomly going on and off. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. You are so delusional, aren't you? And she said, I'm in two minds whether to let her come back. The singer. I'm sorry. God. Has long believed in ghosts. Put up footage of her daughters dancing. And she said, in the past, ghost hunts told her a spooky presence in her house was your auntie letting you know she's watching over you. Usual sort of garbage coming from Kerry Katona. If in doubt, let's make something up, shall we? Put it in the papers, and there'll be a few sad people who go, oh, right, so, yeah, obviously haunted. Eamon Holmes says he may have to hire a nurse. Well, go on then, do it. Don't be so tight. So he gets intensive pain. Get some Cocodamol. Get them from your doctor. You've moaned about this every day for God knows how long now. Why have you not been to the doctor and got some painkillers? It's a mystery chronic pain. Go and get some painkillers. I don't quite understand why you've not done it. That's what I did. She said, do you think I should hire a nurse? Can't see you spending the money, Eamon, can you? And Ruth, of course, bounces back with, are you saying I'm not kind and caring? Yeah. That's what he's saying. Ridiculous, isn't it? He said, I did something to my back, I don't know what. Getting into a car, out of bed. I've got an MRI scan, but the trouble is ever closer. Go to the doctor and get something. They'll give it to you. Did he say, if you're in serious... I've got it. Honestly. Why do people moan about it all the time and then don't do anything about it? Go to your doctor, get some strong painkillers, et voila, no more pain. Apparently there's a large 24-hour restaurant behind the British Museum selling steaks. Is there? Behind the British Museum? I know where the British Museum is. I'm trying to think what's behind there. I don't know anything behind there. There's a square. Is it Tavistock Square? Could be. And they sell steaks. I think you should better walk into any place and get steak and eggs in the morning. Or failing that, do you know what I really want? Why can't you get... Again, another thing you can't get in McDonald's. Chips. Can't get chips. Why not? Does it take some peculiar sort of expertise to make chips first thing in the morning? Or milkshakes. I complained about milkshakes the other day. Who wouldn't want, a sausage and egg McMuffin without the ghastly egg in it, and some chips and a chocolate milkshake? That's what people want in the morning. No, we do coffee and orange juice. I don't want coffee and orange juice. Why can't I have what I want? Honestly. Oh, dear, I'm too stressed now. I'm too stressed. I think I might have to go and get sweet and sour chicken and then cook it myself this morning. That'd be quite a nice little thing. Look at him, honestly. You've got your coat on and everything, haven't you, next door? Bless his heart. That's it for today. Thank you so much for your company and welcome back to Tuesday. Antonio says, I used to have a cafe in Clapham Junction, curry for breakfast or kippers with loads of Tabasco and poached eggs. Woo! Are you catering for the right people? Absolutely. Today on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, I have two. Please download it. Meghan Markle reportedly will not come back to the UK if she can help it. There you go. There is a God. Gemma Collins has broken her health kick after having a cheeseburger. We knew you would, dear. Bit delusional. Sharon Stone says she used to use tin foil on the windows to help her sleep. How about blackout blinds? Much cheaper. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to the 7th of April. Welcome to... Oh, my goodness me, it's freezing cold again. It's terrible. I've had to get my little hand warmer out for the studio. I say little hand warmer. It's sort of quite a to be honest, when you look at it, it's quite interesting. You just charge it up on your computer, and it either does 60 degrees or 50 degrees or 40 degrees. Well, it seems to last for days. For days. I mean, you only have it. I have it because sometimes it does get so hot, you can't hold it. But it's very nice. They come from China, I think. God knows why, but they just do. And I remember thinking that I bought two of them. The other one doesn't charge up all the time. It's obviously got some sort of fault with it. I don't like to touch it or anything else. So I've just got the one, and I pop it in my pocket and then take it out and warm my little hands up. Because I sat on the train yesterday and I thought, blimey, this ain't much fun. And then we had to get on one of those buses again. I thought, please, how long is this taking? Why can't the trains go to Richmond? And then when you get to Richmond, you get off and it's like whoosh, wind yesterday, and it was just bit of... Yes, apparently, yes, my neighbour Lynn, she saw snow. She sent me a thing at about 4 o'clock, but I'd gone to bed by that time, saying it's snowing. So, of course, when I looked out, I thought, no, it's all gone now. That's good. But, I mean, but they have said there could be more snow. And we don't like snow, lady. Well, we like snow as long as we're not in it or looking at it. I don't really... Well, looking at it's okay, I suppose. But, no, yesterday I had to sort of sort out my VAT. I left it till the last minute, and then blow me down, my accountant, Stevie, sent me a thing saying, oh, can we do this? I was like, oh, and I had to start laying bits of paper out all over the bedroom and everything. I was in a terrible state. And then I had to pay... So I had to pay my VAT... And then I had to pay my accountant's bill as well, which I never complain about doing. But I have a very close friend of mine, and she pays all the bills, and she keeps an eye on the account, and she'll go, right, now you've paid this, this, and this out of the account. You've now got this left, and it's fine. So you don't need to worry about anything at all. So I thought I'd have a lazy day today because tomorrow hospital. We're going in for the I call it a procedure actually. I don't know what else we're going to. Thank you. 3. Honestly, there's no end to the excitement. No end to the excitement. Well done, Corey. Wonder where we can send him this morning to go and find water. Seems he couldn't find it yesterday, but luckily we found it. We found it yesterday. Well, in fact, actually, I say we found it yesterday. Luke found it yesterday. Luke managed to find loads of it. Corey didn't know where it was. Where was it in the end? I can't remember. It was. Oh, on the terrace bit. Oh my God, honestly, the police will be around and everything. It'll be a nightmare. But lovely though it was. But still have to get off the train now because I've got to get off at Barnes and get the bus back. It doesn't take that long. In fact, yesterday's driver was like a mad thing. Oh, it was like, seriously, it was like Santa Pod racing. She was driving this thing along. And which I don't mind. It's just that when you walk off the station, it's freezing cold. You stand on the bridge, you know, cars going past you, and you're sort of waiting for somebody to say, the bus will be here in 2 minutes. Because on Sunday, when there weren't many people, there was buses coming every 3 seconds. Yesterday, I waited a good 30 minutes for a bus. And I sort of sat there thinking, oh, God, I can't wait to get home. And then to have to do all your VAT and all the rest of it. David in Loch Lomond says, Costco is starting the free samples again soon. That's lunch sorted at every opportunity. I never understand the people who go to Costco for the free food, but they do. They do go to Costco for the free food, which is interesting. So Darren was talking about gambling. Gambling as an addiction, or gambling as sort of something that you need to keep a check on. Because I said that yesterday. I said you do need to keep a check on your gambling. And we have people around our way. We have an amusement arcade in Twickenham. Oh, we're getting another chicken shop on the high street. What a ghastly idea. Couldn't think of anything worse. We've already got Kentucky. How many we need, I've got no idea. But this is one of these that isn't Kentucky. So, not the same, is it? But, yeah, they were sort of talking about gambling. And you get the same people going in this thing. They obviously must survive. Because people go in there and they gamble all day. They just stand there putting money into fruit machines. I suppose it's like Vegas, but just the slightly cheaper version of it. I've never quite got... I have played fruit machines. When I was younger, I used to go to pubs, and I would gamble on the fruit machines. I would take a little bag of pound coins in, and I would gamble with those. But as I said yesterday, only gamble if you can afford to lose. If you can't afford to lose, you know, I've been to Vegas, yeah, on a couple of occasions. I didn't see any down and outs. No, I tell you, did we see any down and out? No, we didn't see any down and outs. Why? Am I likely to? Oh, right. Well, see, the trouble is, you can't just really wander into a casino. Well, you can, but, you know, you have to play the machines. They're not, you know, they've got lots of security. And, of course, if you're very young, you're not supposed to be in the casinos anyway, so they have security who come round. You can't even stand and watch. They throw you out. So people who are 18 from this country going over to Vegas, you're wasting your time. Because once they find out how old you are, you'll be out. You'll be out. 21 over there. Yeah, well, it's like drinking in America. 21. It's, you know, they don't want underage drinkers, although they've got more problems than any other country you can possibly do. Where's this one from? Every time I get... What did I get the other day? Was it something I got from Corey? And there was some story that came up, and I went, where'd you get that from? Or was it Luke again? Did you come up with a story that I said, where'd you get that from? You did. I've got one from him today. Jan Moyer's column, Tech Scam Gangs. I didn't mention Jan Moyer at all today. That's why I was quite surprised by it. I mean, there is a story on Jane Moore, yes. Not Jan Moyer. Jane Moore. No, well, one writes for the Sun and one writes for the Mail. Both completely different. One is on Loose Women. Oh, we got some gossip on Loose Women. We were finding out the other day, well, it wasn't the other day, actually, it was a few weeks ago now, when Saira Khan left the programme, it was basically that she didn't get on with everybody. The only people she sort of gets on with are apparently, I might have got this completely wrong, one of them is Colleen Nolan, you know, and the other one I think could have been Stacey Solomon, or the makeup people or the hair people. She didn't seem to get on with anybody else on the programme. And I said that when she left. She said, oh, people weren't as nice to her. And so she sort of left, which actually didn't make any difference to anybody because she didn't contribute to the programme. She just had a little go at things. But it was when she left, I was curious as to why you'd left. And then you remember Colleen was the one who said, and she's had to backtrack on it because she engages her brain but doesn't, she opens her mouth but doesn't engage her brain. The old broadcaster's prayer. And she was saying that there's somebody there who gives the impression that they're really nice, but in fact they're not very nice at all. And we're all going, well, who's that? Who's that? Who could that be working with on the programme? Could you be? I thought they all got on well together. It's like the us load in here, wouldn't it? You know, not getting on together on the programme. Well, you know, as we do. You know, we're always great buddies, go out for drinks and holidays and everything together. It's really good fun working here on the show with I have been places, my producer, before. We went to Norway. Yes. Well, that was only because we went down there to cut down the Christmas tree. And frankly, we needed her as somebody to sort of hold the thing up before we cut it down. And I've never taken you to Norway. No, we've never been asked to cut the tree down again. Freezing cold. Somebody turned up from, I can't tell you who it was. It was another television station. They had a breakfast show in the morning. And he turned up, okay, bearing in mind, he's supposed to be he's one of the producers. He turned up in a thin Mac and a pair of trainers. And I'm going, it's going to be about -12 out there, which of course it was. And he's trumping around in the snow. I'm thinking, God, dear, how did you ever get your job? These people. I'm still waiting for Jonathan Shallett's trainers to arrive. They've not arrived yet. Where they are, I don't know. Very disappointed. Very, very disappointed. But anyway, so Priti Patel has said she will deport the Rochdale sex groomers. That's what she says. Because to be honest with you, she's been promising this for age and age. These are perverts in Rochdale, walking around, been in prison. And then when they came out of prison, the idea was they were going to deport them back to Pakistan. And he's still walking around doing his shopping. He's a pervert. There's a chance that he might bump into one of the many, many under 16-year-old girls that he was abusing. He's married. He's got children. I mean, absolutely disgusting. Absolutely, really is. I mean, just terrible. So I'll be glad when Priti Patel goes, right, they're going now. We're going to take them to the airport and kick them out again. Why should you have perverts wandering around on the streets? That's not good, is it? Kim says, -5 at the moment. Snowing yesterday on Saturday just passed. I had bare feet and sandals on. Oh, my God, fathers. Freezing cold. Freezing cold. I've got my little hand warmer, so that's keeping the hands warm for this morning, which is very nice. What else we have? Maradona, we're told, died of a broken heart. Harry's actually going to get down and do some work for the first time, possibly in ages and ages. They're doing a Netflix thing, but of course it's not that exciting. They're doing the game thing that he does. What is the game he does? The Invictus Games, isn't it? So they're doing a documentary on that. How dull. Piers Morgan says Diana would hate the boys' Rift. Dancing Queen is your #1 disco tune. Yeah, that's all right, isn't it? I mean, I wouldn't actually dance around the kitchen to it. Eamon Holmes is having cold showers for his pain. Why don't you just go to the doctor, love? I mean, seriously, this is now a daily basis. The pony that was killed by too many carrots, which is not very good. And fast food chain Subway is introducing what to sandwiches? I know you can go in. I've only ever been in it once, to be honest with you, where you can have sort of this sort of roll, and you can have ham, and you can have tomato. I didn't have tomato yesterday. I had crispy beef. I cooked crispy beef, 3 packets of it. Delicious. No, they're introducing crisps to their sandwiches. Who has crisps in sandwiches? Dear me, honestly. Elevate yourselves. Crisps in sandwiches? Don't be so ridiculous. I've never heard of such a thing in my entire life, honestly. What's that? Is that some working class thing from the Midlands? A chip butty. Chip butty. No, I haven't. You put chips in what? Chips in bread? Are you mad? What on earth? Salt and vinegar in bread? With chips? And it's called a chip butty. Sounds like some sort of foreign dress or something, doesn't it? Oh, today we're wearing our booties. Oh, no, there could be booties. But no, we don't do chip butties. Oh, dear, honestly. You've developed some really nasty habits since working on this programme. It's nothing to do with me. I've never encouraged them at all. But they do all sorts of things now, so chip booties, which is lovely. Steve in Manchester, says Brenda. No, Steve. Sorry, in Manchester yesterday, says Brenda, we had sun, rain, snow and hailstones. Well, lucky old you. It's good, isn't it, really?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to the 7th of the April. Sounds good, doesn't it, really? Which is very nice indeed. James says, hope you and the gang are all good looking. Well, I don't think so, no. It's radio. It doesn't really make any difference, actually. And then somebody says here, Steve, you're such a snob. I can't believe you never tried a crisp sandwich. Pfft. Good Lord above, honestly, it's getting worse. Now we find members of their family who are writing in. My brother has pie sandwiches with lots of ketchup. Is this a northern thing or something? It's northern, isn't it? I suppose it goes down with sort of hot tubs and stuff like that and sort of build your own bar in the shed kind of thing, which is lovely. I'm sure you're all very happy with it. It's not for me, though. I'm saying, can you imagine going into a restaurant in London going, crisp sandwich or chip butty? They'd look at me like I was mad. I'd be thrown out. I'd be in a terrible state. Jed would have launched an attack on Simon Cowell. Oh, poor old Jedward, honestly. Where did that career go? And hilariously, Jordan thinks she's going to buy a £1 million house. I'm sorry, darling, you're a bankrupt. How do you propose you're going to be doing this? You've earned money from what? All your places are rented. You know, there's the mucky mansion, and luckily your little boyfriend is going to be... He's selling his house, which is only worth about 300,000-400,000 quid, and he thinks you're going to buy a £1 million house. You are living in cloud cuckoo land. I suspect you're probably renting. I suspect that's what it would be. And Gemma Collins, we got news on some of her companies. They haven't made any money for ages and ages. I thought she was a multi-millionaire. These people tell the most awful fibs, don't they? Dad needs to be rescued after saving his daughter. He had to drive 200 miles to rescue his daughter, and then he had to be rescued. Poor soul. Millions of cars on the road without an MOT, because people are not sure what to do during lockdown. The snow could be back. And police are investigating, I've warned these people before, but you know how thick they are. Somebody's been sending death threats to Naga Manchetti. So the BBC have called the police in, which of course you would expect them to do. That would be the right thing. And this person, or persons, will be found. And you'll go to court. You can't write death threats to somebody, but of course you're obviously a bit thick. But I look forward to reading your name out in the paper. Somebody says it's no different to your fish finger sandwiches. Oh, excuse me. Of course it's not the same as a fish finger sandwich. And also I don't have fish finger sandwiches. I have fish finger rolls, which are completely different. But the apple nice this morning, is it? They're very good, aren't they? They're very crunchy, aren't they? And that's what we like about pink ladies. Yeah, so best with tiger bread and best butter, says Russ. What's the matter now? Oh, this is the poem, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Let's see if we can guess who picked this one. You did. Yeah. Wouldn't have been a Corey one, would it? Have you read it? You read it? No. It's not really. The Squirrel That Loves Crisps. You know, I think that's okay. It's by somebody called Kerry Katona. Don't tell me she's got a brother as well. I couldn't cope with that. That'd be way too much. So presumably you've had fish finger sandwiches as well. Yeah. So when you go to the fish and chip shop and get fish and chips, do you also ask for a slice of bread and butter and then put the fish inside the bread and butter? Sometimes they do it for you. Well, you have those places closed down immediately. That's absolutely disgusting. Bit of scrap. You know you can buy scrap separately. They had them on sale in Marks and Spencer's the other day. They were on their sell-by date, so I didn't touch them. Somebody says, I have chip sandwiches. This is Shane in Sydney. Especially salt and vinegar flavour. Now, do you mean chips or crisps? There is a difference. Somebody says, I used to like condensed milk sandwich as a kid. Condensed milk? Dear. I mean, apparently these chip butties is a sandwich filled with chips, optionally eaten with condiments, such as brown sauce, ketchup, mayonnaise or malt vinegar. The bread may be sliced from a loaf or a bread roll and is usually buttered. Dear. A chip butty. I like the idea that they've actually put the word condiment in here. Most people have chip butties, won't even know what condiment is. No idea. Oh, we're having condiments with this. What's that? Condiments, you know. Yeah, a bit like Europe. I love it. Steve, it's a northern thing. Chip or crisp butties, just like deep-fried Mars bars are in Scotland, says Roger. Thank God it's not wandered down here. Can't think of anything worse. I thought it was bad enough when you had a sausage in batter. They were nice. Hot milk on bread with sugar, says Ivan. What are you on? Hot milk on bread? No. I did drink quite a bit of milk yesterday, and milk doesn't agree with me anymore. I'm becoming ill because of this infection thing, which seems to sort of affect all sorts of food. Anyway, tomorrow, you know, getting ready at this time, I'll be sitting on the programme, getting all ready for me exciting thing. I haven't tried a deep-fried Mars bar, and I wouldn't. To be honest with you, that just sounds absolutely fatal. Absolutely fatal, because it's, you know, it's chocolate with caramel and with all sorts of other bits and pieces, and then you've deep-fried it as well. What on earth possesses anybody to come up with things like that? Why can't people just have normal things? Like a pineapple fritter, beef burger in batter, you know, sausage in batter, portion of chips, fish and chips, haddock and chips, cod and chips, you know, but not sort of chip butties. I mean, they must all fall out the side. It must be eating something like sort of a 5-year-old. Does your mother serve it? Occasionally. Well, they go, oh, today, Corey, we're not going to have, you know, Sunday roast. We're having chip butties. You used to. They're a bit classier now, yeah. What do they have now? Red wine jus. Obviously, we're watching those television programmes where they go, this is a red wine jus. Yeah, Nigella. And she said, She looks like she's wandered in off Babe Station, doesn't she, really, poor old Nigella? I can't understand it, actually. And then she invites all her friends around. They just eat her food. And nobody ever talks to her. They talk to each other, except her. She's sort of sitting there going, I've cooked all this food. Bless her heart. So Jedward launching an attack. Thousands of tourists are entering the UK every day under false pretences. False pretences. Also, the cars being stripped outside hospitals. They've taken these catalytic converters. I think you should have cars that basically, you know, sort of, as in, where did they have that? Oh, it was in South Africa. And they had cut because they used to get a lot of hijacking in South Africa. So they had cars that had flamethrowers built in underneath them. You heard of that? It was to stop people at traffic lights trying to thieve your car. Steve, my friend, chip butties are epic, says Mikey B. Also at school, before everyone else got wimpy about healthy food, we used to have chips, cheese and gravy. Gonna be sick. Chips, cheese. I've heard of people having gravy or curry sauce. Curry sauce on chips sounds sort of passable. But, you know, I'm not going to be going for it any time soon. And cheese over the top of chips is actually quite nice. Just put grated cheese over the top of it, which is very good. Steve, then there's the fish finger bap and the fish finger batch. Lovely. Min says, greetings from Singapore. Hope you find your answers tomorrow. The doctors have a simple solution for your agony. Bloody well, I hope so. I know, terrible, isn't it, really? Steve, people who eat... You've deleted it already. You're so naughty, honestly. Oh, no, it's there. People who eat chip butties should be arrested. Absolutely. Apparently, in a fish and chip shop near us, says Anne, they sell battered Cadbury's cream eggs. Oh, they don't. Tell me they don't, please. You're all mad at this time of the morning. Scrambled egg with strawberry jam sandwich, says Mo. And Gary in Canterbury, peanut butter and jam sandwiches. Yeah, scrambled... Yes, scrambled egg with jam. I'm sorry you've never heard of that? I'm not on their side. I'm not. I don't go for this foreign food stuff. Scrambled egg with strawberry. It sounds disgusting, doesn't it, really? Although my brother informs me, used to have jam on Yorkshire puddings. He liked Yorkshire puddings. And would put jam on them as well. Because I love Yorkshire pudding, just eating them by themselves. Cranberry sauce? No, it's very northern working class. Peanut butter? What did Elvis Presley have? Was it peanut butter and banana or something? He used to have something that was very old. Whatever it was, it didn't sound very healthy to me. But if that's what the king wanted to eat, that's what he did. These hand warmers, Steve, sound excellent. Could be doing with them. Well, I tell you, I needed it. Sitting on the train the other day, it was so cold. I literally sat there, and when I had to get off at Barnes, I then walked up to the top. Oh, God, I'm so freezing. Really was. I couldn't wait to get in. Couldn't wait to get in at all. How much longer this work's going to go on for? I hope not very much longer. Because I can't get home I could take a bus. But I'm not really a bus sort of person. A former senior police officer says she was groped twice. So we'll wait and see for that one to come up. Also, it's likely to freeze near the seaside. You know that song, Oh, I Do Like to Be Beside the Seaside? Apparently, Elvis's milkshake. So 1 year around Elvis's birthday, he decided to work the flavours of the favourite snacks into the menu at his restaurants. Thus was born the Brock's Elvis Presley milkshake, a blend of bananas, peanut butter, vanilla ice cream and bacon fat. Bacon fat? Oh, no. No, definitely not bacon fat. No. A banana milkshake, very nice indeed. Very nice. Although I think that might have made me ill. Do you remember I was violently ill the other day? And I'd had something to drink, and then I had some banana milkshake. Didn't take very long for it to reappear again. I didn't like it at all, so we shan't be going down there. Sugar butties. Oh, we did that years ago. Did you do sugar butties? Look at them. No, we never did that, Steve. Such snobs, honestly. From the producer who goes, oh, Henley. Ooh, snob. And, working class family, pal, we were. But no, sugar sandwiches. You'd sort of get a piece of bread and put butter on, and then you'd get a packet of sugar, and you'd sprinkle it over it, fold it over, and eat it. When we used to call into motorway service stations, on the table there would be packets of sugar. You'd pour it into your mouth. Did you never do that? Oh, honestly, it's always me, isn't it? It's always Steve. Steve's the one getting into trouble. We never did that. We were out with our parents. We never did that at all. Have you ever had egg and bacon sandwiches with raw peas and a bit of mayo? I think people are just making things up now, aren't they? I don't believe anybody has ever had... what did we say? There was a sort of a bacon and egg sandwich with raw peas. I do like raw peas, though. If I go to Paul Cooper's shop, I'll pick up some of the peas in the pod, open it up and just eat raw peas. Mind you, I'm also the same person who used to eat raw potato, which is not very good at all for you. But I used to love raw potato. Something about it. No, it was just sort of sliced raw potato. No, just me again. Here we go. Throw it onto Steve. It'll all be his fault. If in doubt, don't eat that. Don't eat that. In Australia in the 50s and 60s, Steve, one of my favourites was banana and sugar sandwiches on fresh bread. Yeah, banana and sugar sandwiches are very popular. Well, in fact, just banana sandwiches, full stop. I used to love a banana sandwich, but it kept falling out. If you're slicing banana up, it's not very good. Somebody says, sugar sandwiches, how common? Well, you'd know. You'd know, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to say how common. So we caught you out there. You're common. Very common. And you're barred. Cheese and honey brown bread sandwiches, says Lila. Cheese and honey brown bread. No. I used to have honey some years ago, but I haven't had honey for years. Mainly because it's just all sugar. I'm sure. I mean, I've had Manuka honey mixed with hot water, which is very good. Perhaps I should have had, I should have had Manuka honey. Out of all these times I've been ill, I never thought about Manuka honey, and I've got a jar of 100 plus in the bathroom. Was it 100? Yes, it was £100 for a jar of honey. It was so expensive, so expensive. Fried vermicelli and hot milk, says Mo. Bread and dripping on dry bread. Bread and dripping was very popular. Yeah, your family must know that one, Corey. It's very northern, bread and dripping. Didn't you used to do that? Did you used to have fried bread when you were younger? Yeah, of course you did. Oh, aye. And I bet your mother never ever cleaned out the frying pan, so she'd cook the bacon in it, and then it would just solidify, and then she'd heat it up the next day and put more bacon in. And then eventually you'd better put bread in there, and that would soak up the bacon flavour. That's how it worked. You never cleaned it. You know what I mean. You know what I mean, don't you? His mother's common. And but yeah, everybody, my mother did that as well. So in fact, if you had a frying pan, it was like a Chinese wok. You know, a Chinese wok has got to be seasoned so that you sort of use it like that. But we don't have the heat at home to do that. But Janice says, I'm one of those typical northerners. My favourite sandwich is a banana butty. Banana butty. Oh, that's nice.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Yeah, banana and sugar sandwiches are very popular. Well, in fact, just banana sandwiches, full stop. I used to love a banana sandwich, but it kept falling out. You know, if you're slicing banana up, it's not very good. Somebody says, sugar sandwiches, how common? Well, you'd know. You'd know, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to say how common. So we caught you out there. You're common. Very common. And you're barred. Cheese and honey brown bread sandwiches, says Lila. Cheese and honey brown bread. No. I used to have honey some years ago, but I haven't had honey for years. Mainly because it's just all sugar. I'm sure. I mean, I've had Manuka honey mixed with hot water, which is very good. Perhaps I should have had. You know, I should have had Manuka honey. Out of all these times I've been ill, I never thought about Manuka honey, and I've got a jar of 100 plus in the bathroom. Was it 100? Yes, it was £100 for a jar of honey. It was so expensive, so expensive. Fried vermicelli and hot milk, says Mo. Bread and dripping on dry bread. Bread and dripping was very popular. Yeah, your family must know that one, Corey. It's very northern, bread and dripping. Didn't you used to do that? Did you used to have fried bread when you were younger? Yeah, of course you did. Oh, aye. And I bet your mother never ever cleaned out the frying pan, so she'd cook the bacon in it, and then it would just solidify, and then she'd heat it up the next day and put more bacon in. And then eventually you'd better put bread in there, and that would soak up the bacon flavour. That's how it worked. You never cleaned it. You know what I mean. You know what I mean, don't you? His mother's common. And but yeah, everybody, my mother did that as well. So in fact, if you had a frying pan, it was like a Chinese wok. You know, a Chinese wok has got to be seasoned so that you sort of use it like that. But we don't have the heat at home to do that. But Janice says, I'm one of those typical northerners. My favourite sandwich is a banana butty. Banana butty. Oh, that's nice. And don't you... Sorry? What? Oh, you... Blimey, honestly, how late... That's you. It's your fault. Oh, let's not bother telling the producer. Let's get him into trouble today, shall we? I'm so sorry. The news is so late at 4:30. Good God, I don't want to tell you the time. But here's Lucinda Horsley.
A third coronavirus vaccine to be approved for use in the UK will start being rolled out across Wales later. Britain's ordered 17 million doses of the Moderna jab, which will be given to patients at a hospital in Carmarthen. AstraZeneca has paused the UK trials of its COVID vaccine on children, while reports of rare blood clots in adults are investigated. The University of Oxford, which jointly developed the jab, say there are no safety concerns with the study itself. A study suggests the majority of teachers in England, Wales and Northern Ireland would like to see smaller class sizes as Britain recovers from the pandemic. Many also said they wouldn't back an extension to the school day. LBC weather, another cold start across the UK with wintry showers mostly confined to northern Scotland. Drier across England, Wales and Northern Ireland with some sunshine later, a high of 9 degrees.
Right, you know what to do. Same deal as last year. Let's go for a take.
The Mayor of London and London Assembly elections are taking place on...
the 6th of May.
6th of May, got it. Right.
Let's try that again from the top.
Yep, understood. The Mayor of London and London Assembly elections are taking place on the 6th of May. Find out how you can take part at londonelects.org.uk. Have your say.
Great, that'll do nicely.
We're so happy that you're so happy. We're all so happy. Happy drain.
If you've ever tried unblocking a drain yourself, you'll know it's a stinky, smelly, dirty job. And rarely ever as straightforward as it sounds. So if you've got a blockage, think Happy Thoughts and call in the experts. For a fixed price drain unblock and CCTV inspection, click happydrains.co.uk.
Happy drains.
If you're a business getting ready to reopen your doors again, it's important you keep yourself, your employees, and your customers safe. Because around 1 in 3 people who have COVID-19 have no symptoms and are spreading it without knowing. Please complete your COVID-19 risk assessment, increase ventilation, and display your NHS QR code poster. Let's take this next step safely. For further guidance, visit gov.uk/working-safely.
Every Worcester Bosch boiler Swale Heating installs comes with a warranty of up to 10 years. Reassuring, isn't it, that we take the time to do things properly? SwaleHeating.com. Rely on us to keep you warm.
Ah, so I think that's the sound of a yodeler who's just bought a used car from Kazoo. He's done it completely online, and it comes safely delivered with a 7-day money-back guarantee, so he's got time to make sure he really loves it. Yeah, that's what it was. Alpine Fresh. Can you buy a used car with 7 days to decide? Kazoo, yeah you can. Kazoo, the safer way to buy a used car.
The Global Academy, a unique media school like no other.
When I do apply for a job, I already have most of the skills needed.
Kickstart your career in media. Visit globalacademy.com.
Do you know Kim Kardashian is now a billionaire? A billionaire. That's like a line out of Only Fools and Horses, isn't it? One day, Rodney, will be millionaires. And they were, which was lovely. Steve, your producers seem like they've had a sheltered life. It's just that they're young. Eating all these brilliant foods. I bet they've never licked a 9-volt battery. I bet they don't even know what that is. I bet they've never done it. We used to do it all the time, actually. I don't know why. We were slightly peculiar. Somebody says banana on toast or beetroot on toast. I do like beetroot. It's very good for you, actually. Somebody says I'm partial to a grated cheese and mashed potato sandwich with ketchup and thick white bread with butter. Oh, I used to love a bloomer. Love a toasted bloomer. Oh, my goodness me, honestly. And Helen says everybody thinks I'm mad. I love raw potato. Yeah, you see, I used to eat raw potato as well. It's odd, isn't it, really? All the things that you sort of eat. And then somebody says, what are you eating that for? And you go, I don't know, I just like it. It's like licking the bowl after your mother had made cakes. Because my mother, in keeping with the rest of the country, was sort of people who made cakes. Baking day was Friday. So my mother made cakes, rock cakes, all sorts of cakes, cream cakes, everything. They were delicious. But she made everything in miniature. So if the recipe says it makes 6 cream slices, hers made 10. And she was very good at making cakes. Oh, I used to love her rock cakes. I used to love her Simnel cake. I used to love her cherry Genoa. Oh, my goodness me. Fruit cakes. My mother was very good. Like many of you. Now, but people just go, because it's so cheap, you can buy, a ready-made fruit cake for about £1.50. Takes you longer than that and costs you more to turn the oven on, doesn't it, really? Raw potatoes have a toxin that if you eat too many can cause death. Well, I'm still here, and I ate it all throughout my childhood. Might be different nowadays, but no, it was fine. Absolutely fine. Everybody's, if you believed everything that you read on the internet, you'd give up completely. The two people, pictures of the paper today, what were they doing? They were walking a toddler along a railway line. I mean, they're obviously real thickos. Like, we had somebody, was it last Christmas, up at Highgate Pond with a pram on the pond. I mean, really, really thick and stupid. But these two, the railway line was the one used for the railway children. They do have trains on there, not all the time, but they took a toddler. I mean, it's illegal. You're trespassing. I tell you, it is like dealing with complete and utter idiots, isn't it, nowadays? I'm sure they'll be thrilled. They weren't identified, whereas me, I'd have identified them. I'd have gone, here, this is who they are. This is where the thick people are. Absolutely ghastly. What else do we have today? Temperatures staying well below zero, which is what we thought, didn't we? Margarine with hundreds and thousands. Did you used to like chocolate vermicelli? Or hundreds and thousands? Do you remember hundreds and thousands? On a fab, yeah, exactly, yeah. And they do chocolate vermicelli, and my mother used to put that on cakes and everything else. My mother was very good, actually. If she was around today, she'd have made cakes, but she's 90. Well, she would have been 90 had she made it, but I had cannoli. No, what's cannoli? What's cannoli? I tell you what I used to love as a pudding, and hardly anybody's ever heard of it, rice cremola. And it was cremola. This is cannoli. Oh, that looks a bit nice. Italian pastries. Tube-shaped shells of fried pastry dough filled with a sweet, creamy filling, usually containing ricotta, a staple of Sicilian cuisine. In mainland Italy, they're commonly known as cannelloni siciliani. That sounds nice, doesn't it? They look quite nice. I'm not sure about eating ricotta. If I'm going to have cheese in it, yeah, sweet ones, yeah. See, I like a cream horn. But, but that's it. I mean, any of those sort of things. I could spend ages in Greggs. Seriously. So, Steve, margarine with hundreds and thousands on bread. No, not really hundreds and thousands on bread, but you can add them to cakes and stuff like that. And, of course, they do come on a fab lolly, which I had the other day. In fact, I bought a few lollies the other day. I might go and get another one today because it was particularly nice. And hundreds and thousands is quite a nice thing to have. It's the only thing that my stomach is bearing at the moment. But I think I'm definitely going to have some Manuka honey today because something's definitely upsetting my tummy. So everything tastes disgusting. Steve, as this past year has been so chaotic, I think schools and colleges should just repeat a year instead of all the messing about. Yes. Do I have an extra guardian? What, sort of like an angel or something? You're missing a guardian. Wait a minute. Let me just have a look. No. Who's missing it? Really? There's 2 sets of papers out there. One was... There must be there, the Guardian. No, I have my own, Henry. I'm not sharing it. Honestly. This is coming around to try and pinch my Guardian. I'll tell you what's on the front page. Keep taking the jab, says the Prime Minister. Spring on hold, strong winds and freezing temperatures. Oh, I tell you. And tax betting firms to help fund help for addicts. Well, there's a picture of a lighthouse, which is lovely, but it's just covered in all this spray and everything. But actually, where I was sitting on the desk, opposite where Luke was sitting, there's all the papers there. There's 2 sets of papers. There must be a Guardian there, surely. Yeah. Have to go and buy one, Henry, won't you? Take a trip outside with your pound. Try... Oh, wait for this one. Potted beef stuffing. What in God's name is potted beef stuffing? And brown sauce. It sounds disgusting. I don't like the sound of that one at all. Not very good. A delish, says Paul the Baker. I don't know. Actually, I tell you what, I just like hot sausage rolls. And they used to do a lovely one years ago, but they don't do it now in pret-a-manger. And it was like a croissant with a hot dog in the middle of it with cheese drizzled over the top. It was delicious. When we were doing Fives Company down at Stephen Street, just off Tottenham Court Road, you could walk just round the corner and there was this pret-a-manger, and I used to go in there and buy 2. I could eat 2 or 3. I could seriously eat 2 or 3. It was, oh dear, lovely. Anything like that I like. Anything like that. And it was just basically Hong Kong style sausage bun. No, I don't know what that... Oh, look at that. They're very small, aren't they? Is that like sort of a sweet sort of thing? And is that a hot dog sausage in it? Or is that... It is a hot dog sausage. Is it? Is it hot? Do you have it hot? Oh, no, I wouldn't want it cold. No, definitely not. No, if you can have a hot dog, it's got to be hot. Hence the word hot dog. I don't want to give it away too much for you. I know what you like. It's like hot tub. Oh, no, we just sit in cold water. That kind of thing. And that's quite nice. That's called what? That's called a sausage bun. Bring me one in. From where? You've got... What? You've got a supplier of... Oh, no, thank you very much indeed. No, I never accept food from other people. I'd rather have... I mean, put it this way, if I did, I'm going to need to see a picture of your kitchen and the council's hygiene certificate. Do you make them yourself, or... Oh, you got a Chinese supermarket? We've got a Chinese supermarket in Richmond. Are they long life then, or something? Or they cook them on a daily basis? See, I tell you what I love. Mooncake. Oh, mooncake. I could eat mooncake till the cows come home. We used to have it all the time in Hong Kong. It was delicious, absolutely delicious. And a friend of mine sent some over to me some years ago. It was delicious, mooncake. If you ever get the opportunity, have it. As Henry Page. Don't tell me things like that. Just as well he never appeared in here. I tell you, he'd been going home with bandages on his hands. Bless his heart. We love him, actually. Steve, what's a pig in a blanket? Well, it's a sausage and bacon. At Christmas time. Well, you can have them any time. They did it on the television, I'm sure, the other day, where they did sausages in blankets. Not pigs in blankets. Don't they call them something else? They call them, isn't there another name for pigs in blankets? Which is just like a little thing with sort of bacon wrapped round it. They're delicious. Could eat those till the cows came home as well. I like that stuff at all. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. When we were kids, Steve, my friend and I would eat salt sandwiches. No. Salt sandwiches? God, no. Do you know I don't even possess any salt in the house at all? I really don't. So the temperature's going to freeze near the seaside, but it's not going to be as bad as the waves freezing. Priti Patel, best bit of news we've heard, the Rochdale sex groomers will be deported. Good. Well, let's see you do some action now, shall we? I'm sure that all the people who live in Rochdale don't want to see perverts walking around the streets, especially now you know what they look like. Alan Duncan's diaries are still being published by the Mail. Who does he not like now? Anne Widdecombe. He has a name for her. It's not complimentary. It really isn't complimentary. Who's she an MP for now, Anne Widdecombe? I can't remember. Is she? Oh, she's no longer an MP, is she? Oh, right. Funny she never married, isn't it? I used to think to myself, I'm sure she'd be a really good catch for somebody. You know, she obviously cooks. She likes cats, I think, and stuff like that. But she didn't like Louis Theroux going into her bedroom. In fact, she really didn't like Louis Theroux going into her bedroom. He was just doing a documentary on her and just sort of thought it'd be nice to see, you know, what her bedroom's like. I should imagine it's probably a crocheted thing over the bed and cushions. But no, she didn't. No, can I go and have a look in your bedroom, Anne? No, you can't. Didn't like it at all. Very embarrassing. So Putin's team hiding in an ambulance. Don't ask me why. I'll tell you a little bit later on. Maradona died of this broken heart, and a couple who were once so poor have won $1 million, and they've started giving food to the food banks. Isn't that nice? I like it when people are generous. I do the same, actually. I've got two things from last night's lottery saying that you won a prize. It'll be something stupid like £2.60. Hardly worth bothering.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Lila says, does anybody know where I could get wild mushrooms picked from woodland or forest places? Woodlands or forest places? I've got no idea. No idea. I'd be dubious about buying anything because you don't know if it's edible or if it's poisonous. So you have to be careful with things like that. You know, makes it a lot easier. Dennis in Grantham says, when I were a child in hospital, about 1968, I was given mashed potato with eggs. I mashed the lot and it was lovely. Mashed potato with eggs. What, cooked eggs? Hope cooked eggs. Raw eggs, I'm not too sure about. Actually, I like eggs and curry. Sorry, not eggs and curry, mashed potato and curry, which is very odd, isn't it? So, let's see what's on the front page of the Sun this morning. Poor old Declan Donnelly and his family were left shaken after they were raided by professional burglars as opposed to amateur burglars, I suppose. Police rushed to the property shortly before 1 a.m. following a 999 call. The gang struck. Do you know, to be honest with you, I'd imagine his would be the last house you want to burgle. I shouldn't imagine they've got anything. They just live ordinary lives. They're not sort of showbiz, you know, jewellery, diamonds and all that. So that's not that sort of thing. Really isn't. But not a nice experience. And they were in. Barrels are rolled out for pub opening. I mean, are they because you can't just go and sit in a pub, can you? You have to sit outside, which actually doesn't make any difference to me. Plus 1 in 6 COVID patients are diagnosed with anxiety, and 1 in 7 has a mood disorder. Well, that'll be my 2. When are you due? Have they given you any indication of when you're going to get your COVID vaccination? You're just so far down the list, are you, that you don't even qualify? That's awful. I think you should know because, I mean, they've actually done very well surviving so far when you consider how many people have been ill, although the amount of deaths have gone down quite considerably. quite considerably. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. The quality of sausage rolls has diminished over the years, Steve. Has it? I don't know, actually. Woolworths used to be the place to go to, and they had a little sort of hot place, and you could get those. Plus, Les in Mancunian land, in the olden days, you couldn't beat dried beef dripping from the beef joint on toast. There was a lot of things like that on toast. Is Love Island, Steve, going to be this summer? No. Well, they're going to do the summer one, but they're not going to do the winter one. I mean, who cares? To be honest with you, it's run its course. It's run its course. There's nobody ever interesting on it. You know, they're seriously, they're people who need to go and get a proper job. We don't seem to have things like proper jobs nowadays. You know, people need a proper job, you know, to go out and learn a trade, or, you know, sort of train to be a journalist, or train to work in a shop or something. You know, you need to train to do something. Just going and putting your swimwear on the television programme ain't a job. Much as though the producer has begged me to let him go on the programme, and I've said no. I'm sorry, Henry, you're not going on that programme. It's not for you at all. And also, it's, you know, you have to be sort of fit, don't you? Have you noticed all the people that go on Love Island? They're all sort of fit. They're either sort of naff trainers or something like that. When I say trainers, I don't mean I mean people who train people. And you think, and that's your claim to fame, is it? That is your claim to fame. Steve, I was put on these antibiotics for a tooth abscess. Gave me an awful metallic taste. Medication can sometimes be the culprit. Yes, I know. I might try that Manuka honey today. I might try that. I've only got to go to tomorrow. And then they said to me, "Oh, can you not empty your bladder tomorrow?" Like it was something you did in the corner of the hospital. But because we've got to do a test, presumably for that, and then we do the other thing. Also, I feel so sorry for the missing mum of that student, Richard, who was found in a pond the other day in Epping Forest. He was very ill. You know, this wasn't anything that we weren't expecting. His illness was quite. He needed urgent hospital treatment, poor soul. But he didn't take anything with him. He was seen on a bus out on Monday. The body's yet to be formally identified. Isn't that awful for parents to have to go through things like that? I feel so immensely sorry. But they always say if somebody's missing for so many days, the prospect does not look particularly good. Oh look, Piers Morgan. What's he talking about? He's in the US TV rant over the chat lies. He's hit out at the Duchess of Delusion, he calls her. Gets worse and worse. Her 17 Oprah claims untrue or exaggerated. Journalists say many things were kept out of the newspapers when Meghan's press team said they were untrue. Her press team launched 2 IPSO complaints, winning one and losing the other. Also, Meghan claims she was silenced by the royal family. Well, apparently she did 73 public appearances. You know, her passport, she said, was removed and was unable to just leave, although she managed to go to Ibiza, Nice, Amsterdam, and travel without Harry to New York and Toronto. She went shopping in Kensington High Street. So either she's living in cloud cuckoo land, or we're not being told all the right things. The royals refused Archie's birthright to be a prince. Well, according to a royal protocol dating back to 1917, only royal offspring who are in direct line of succession can be made prince and receive HRH title. Archie will become a prince when Charles is king. Yes, but of course, never let it spoil a good story. Also, never researched Harry or looked into the monarchy, she said, but an old school pal said Meghan was fascinated by the royals and Princess Diana. I bet she was. The trouble is, perhaps people think, oh, I can get away with anything. But, you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you like her, whether you don't like her, whether you don't like Piers Morgan, whether you like Piers Morgan, whether you don't like GMB, or you don't, you know, you do like it. It doesn't make any difference. It's a case of what she did to the royal family, and Harry as well, is unforgivable. Really. If that's the way that Harry treats people who brought him up and gave him everything, absolutely everything, well then shame on Harry. Shame on Harry. Steve, another option for your journey home, the train to Kew Bridge, then walk round the corner and over the road to the bus stop for the 267 that will take you to your front door. Yes, well, I don't know, yes. How much further on is it Kew Bridge from Barnes? I don't know, I haven't checked the trains actually yet. I was going to check with Joanne Webb, and she could sort of let me know whether or not the buses are still operating from Barnes, and I'll have to sort of take the bus I think we'll do that, actually. And so we'll contact her soon. Steve, what's the recipe for a honeymoon sandwich? I have no idea, actually. I've got no idea. I'm not doing sandwiches at all. I'm not doing sandwiches at all at the moment. I just want to get my taste back and everything else, you know. I'm not sure about this battered jam butty. Which sounds a bit bizarre, doesn't it? Declan's house looks like a miniature castle, but a CCTV all around it. Yeah, they live practically next door to each other. They have done for years. They get on very well, but they're not flash. I promise you, Ant and Dec are not flash. You won't see either of it. Well, one of them's just bought a flash car, but I mean, they're not like that. They don't have, houses, with sort of antique oil paintings and rugs and stuff like that. Which train again? So the train, because nothing's going to Richmond, as far as I know, but it might be today. Are the Richmond trains working today? They are. Oh, you don't know yet? You were shaking your head nodding up and down. I'm assuming that was a yes. Or is that something different from where you come from? So yes, nodding means no. Yeah, we'll have to find out if the Richmond train is actually stopping at Richmond. I don't want to have to change at Barnes, really. Graham says, morning, Steve. I used to live in Durban, South Africa, and often had bunny chow, curry in bread with the middle scooped out. Oh, that sounds quite nice.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 3 minutes past 5. It's Wednesday morning in London town. Doesn't matter where you are. You're very welcome to the programme. It's the 7th of April. And so the reason that we mentioned the Piers Morgan story is because he did an interview in America. And he says there is anger building in Britain over Oprah's chat. I mean, it would be possible, wouldn't it, that she's not very pleasant. It could be. I mean, we're automatically assuming she's married Harry. She's a nice person. She's been married before. She's had boyfriends and everything else. It might be possible that, she's looking for something else. We don't know that. We don't know. But all I can tell you is that Piers quite clearly doesn't like her, calling her the Duchess of Delusion, because she is just a little actress. That's all it is. At the end of the day, it's like, I'm just a little radio presenter. My producers are just little producers. Not just little producers, they're sort of, lovely people. But, she is just an actress. She was in Suits, and nobody, before Suits, nobody had the faintest idea who she was. We didn't know who she was or anything at all. And so she's been branded this Duchess of Delusion over 17 untrue, exaggerated or unprovable slurs in her TV interview. Perhaps she thinks that you can get away. I mean, I don't know. That's what's so stupid about the whole thing, is that, you don't know whether or not she's made these things up. Perhaps she tells lies. I don't know. He obviously seems to think so. And as I say, she said she's not going to come back to this country again. He said, good. He's not remotely bothered. As indeed, I don't think... Why would anybody be bothered? We spent a small fortune on the wedding. We spent a small fortune on loads of things. We had to sort of basically beg, borrow and steal to get the money back from Frogmore Cottage. But then there was sort of lots of bits and pieces which she didn't agree on with Harry. He didn't seem to know what the facts were at all. And when you watched him sitting there... In fact, the first part of the interview, I think, was all Meghan. Harry then sort of popped in halfway through. I'm surprised they didn't sit there with bunny rabbits on their laps. But that was it. But she must have studied. I mean, you would. I mean, call me stupid. She said she didn't know anything about them before she joined the family. But in fact, you would, wouldn't you? If you're going to get married, like if sort of Corey decides to get married or Luke decides to get married, you would find out, about the family of the girl that you were in love with and you were going to get married to. Why would she not have investigated the royal family? I mean, that would make perfect sense to me. It's like buying a house and not checking it, just moving straight in. Makes perfect sense. Steve, Meghan, says Emma, must have spent her life studying Diana. It's quite spooky. Well, I mean, she claims that she didn't. I mean, I think she would have done. You don't sort of go into a family like that. You're going into one of the biggest, oldest royal families in the entire world. You would know about things like that, wouldn't you? Kate Queen Candice Brown, terribly dreary, terribly boring. Oh, I don't want any publicity. I don't want to do it. And no, we've never managed to get rid of her ever since. Has spoken for her torment in the wake of splitting from her husband. She said, I had a very difficult year last year, the hardest of my life. How the F I'm still going, I don't know. Oh, dear. uses bad language. We don't like it when people use bad language. It's not necessary at all. Also, Rihanna, lovely picture of her on Jane Moore's column today, popping out to the shops in a £2,000 fur hat and £11,000 designer jeans. 11,000? How can a pair of jeans cost £11,000? I didn't think it was possible. I really didn't think it was possible. But anyway, it's like going to Victoria Beckham's shop, which isn't open, of course, at the moment. Mind you, I don't know. I mean, Dave's been the one saying don't sort of open it. It's not worth it. It's not. They're not going to sell enough on it to sort of take it out of its dreadful debts. But I do like the Seafort, situated off the Isle of Wight, for sale for £4.25 million. Pre-lockdown, the prospect of splendid isolation might have sounded tempting, but after so long trapped at home with little or no social contact, the thought of being marooned on your own private island now holds little appeal. It's got everything. Got a hot tub, got loads of bedrooms. It was a fort that they built. There's about 3 of them, I think. And I quite like the idea, but you'd have to make sure that somebody delivered maybe once a month loads of food. So you'd have loads of tins of soups and spaghetti and everything else, and then just basically have the quiet. You'd go round the bend, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you go round the bend? I would think so. But it's quite big, but with 26 bedrooms, and we could all go and live there and do programs from there. Fully refurbished, yeah, absolutely. I mean, really, lovely. See, I like places like that. I think that's so unusual. So, I mean, look at it. I mean, it's just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. The furniture looks quite nice, doesn't it? So that all had to go out on boats. And, blimey, that's nice, isn't it? It's got an incredible sea view, because it's in the middle of the sea. And nobody can actually get into the place. So it's secure. It's secure because there are 7 bedroom staff quarters, and that's rough living, isn't it? 7 bedroom. That looks lovely, doesn't it? Really, minutes away from Gunwharf Quays, and it's got its own restaurant. Although you don't want people turning up. I'll be going. No, sorry, you're not welcome here. Get off. It's got a traditional English pub, plenty of communal space, loads of places to lie down. There's a fire pit barbecue on the top deck. Very, very lovely. They spent $8 million on it. $8 million. Gosh, and they're selling it for 4.5. It's not very good, is it? It doesn't seem very good, but anyway. I mean, to be honest with you, that looks lovely. Provided it's got a television. And of course, imagine what it's like when you get the storms in and stuff like that. And you're just looking out through the wind, and the waves crashing against the sand. Lovely. I've got a poem for you this morning. You already know the title of it because I told you at the beginning of the programme. It's by Stephen Katona. Please God not. And it's called The Squirrel That Loves Crisps. Okay, here it is. A little girl made my day by throwing a bag away. Inside I found some potato chips, and when they touched my furry lips, they taste of so much salt, hit me like a thunderbolt. They beat acorns for taste, but add too much to my waist. I simply can't resist this potato crisp. Now my favourite sort of lunch is one with salty crunch, sunflower deep fried, then carefully dried. I dream of the flavour of slices thin as paper. Please don't feed this squirrel seeds, my stomach has different needs. If I said a heartfelt plea, would you add some melted cheese? Pass me some that taste of paprika. You'll hear a squirrel squeak, Eureka. Lovely, isn't it? Where did you get them from? It's very nice indeed. 84850. Anna says, good point made about Meghan. Well, I haven't made these things. These are all everybody else's, saying she must have checked out what Harry's family were like. I mean, you would want to do that, wouldn't you? And if you remember, of course, poor old Charles had to give her away because none of her family were there. None of her family were there. Nobody turned up, apart from her mother. Why her mother couldn't have given her away, I don't know. But Charles, I thought they did well. It's not an obsession with her. He's just pointing out, whether you think it's an obsession or not, he's just pointing out, listen, these things weren't true. These things were not true. So you can't do that. Meghan lives in that Egyptian river in denial. In denial. Very good. And also, I've just spent 5 minutes, says Roger, scraping thick ice off my windscreen. Are we back in December? I think we will be for a few weeks. That's what they've said. That's what they've said. It's cold out there, as you will discover this morning. You should apply. You're entitled to a taxi card, says Sue-Ann. What the dickens is that? I've never heard of it. Never heard of it, but it sounds lovely. I just want to get home on a train. I get off at Richmond Station, walk up the stairs, outside, get on a bus, go home. It's as simple as that. But we don't know whether or not we're still having to use buses, which we don't want to use. I don't want to use. I mean, I don't mind using buses. I'm quite big on buses and stuff like that. But I would rather just get home on the train. Thank you very much indeed. But she says, this is Joanne Webb, she says everything says that they're running normally. So do you think that's it? Well, I shall know when I get to Waterloo. I shall send you a text, Corey. I'll be at Waterloo Station going, I'm looking at all the boards, because you can always tell if it's not stopping there because Richmond has vanished from the screens completely. You can go Reading, but it doesn't go to Richmond. So it must be some signal failure or something like that. Not good, not good. But anyway, we'll fathom it all out. Phil Collins and his ex-wife, Oriana Bates, continue to throw mud at each other over their ugly divorce. She's now happily married to a 31-year-old who wants them to have a good relationship together. You know, he had to go to court to get the ex-wife out of the house. What she does for a living, God alone knows, but he couldn't get her out of the house. Eventually they did. And a pheasant dubbed Mr. Angry keeps attacking a postman on his rounds. They do, don't they? Kevin Keeler says it flies at him, knocks letters from his hand and has drawn blood by savaging his legs. He said once we had to beat it away with a parcel. He said when Kevin gets in his red Royal Mail van, the bird keeps pecking at the windscreen. But he says it all started when I tried to take a photo of him in the snow in February. Well, don't do that. They don't like it. As you've discovered. Not so good. Oh, look, another picture of well-known working knot Summer Montes Fulham, the one who sort of went out with somebody so that she could make herself famous. Unfortunately, she's not. Dame Judi Dench, 86, once wet herself on stage from laughing and ran in circles to spread it so nobody noticed. Tempted to say I know the feeling. Also, a footy mad dad, you do get footy mad dads, has finally got his huge sticker... Oh, indigestion now. A huge sticker album collection up to date with a 1998 World Cup England badge. He paid £11.41. So he's now completed every World Cup and Euro album produced by Panini since 1974. 10,841 stickers he had to collect. And he bought 23,000 of them to make sure that he could actually fill it all in. It's a huge collection. Good, isn't it, really? Mad, of course. Absolutely mad as a fruitcake. It's like those things that you start buying. You know, when you see something and they go, oh, you know, start this magazine, you can build, you know, the Good Ship Enterprise or whatever it happens to be. And then it turns out if you actually build this thing and you buy all the magazines that come with it, it's about sort of about £700 or something, even more. Way too expensive. Naga Manchetti, I did say to her at the time, if you get death threats from people, you go straight to the police, you go straight to your bosses. And so they're investigating. Four complaints. Oh, dear. I do hope the people who actually subjected her to death threats are listening to the programme. Police are coming to get you. OK. Steve, as a young child and in bed, what food would your mother cook for you? Nothing. Nothing. My mother didn't cook anything for us in bed. We had to, I mean, I never stayed in bed. I was never ill. I mean, I had the usual, you know, measles and mumps and all that kind of stuff, but I don't think we got any food for it. A light snack you might find easy to digest, like mashed banana with or without sugar. No. If I had a cold, we had warm milk with a bit of whiskey in it. And that seemed to work. Sorry? Chicken soup? No. What's sitting in bed? Good God, no. I'd be spilling it all over the place. Is that what your mother gave you? Honestly. You wait till I meet your mother one of these days. I'm writing everything down, all these things. Oh, yes, you used to bring me chicken soup in bed. Not. As a young... Oh! Well, no, I can't tell you that story. I can tell you it, but I'm not sure I want to, actually, because it's so peculiar. But there again, she's a bit peculiar as well. It's a Stacey Solomon story. Should we not do it? No. Not do it, no. I didn't think we should actually do it. Donnie says boiled egg or fried egg? Fried egg. every single time.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Martin says, can't you walk to Richmond, keeping you fit? Don't be so ridiculous. Don't be so ridiculous. Walk? Where are you from? Goodness sake. Also, poor old Maya Jama. She wants to be a Bond girl. I don't think so, dear. They're looking for actresses, okay? And not for you. Not for you at all. Plus, Paul Ritter. You see, I didn't know anything about Paul Ritter on Friday night dinner. Secretly battling a brain tumour. His death shocked fans and acting pals who paid warm tribute to him. He died the other day, aged just 54, which is absolutely nothing. A top private school is accused of going for woke by teaching pupils that all men are sexist. King's School, founded by Henry VIII in 1541, has started a Change the Narrative Society to address misogynistic attitudes. Gareth Doods, head at the £15,000 a year school in Worcester, said, although all men did not take part in such behaviour by our collective inactions, we were all guilty to a certain extent. They're also investigating claims teachers force girl pupils to kneel to measure their skirts. One parent says it's not fair to put the blame for sexism and violence against women onto the shoulders of young boys at the start of their lives. Another said this club is a prime example of going for woke. I still haven't quite fathomed out what going for woke is, but I think it's like everything. Oh, look, David Beckham. Do you think they have to pay the money so they can sort of talk about David Beckham and his cooking? He's hoping to score in the kitchen with his home-cooked beef ragu, but he cut his finger chopping tomatoes and had to be bandaged up. Why don't you just get a tin of chopped tomatoes, dear? Shouldn't have to explain that to you. You're supposed to be an adult. Hailey and Justin Bieber do cookies. John Legend does roast potatoes. Salma Hayek does breakfast tacos. Naomi Campbell does banana pudding. Rita Ora does something. And Paris Hilton does whatever. And Jerry Horner does grandmother's shoe buns. But the idea that David Beckham can cook is almost hilarious, actually. Not sure whether or not we want to be eating at the Beckham's house, because we've never seen them all sitting down eating daddy's food. I thought they always ate pizza. You know, because I don't really think Victoria Beckham can cook for toffee. I really don't. You know, it's one of those sort of things, you know, because we had something a while ago. Do you remember? We had Harper, who apparently was sort of taking breakfast up to them in bed. And I thought, my God, they've let her loose in the kitchen. Slightly worrying. And Shane says, when I was sick as a kid, my mum would give me a bowl with Dettol on it. I know, you used to sit on the floor in case you were sick. That used to make you sick, though, which I thought was quite funny, actually. Carol Smiley. There used to be, you know, Carol Smiley, Carol Smiley. But she's anything but happy after being snubbed by the team behind the Changing Rooms reboot. So when they started putting it together, she was missed off the list. And but then, you know, they were obviously looking for something. They never keep the same people, do they? Although they were bringing back Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen. But do you remember, who was the other guy who used to work on Changing Rooms? Was it Handy Andy? Whatever. No, I don't. Whatever happened to Handy Andy? Where did he disappear to? I've got no idea. We shall find out, actually. He had a slight altercation. I think that would be the best description of it. And then he disappeared. He was sort of made things, didn't he? I'm pretty certain he made things. But and then we didn't see him on television. Handy Andy. He actually brought a record out, I think, called If I Had a Hammer. It was an old Nicky Thomas song from years ago, an old reggae song. And he pranced around. And there was a reason why they called him Handy Andy, because he lived round the corner, I suppose. that was it. But what he's doing at the moment, you can't find him. No. Changing Rooms Handy Andy. Perhaps he's hiding. Probably much safer, I should imagine, isn't it? 24 minutes past 5 is the time. Jedward. Whatever happened to those? Finished. Career finished. The Pop Twins, shot to fame after appearing on The Singing Show. My God, they were irritating. Now they've had all their hair shaved off because they were doing it for charity. And they've now accused the series of treating them like slaves and cashing in on their success. You haven't got any talent. What are you on about? The pair wrote on Twitter, biggest regret was not telling the judges on X Factor 2 off. Every contestant was a slave to the show. Yeah, well, without that show, you'd still be nobodies. Nobody's. They added, Simon Cowell thinks he's the mafia leader of the music industry. He's the most experienced person. You're not experienced at all. Fans accuse the brothers of going over the top. One penned, with all due respect, where would you be without the show? They'd be just two nobodies. Two nobodies. You know, it's just ridiculous, honestly. Talk about biting the hand that feeds. That's why your career's gone nowhere. It's finished. Finished. Give up now, please. Also, what was this one here? Oh, I'll do that story. And I was going to do a very good story about Stacey Solomon. But I'm doing it on my little bit extra, which I think is better. Very odd story. Very odd, as you will discover. Also, Piers Morgan claiming that Princess Diana will be horrified at the rift between her sons. But who started the rift? That's what I don't know. I'm not sort of up to speed with that one at all. He says she'd be horrified by the split between him and his brother. This is Harry. I think Harry started it. I think Harry, all of a sudden, has been told, oh, don't worry, you're really popular, you're this, you're that. And, of course, it turns out not to be true. But he didn't believe the pair's TV claims to Oprah. He said their chat contains 17 allegations that have been proven to be either completely untrue or massively exaggerated or unprovable. Which is not great, is it? But he's always been like that, Piers. He's always been like that. Kim says, my dad used to give me a hot toddy. He thought it was a panacea for all ills. To this day, a whiskey is my tipple, amber nectar. In hot milk, well, warm milk, with a spoon of sugar. And that was it. Roger says, Maya Jama, famous for dating Stormzy. Summer, whatever her name is, was with Paul Hollywood, and Rita Ora with just about everybody else. Yeah, exactly. Claim to fame? Nothing, really. Nothing. It's another picture of poor old Maya Jama. Handy Andy is Andy Kane. Andy Kane. So perhaps we can find him on Andy Kane. Perhaps they never used his sort of freelance word. But he was definitely... Perhaps he's still doing what he did. I'm sure he is. I'm pretty certain. Kane found fame on Changing Rooms. He was hosted by Carol Smiley, later lodged Roland Byrne, which he appears as a talkative Cockney builder who helps out with the home improvement jobs the contestants couldn't handle. He later made 3 programmes in the American version of the programme, Trading Spaces. And he also made a guest appearance on a sketch in the Adam and Joe Show. And he presented the home makeover programme, Increase Your House Price by 10 grand, broadcast on BBC America in 2008. And he presented BBC primary geography programmes. Didn't he have a run-in with somebody? I'm pretty certain he had a run-in. I'm pretty certain. I've got it in the back of my mind, and you know me, I'm never wrong with these things. If the last thing that we've got is 2008, must be something else, mustn't there? He appeared on Living TV, I'm Famous and Frightened. He did Cirque du Celebrity, and then this Adam and Joe Show, which I don't know about, but he's done Room Rivals, Garden Rivals, and Street Combers, which were broadcast on the BBC America cable network. But there was definitely something else. Definitely something else. I remember something involving... Can't remember. I don't want to say it, because just in case it's not true, but I definitely remember it, because I think that's what basically scuppered his career. That's what I remember. I could be wrong. I try not to be wrong on these things. Arnold Schwarzenegger is told how he loves card decorating. So he does greeting cards for his family and friends. He said it's therapeutic. Good Lord above. He's, how old is he now? He must be in his late 70s, I should imagine. And also, Miley Cyrus' latest album, Plastic Hearts, has reached more than 1 billion streams on Spotify. Good Lord above. 1 billion streams. That's like the Kardashians, isn't it? Kim Kardashian is now a billionaire. A billionaire. And that's for doing what? But anyway, and here is the shocking image of 2 adults walking along a live railway track with their shopping, a buggy and a child in tow. This is on the Keighley and Worth Valley Railway in West Yorkshire. Keighley and Ilkley MP Robbie Moore shared the image online and warned his constituents to stay off the tracks. It's illegal to trespass and dangerous. Stay safe and don't do it. They must be really thick, mustn't they? You can tell. Mind you, they could be anything, really. Walking on railway tracks. Very odd. Not normal, are they, some of these people? But there again, you can't stop people doing anything else. Actually, interesting enough, Handy Andy Kane had sort of issues. And If I Had a Hammer was done by Trini Lopez, but also it was done by somebody else. There was a reggae version of it. But in fact, the guy who won Big Brother was Craig, because he gave the money away. So he won. And in fact, he sort of kind of replaced Handy Andy Kane. He pops up on all the shopping channels. You'll see him spraying and doing all sorts of things, obviously paid by different companies. So that's what he's doing. And in fact, there was a number of people who sort of were working on Big Brother who then went up going onto radio, and then they weren't on radio. which is very interesting. So Dawn Neesom's column today, talking about her heart aching for the poor mum of the student Richard, whose body was found in Epping Forest. Well, we think it's his body. We think it's his body. And we don't know yet. He had been struggling to cope with university pressure and isolating during lockdown. So we'll wait and see on that one. It's terribly sad, though, isn't it? You don't want that, for your mum. Definitely not. Plus, I'm not saying the hideous Kardashian clan fake it more than a certain American soap actress whining to Oprah Winfrey, writes Dawn. But a new online picture shows the one called Chloe totally un-airbrushed and unfiltered. It was accidentally put on social media by a probably now very sacked assistant and features the 36-year-old millionaire influencer in a skimpy bikini standing on a pool. And shock horror, she's got a tummy, thighs, cellulite and a slightly puffy face. In short, she looks like a normal woman. The sooner all of us accept that women, writes Dawn, aren't real-life Barbie dolls made of plastic and silicone, the sooner girls accept that they are bloody amazing in their real skin. Absolutely. It's all fake covers up now and sort of airbrushing, and then they've got to go and do this, and then they end up looking as bad as poor old Jordan does. You've never seen anybody look more ridiculous in your entire life. Plus, she says Brits daring to try to travel abroad are breaking the law and risking a $5,000 fine and imprisonment. Meanwhile, 20,000 people arrive in the UK every day, and about 8,000 are tourists. They're supposed to provide proof of negative COVID tests and an address to self-isolate at for 2 weeks, but this nobody's following up. Are we all meant to have valid reasons? A visitor from Peru stated on their visa they were here to visit Big Ben. This may have been a poorly relative, but guessing probably not, writes Dawn. Always classic, which is what we love. Catalytic converters being stripped from cars outside hospitals. I don't even know if I've got one. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not too sure what these things do. But there's about 40 such thefts each day because they've got apparently precious metal, including rhodium. Gangs previously targeted motors parked in retail centre car parks or streets and driveways. But now they're doing hospitals. Well, let's catch them, put them in prison. I don't know why we're worrying about things like that. Mel Gidroyd says she and Sue Perkins have seen each other in the nude many times, but have never wanted to seal the deal and become a couple. Well, maybe because Mel's married, isn't she? And Sue is gay. That's why they wouldn't be. She said people often think her and the 51-year-old are a lesbian couple and ask how long they've been together. Well, they've been working together for ages. I mean, Mel is married to a telly director, Ben Morris, while her comedy partner is in a relationship with Anna Richardson. I don't know why people don't know these things. Perhaps they just sort of go, oh, really? Never guess that one, would you? And here's a dad of two defying doctors to walk again after a stag do incident. Left him unable to walk because he was paralysed from the waist downwards. He hit his head on the bottom of a swimming pool in Mallorca. Frightens the life out of me, things like that. But he threw himself into physiotherapy and 2 years later, able to walk, whilst using his arms to support his body. So well done to Keith. That's Keith Dungate, I think it is. He said, it's a struggle, but every time I'm on the bars, I take another step. Good. Well done to you. A man with dyslexia who misspelled his own company name when he set it up has had the last laugh after it was valued recently. It's worth £3 million. Oh, look, Mylene Klass. I did tell you yesterday, didn't I? There'll be a picture of her coming in for her birthday yesterday. No flowers. But she went into work on her 43rd birthday. Everybody goes into work on their birthday. Nobody doesn't go into Nobody doesn't go into work on their birthday. It's not like you're 15, is it, really? So she arrived here in London, clad in a brightly coloured suit. She must have been frozen to death. We walked out the building yesterday. It's all I could do to try and pick the producer up off the floor. He was so cold. And so here she is with drawstring trousers. And you think to yourself, I mean, you need a scarf on, love. You're going to end up with pneumonia. Not good, is it? Don't we feed ponies carrots? Isn't that normal? Donkeys carrots? Well, apparently, this pony has died from liver failure after being fed too many carrots by visitors to a nature reserve. And so she passed away as her body failed to cope with the sugar overload from the vegetable. And other ponies also become ill, despite signs telling people, don't feed the animals. The owner, Carol Lee Jones, urged visitors to the Erdington Nature Reserve in Bridgnorth in Shropshire, don't kill them with kindness. She said they can't process excess sugars and it leads to liver problems. Yeah, they just keep eating. They don't know. It's like we had that woman, didn't we, the other week? What did she do? She fed her little dog, I believe it's a Chihuahua, chocolate. And we keep saying to people, please do not feed them chocolate. It can kill them. Luckily, this one made it through, but it was a bit touch and go, actually. Andy actually jetted over to America for the American version of the show called Trading Places. I've just done that. Hello? Am I facing the right way? Definitely not. One of his biggest programmes was increase your house price by 10 grand, yeah? And then he disappeared. Apparently your car will have a catalytic converter, as do all cars built after 2001. It'll cost over $1,000 to replace it. Well, good luck for lifting it up. I'm assuming that's how they do. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I was going to send you a joke about the Suez Canal, says Ian, but I think that ship has sailed. I know. Oh, of course, it didn't sail by itself. Uri Geller helped it sail. Another load of old rubbish. And Steve, I know why Posh never smiles. Oh, I bet you don't. It's because of the endless losses incurred by the VB fashion business. Dave's sick of bankrolling the losses and has turned to drinking whiskey. Posh loses a few pounds. Dave loses lots of pounds. Yes, I think he's bailed her out once, twice, something like that. But I think he's advised her. That's what the story was in the paper a couple of weeks ago, saying, listen, close it down, do it mail order. What's the point of having a flash, shop which nobody's going into? I think what are they were down 16-point-something million. I mean, safer. I'm surprised the accountants haven't said, listen, this thing's just scraping along on its knees. Really not so good. Timpson workers don't work on their birthday, says Paul. The company give them their birthday off. Do they? Good Lord above. Well, there you go. You learn something new every single day. Where's this one here? Oh, somebody else saying why she doesn't smile. Well, because her business hasn't made any profit yet. That's what they're hoping. It's going to actually start making a profit, but I don't think it's really going to go. Do you think William and Harry will actually stand together when Diana's statue is revealed on the 1st of July? Says Susie. I wouldn't even like to put money on. I really wouldn't. I'm beginning to wonder whereby if he comes back, will Meghan come back? Do you think she'll come back, Corey? Do you think Meghan will come back for the statue? Probably not. I didn't think so. Luke, you think? Yeah. I don't think she will either. I think she'll let him come back and do what he has to do, and then he'll disappear back out of the country again. He could do it in conversation. Yeah, that'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. So tell us more about this. Tell us. Oh God, can you imagine if you actually were able to sit down and he was able to just talk normally, as opposed to people bowing and scraping in front of him? So will they actually stand together at the statue? I can't see him not doing it. It's for his mother, for God's sake. I mean, even he wouldn't be that ignorant, surely. He would want to be there for a statue for his mother. But whether she comes back, I don't think anybody's particularly bothered. New drama Intruders, a ratings hit for Channel 5. And also The Great British Sewing Bee. Oh, God, we got that one back again. I'd forgotten about that, actually. And it's got the judges Esme Young, Patrick Grant and Joe Lycett. I mean, it's really not the most exciting programme in the world. I've seen it on a few occasions. I like the painting programmes. I'm liking the painting ones where people sort of, tell you that they can paint, and 9 out of 10 times they really can. And they're really good at it. I'm very impressed by anybody. If I had the gift of being able to paint, my goodness me, I'd be sitting here in between the ad breaks painting. Get my little easel out. And would I do oil or would I do watercolour? Or would I just do pencil? I'd love to do watercolour. But I'm not really bothered about that, actually. I'd probably do oils. I like the idea. I wish I had the gift for but I haven't. I have no gift whatsoever in sort of painting. So rest assured, you ain't going to be seeing me in the National Gallery anytime soon, or the National Portrait Gallery. Front page of the Times this morning. There's a nice picture of Whitney Wolfe Herd, who created a feminist dating app that has 35 million users. Whitney Wolfe Herd, who's very young, very pretty, is now worth $1.3 billion, which is £940 million, having co-founded Bumble, which allows only female users to make the first contact with a man. I think we talked about this a few weeks ago, because apparently they all knew what it was. I didn't know anything. You know. Plus the starring role for Harry in the Sussex's first Netflix. Well, about time he did something. He's been sitting over there twiddling his thumbs for ages and ages. Plus, having a preferred limb known as lateralization makes animals more efficient at carrying out tests. Why is it that dogs learn that thing? Paw. And they hold their paw out to you. I mean, they all do it. I love it. I think it's fantastic. I mean, dogs have the language skills of a 2-year-old. Did you know that? No. A language development test performed on dogs in 2009 revealed the average dog can learn to recognise as many as 165 words. But puppies are born deaf and then develop hearing 4 times as strong as humans by the time they're adults. Oh, so cute. I want that one that Philip Schofield's got on the television. I think that's so cute. So cute. Also, a lot of people here in Nottingham. This is paddleboarding at Ullswater. Just looks quite dangerous to me. You're just standing on a piece of board on the water. But doctors apparently are recommending the activity as part of a social prescribing effort. Whatever that is. Sounds quite posh though, doesn't it, really? So that's quite nice. But you wouldn't get me standing on a river in or out of a wetsuit. Thank you very much indeed. Plus. Oh, here we go. The drugs gang posing as slaves to avoid jail. It's amazing, isn't it, honestly? People just tell lies. These are Albanian gangsters who've cornered the market for cannabis in the UK. Not for too long. Not for too long. So far, they found 10,613 potential victims of trafficking and slavery. The ones here... Because every sort you'd see, where was the place? It was next to a police station some time ago, a few years back, and it was a cinema, and the whole thing was turned over to cannabis growing. Police had no idea about it. I think one of them actually managed to smell it at some point. So they've set up these hydroponic cannabis farms with lights, climate control, and they've managed soil for 3 years. Amazing, isn't it? Really. So there was one here in Southend-on-Sea in Essex. An Albanian gang were caught growing 3,000 plants worth £2 million in 5 warehouses within 250 yards of a police station. They reached jail for 2 years for their part in a sophisticated operation. That's all they get, is it? 2 years? What a load of old cultawallop. Seriously, I mean, it's just ridiculous. They should go terribly sorry, because at 2 years you'll be out with sort of good behaviour. So why not make it 10 years? Then they can stay inside for 5 years. That'll make me feel a bit better about life.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Still freezing cold. And you got it for the next, I don't know, it seems like days, doesn't it, really? Days. And somebody says, Steve, Victoria's website is hilarious. Horrid clothes at ridiculous prices. They are expensive. They are expensive. See, the trouble is, I think that if you're going to do... I mean, that's why there is so much success with Primark, because look at the price that they're charging. I don't think anybody's going to be going out. I mean, I really don't, you know, with the best will in the world, and I'm sure she's fine, going, I'm wearing Victoria Beckham, because I've looked at half of them, and to be honest with you, perhaps I know nothing about fashion. Nothing at all. The cinema was in Manchester, Steve, says Jenzo from Teddington. Great show, thank you. My mother swears she was born as a Yorkshire Terrier living in Chelmsford in a former life. Did you see the other day? One of the Rolling Stones' wives, Jo, was on the television, What are you eating? What are you eating? Oh, it's a love heart. Can't you just put it in your mouth properly as opposed to picking at it? Very infuriating. Trying to make it last. We'll get Spangles tomorrow. Yeah, and she was talking about how she'd seen UFOs. And I'm thinking, why are we putting this on? Mind you, the other day, didn't we have something on the telly with Eamon Holmes doing it? And it was some woman who, I can't remember if she's a doctor or something, I don't know, whatever she is. But she exhibits herself on the internet. People pay money to get her to expose her bits and pieces. Very sad and tragic, honestly. So that's the trouble. That's why people are in such a state in this country at the moment, because they go, I want to be very rich. And they go, well, I'm a millionaire now because I got my boobs out. Kerry Katona said she was doing it, but that's gone a bit quiet, hasn't it? And it's certainly never happened for Jordan. I mean, dear God, you wouldn't be paying for that, I don't think. Not very good at all. 30 bargains to bag on Liberation Day, because we're not that far away from the Monday, are we? And the Monday is it all opens. You can shop till you drop. You won't. Because most people are actually, we were saying the other day, there's a friend of mine, she looks after my bank account. She said, you're not spending hardly any money at all. I said, well, there's nowhere to go. Can't go to a restaurant. I can't go to sort of pubs. Not that I would go to pubs. And I'm sort of just saving on everything at all. There isn't anything I've gone mad on at all. So I'm hardly spending anything. I don't think, it's the kind of thing that I need to worry about. The only thing I might need is I might need to go and get some Creed. I've got half a bottle left. My little bottle's running out, and I might go and get some of that. Don't like to disappoint people. And Steve, Handy Andy admitted to being a convicted burglar. I think you're right, actually. But where did he vanish to? Where do people go to? One minute they're there, then the next minute they just sort of disappear when they've been on the television all the time, because the press find out about things, don't they? They like to know, if you've had convictions for things. So let's have a look here. Oh, look, a Babyliss dryer. It's a hair dryer. Wait a minute. How much is it? Babyliss Rose Blush hair dryer. It's 30 quid. Okay. Now, as far as I'm concerned, a hair dryer is, and we got one in our shower down the bottom here. It's just pshh, and you do that. I've got a Chrome hair dryer. Well, I've seen the one that they're selling on the television, the Dyson one. They've shifted thousands, and it's nearly £400 for a hair dryer. I would expect it to be absolutely whiz-bang oodle, let me tell you. Also, a Lavazzo coffee machine, 49 quid, Lakeland. Also, they've got all sorts of things here. Striped cotton bath towels, John Lewis, 18, now £9. Ooh, lots of bargains, aren't there? I'm liking towels, definitely. And what else we got? Dolce & Gabbana perfume, 57, now £37.99. Marc Jacobs Dot Eau de Parfum was £62, now £37.99. There's loads of things. Loads of things. It's to get you out into the shops. Get you out into the shop. Peacocks, half of Peacock's stores are set to reopen after the collapsed fashion chain was saved by a senior executive with backing from an international consortium. So they've saved 200 stores and 2,000 jobs, which is good. Part of Philip Day's Edinburgh Woolen Mill fashion chain, which collapsed in November. Because the high street is looking decimated. I don't know what it's like round your neck of the woods, but I'm telling you, round our neck of the woods, I mean, Richmond, I think Nick Ferrari was talking about Richmond the other day. That's looking very sad on the high street. The only places that are open are Robert Dias, which I love, and ice cream shops, and a few of these sort of the coffee shops and a little Tesco and stuff like that. But the rest of it is just all closed down. Whether it comes back again, I've got no idea. No idea. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says you're talking about... So I don't think Meghan will come back, Steve. No, I mean, you all seem to be saying exactly the same. Oh, Jonathan Shallett. He said, Eamon Holmes will be making a special announcement on This Morning today, which he's very excited to share with the world. Well, what is that? I hate a secret. I hate a secret, Jonathan. And no, the trainers haven't arrived yet. I'm going to have to get the boys to chase them up today, because we know that they've been delivered because Jonathan told us they've been delivered. But what size am I? 10.5. But they haven't arrived from the post room, whereas I was expecting to see them on, our boss's desk and our AP's desk, but they haven't. So perhaps you can phone today. Can you phone today and sort of find out where they are? Yeah. And find out, where they've got to, because otherwise. But I want to know what this special announcement on This Morning today is. So he's doing it on This Morning, so it can't be anything to do with This Morning. What is it? What is the... I get so pushy on these things. Poor old Jonathan Shallett, who is, I should point out to you, just in case you don't know, Eamon Holmes' agent. Eamon changed his agent. So it's a special announcement which he's very excited to share with the world. Ruth's not pregnant, is she? Wow. Can't wait to... I'll have to watch the programme now. But actually, it doesn't bother me because I watch the programme anyway. I love it because it's got Phil Vickery on there. I like all the people who do all the cooking and everything else. I think it's good. I think it's very good. Do you want me to phone... Well, honestly, you're so... No. I mean, put it this way. I've told Jonathan that you're going to chase it up. He has confirmation that it's been delivered. Where these are these trainers. Do you remember the trainers? And we'll have to wait and see. They're going to be round here somewhere. They're probably sitting on a thing. Perhaps everybody's not back at the moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We shall have everything there. And Another one here. And somebody else. I can't do that. Also, Sir Alex Ferguson could come out on top from a visit to Merseyside as his horse, Give Me a Copper, is being well back for the Grand National. You know the Grand National? The Grand National is this week coming up. By the way, Jonathan Shallett, let me tell you this now. He said the email received from Nike stated the shoes were delivered last Thursday between 10:36 and 11:36. So they'll have been delivered to the front door between 10:36 and 11:36. So, yeah. So they might be down in the cupboard downstairs, or they might have been moved to the post room. But they came in on Thursday. Mind you, actually, if they came in on Thursday, they wouldn't deliver... they would go to the post room first of all. You can imagine, Jonathan, how much post comes into this building. 1,000 people in it. It's tons and tons of post. But, yes, Corey's got a nice new pair of trainers on, Jonathan. I don't think Corey would look very good in new trainers. I think they're very much, very much a Steve Allen kind of thing. But the boy will find it. He's very good at that. He couldn't find the water, but he'll manage to find trainers. I know he will. Steve, loving your show as always. Do you think Eamon could be retiring? No, he's definitely not. He's only just got a new agent. So it's not that. Unless he's going into hospital, for this pain that he's had. Don't talk to me about pain, though. I've had enough problems with pains. Enough problems with pain. So we'll wait and find out. Jonathan's very good at just dropping a little hint. A little hint. He could be the new GMB permanent presenter. Oh, there you go. Never thought about that. Did you think about that, Corey? No, you didn't.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Another freezing cold day, honestly. When we get the sunshine. I hope none of you bought plants over the bank holiday. I was advising people, don't buy plants. You'll kill them off. Seriously, the only things that are going to survive in this weather are daffodils, and they're already sort of up anyway, and tulips, which I've got. Alan says Eamon seems the obvious choice for GMB. I think Alex maybe is left with his head in the cloud. No, I think he's probably still going to be there. But I reckon it's gone to Eamon. I think definitely. It'd be him and Susanna Reid. Don't you think so? I hope he sorted out his pain, though, before we get any further than that. And Lara says he was talking on Twitter about how he uses the power of prayer during difficult times. Well, I've given up with the power of prayer, to be honest with you. Goodness sake, honestly. It's the pain that we're all suffering at the moment. And you get to a certain age, although I'm a good deal older than Eamon Holmes, it's a case of, I can't think of anything else it would be. What else would it be, actually? It can only be that, can't it? It can't be anything else at all. By the way, Jonathan, we've sent the producer off on a mission to see if we can find these trainers. Because if they were delivered into the building, now whether they've gone down or I don't know. Always worries me. Steve, I think the big announcement is that he's the new James Bond. I don't think even he'd want to do the next James Bond. Definitely not. Definitely not. Also, there's this couple who are so poor, friends bought their kids shoes. I'm beginning to feel exactly the same. They've left gifts at food banks during lockdown to show their gratitude because they won $1 million 2 years ago and couldn't have come at a better time. He's been diagnosed with a crippling muscle disease and had to give up work as an electrician. But they've got this sort of money. So hopefully they've saved it. I always say that to people. If you win $1 million, it might not be a million, then, put it to one side. Unless there's something that you desperately need quickly. That's the only thing that sort of worries me, is that somebody says, are they here? We got them, Jonathan. Got them. Got them. Ooh, got them. We're all very excited now. See? Seek and ye shall find. Seek and ye shall find. They've arrived. How exciting. They come with a security guard. Thank you. Ooh, I say. Ooh, I say. Look at this. Look at this. My first present. My first present. Jonathan, look at that. So exciting. Lovely packaging, isn't it? Lovely packaging. I have to open parcels when I'm on air. I can't help it. Some people don't bother opening parcels. I'm one of those sort of people. I was like that as a child. Oh look, all bits and pieces. I was like that as a child. I couldn't wait to open things when I was younger. And at Christmas time, wait a minute, I'm so excited, so excited. Look, tissue paper. Look. Woo! All very jealous around here, Jonathan, let me tell you. Oh, lovely. I can't wait. I shall have to take them home and try them on later, because otherwise I shall fall apart. How lovely. Isn't that exciting? I can't try them on now. I'm wearing shoes. How exciting. No, I want to do it properly. Look. I love it when people pack it. Look at that, Jonathan. That is so flash. Boys are very jealous. What I'll do, I'll bring them in a lollipop tomorrow. That'll sort of keep them fairly good and going on it. And I've got to try and tidy up. They look very nice, aren't they? I'm very impressed by those. And thank goodness thank goodness I've got a producer who cares enough about me that he goes and looks for things. Other people might not have done that on other stations. Here, they look after me because they know I'm going to burst into tears. That's good. Where were they? Were they downstairs in the cupboard? Yeah, in the post room. Right. Wow. Were there loads of parcels in there? Well, you've signed for me. Oh right. Oh okay. Oh yes. Well yes. I shall deny it, of course. And then we can get another pair. That's lovely. Jonathan, thank you. I'm very grateful. It's very sweet. Very nice thing to do. And I'm hoping I'm right on my guess about what Eamon Holmes is going to be announcing today. It can only be that, can't it? Only that. Steve and Anthony says, knowing the amount of stuff that gets missing. Do you know there is a piece in the paper today about parcels that are generally delivered to your front door? Trouble is here, it's all on camera. Everything gets caught on camera. So in other words, you can see where the parcel is. And I tell you, I should be floating down the high street today. Or float. Oh, I'll tell you. Or could be floating into the hospital tomorrow. Probably more likely, actually. More likely, I should imagine. So thank you very much indeed. That's very sweet. Very sweet. Cheaper tests to save our summer holidays. I don't think we're going to get summer holidays this year. I really don't think you are. Although I wouldn't mind buying Diana's bicycle, Princess Diana's bicycle. It's come up for sale. They think £20,000. Last time it sold a couple of years ago, it was about 9,000. So it's gone up quite considerably. Also, there are still 10 reasons to be optimistic. Okay, still 10 reasons. 35 is the average number of daily deaths from COVID in the past week, which is, a million times better than it has been. 45%, the drop in weekly COVID-19 deaths. 98%, the fall in deaths since the peak of January the 20th. The number of flu deaths a day during the bad winter flu season, 121. In 2017, 2018, there were 22,000 flu deaths. So, we're actually getting good. 105 cases of new daily cases in over 70s, all of whom have been vaccinated. We're getting there. I did say if we really worked hard at it and we made an effort, then we might be out of this. We might be able to go and sit back in pubs. We might be able to go and sit in restaurants. We might be able to go to the theatre. We might be able to go and see all these things, like Eamon's new bank account details, which I should imagine if he's actually got that job. I think somebody says if Eamon becomes the GMB frontman, I think he will. I'm even putting money on it. I can't think of anything else. I'm putting money on the fact that that's exactly what it is. But will we see his feet below the desk stuck in the Revite circulation booster machine? There's so many of them now for sale, aren't there? So many of them. I could do with one of those actually as well. I might go there. Steve, do you think Eamon's going to announce he's joining LBC? Yes, early morning breakfast show. Can you imagine? Early morning breakfast show. Yes, Eamon. I'm sure they would have mentioned it to me. I'm pretty certain. Also, the 2,800 council fat cats now earning over 100,000 a year. One here, Martin Yardley, now works at Warwick University. Retirement payment, he got 395,000. He didn't retire. Which kind of annoys me a little bit. But, listen, it's not my decision. Plus, a signed first edition copy of James Bond's Casino Royale. Tipped to sell for 95 grand. Ian Fleming gave it to Anthony Kemsley, whose father, his former boss, Viscount Kemsley, had allowed him time off to write. And he said you should read this and then set fire to it. Only 4,760 copies of the book were printed. It's in its original hardcover dust jacket. I keep telling people, if you want to make money, I knew some very famous people who saved first edition books. Every time one came out, they saved it, put it away. And I think one person had a collection a short while ago, which was worth, I think, about £1 million, because they were all brand new first editions. And this one would be worth having. It's like, when you read a Harry Potter, really, really good. Oh, wait a minute. Eamon's announcement on This Morning. Wait for it. I don't know. Well, I don't know if I can tell you. See, I now know part of the secret, but it doesn't help me in any way, shape or form. Jonathan, am I allowed to mention this? Look, I'll tell you, it's like working with meerkats next door. They've all got the... What's going on? What's going on? What's happening? What's happening? But I can tell you... I don't know if I can tell you this. I think I can tell you this. I can tell you this. It's not work-related. It's not work-related. It's personal happiness. It's personal happiness. Because that's now got us guessing even more. Oh, goodness me, honestly, I can cope with that. Small wonder I'm ageing by the day. But so it's not work-related. Oh, blow me down. Oh, well, there you go. Well, at least I was fairly close on it. Sort of. Not, definitely. Thank you, Jonathan. Always a pleasure. If not frustrating at the same time. Jackie says best of luck tomorrow. Yes. That's all I can hope is best of luck tomorrow. I don't know what's going to be happening. Well, I know what's going to be. I know what the procedure is, but I just want them to be able to tell me something. That's all I want, So now we know that because of all the pain and because of this and because of that and all the other bits and pieces, that's what it is. That's what I need to know. That's what I need to know. I don't want them to come back to me and go, I don't know. I need to know. I need to know. Other stories. Oh, yes. Guess who Alan Duncan, or what he calls Anne Widdecombe. He calls her a cranky old bat. A cranky old bat. And I have to be honest, I've always had a soft spot for Anne Widdecombe. I don't know why. It's just one of those sort of peculiar things. But this is Alan Duncan's diaries. He didn't seem to like anybody, actually. There were loads of people the other day mentioned over the Sundays that he didn't like at all. Alexei Navalny, the jailed Kremlin critic, is said to be seriously ill. There's a surprise. In Russia, in a prison, good heavens above. Surely not. Among the campaigners detained was the Russian opposition leader's doctor, who called on people to join her, not to protest, but to save Mr. Navalny as he struggles with multiple health issues in prison. What did they do to him? I can't remember what they did to him. He says, if I have tuberculosis, maybe it'll chase out the pain in my back and numbness in my legs. He was poisoned last year with Novichok, which the activists blame on the Kremlin. Well, where else? Where else is it going to come from? A Kremlin spokesman said, naturally, we can't talk about any special conditions for one of our convicts. Don't want to fall out with anybody over there, do you? Let's face it.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Ooh, interestingly, Bruce says, I thought Amy's announcement might have been about the vacant Countdown host position. Oh, that's a point. That's a point. I'd forgotten about that one, actually. And so it's amazing what you're all guessing, isn't it, really? Amazing what you're all guessing. But it's personal. So it's nothing to do with, it's not work related. Somebody says, do you think it's that he's won the Euro Millions, 120 million quid? Says Brian in Luton. Can you imagine? Imagine actually having to come out and go, actually, I won £120 million. Because we haven't heard who it is. I was hoping it was going to be me, but sadly not. Could he be a granddad, says Claire? Could be. But it's personal nature, so you might be right on that one. Also, happy birthday to Jackie Chan. The actor and martial arts star from Hong Kong was among the 100 highest-paid celebrities of last year, earnings of almost $30 million. During his career, he's broken his jaw once, his nose 3 times, 2 fingers, his knees, his ankles, his shoulder bones, his ribs, and had emergency brain surgery. So, pretty average kind of a day, really. Also born on this day in 1920, Ravi Shankar, died in 1912. And Andrew Sachs, remember Andrew Sachs? Manuel. From Fawlty Towers, the actor and his family fled Nazi Berlin and headed to London because his father was Jewish. He made his name as Manuel in Fawlty Towers, despite working on the sitcom for only 3 months in all at £150 an episode. The role overshadowed his serious acting, which included playing Trinculo in Shakespeare's The Tempest. 150 an episode, that's all he got. You hear that, Corey? That's all Andrew Sachs got. For Fawlty Towers, £150 a show. That shows how bad the money was. Terrible, isn't it, really? You'd think he'd have earned thousands. But probably made most of the money after they stopped. And then, well, I don't know what Barbara used to complain bitterly about the royalties. They were peanuts. It was like a penny, threepence. Really bad. So what Andrew Sachs made, I've got no idea. I mean, he only worked for 3 months on the sitcom. That's all he worked for. Still made a lasting impact, didn't he? Lasting impact. And also a team of lawyers on this day, the 7th, in 1976, began unravelling the last secret of billionaire Howard Hughes. As the body of the 70-year-old recluse lay under guard in the basement of Houston Methodist Hospital, legal firms in New York and Los Angeles set out on a golden paper chase to establish what will happen to the £1,000 million fortune from Hughes's vast gambling and business empire. What did happen to it? We never knew. We never knew. All these things, they're so complicated, aren't they? They really are complicated. Also, no high-octane adventure could have prepared Starsky and Hutch's star David Soul for his latest assignment. His documentary Cuban Soul records the discovery of Ernest Hemingway's long-lost convertible Chrysler in New York. But he's now threatened with jail. Not looking very promising, is it? At all. Not looking very promising at all. And pop star Terence Trent D'Arby has confirmed rumours of a fling with Paulie Yates when she was still married to Bob Geldof. She played a huge part in establishing my identity. He said she was pretty easy on the eye. It was rock and roll life, so bring it on. So who's returned to the fray under the name Sananda Maltreya. She and Master Bob weren't estranged, otherwise I'd have walked into that. Estranged or not, Geldof tracked down Terence Trent D'Arby in New York for a confrontation. Are you my wife? He said, and I went, of course not. Fortunately, St. Bob was merciful and refrained from clobbering his love rival. God. I'd forgotten what it was all going on like on the television. I used to watch it. I mean, I did used to feel sorry for Paulie Yates. We know she had her inner demons that were going on, and it was particularly bad. But sometimes you'd see her lying on the bed in the Big Brother house, and she looked like she was on another planet. Steve, I thought Anne Robinson was doing Countdown, says Dale in Birmingham. Oh, I don't think so. Oh, it is true. Right. Well, so we're gradually knocking all these things on there. So she's the new host of Countdown. She'll be the game's first female host in its 39-year history. I'm getting everything wrong at the moment, aren't I? I'm terrible. So he's not doing Countdown. Do you think he's going to be a grandfather? Do you think that's what it could be? Because he's got 3 other sons, hasn't he? 3 or 4 other sons. So he's got one with Ruth and then the other one. So he could be being granddad, which was good. Somebody said the White House. Oh no, sorry, from somebody else actually. And so that there is no vacant Countdown position. Now we know. Knowing my luck, Jonathan Shalit probably has got Anne Robinson as well. He's got everybody, absolutely everybody. And have you got the Chinese curry powder yet? No, I didn't do it yet. So I had to sort out VAT. And as Jonathan Shalit will tell you, the one thing that we don't, that's why we pay people to do things, because we're not very good at doing things. Well, I'm not. He's probably brilliant at doing it. But I have people who help me out. And then I just write to him and go, thank you very much indeed. Because otherwise I can't manage with these things. It gets too complicated. Anything to do with money and finances and VAT and finding another... Oh, God, no, definitely not. Definitely not. This is a story about Russian special forces using ambulances bearing the Red Cross symbol to practice ambush techniques in a horrifying breach of the Geneva Convention. Honestly, they just seem to sort of go on doing things, don't they, really? I mean, it's a terrible threat to the sanctity of healthcare work in conflict. Russian forces appear to be normalising it by training to break the rules. Yeah, it's not the sort of place we should go to, is it, really? I don't think so. Ahmet says, according to yesterday's soundbite, Steve, you've never seen one that size before. Does water really expire? Yes, it does. It does. I must get that curry powder today. We were talking about curry powder. The kitchen disco top 10. Well, I don't dance in the kitchen, as you can well imagine. So at number 10, Can't Stop the Feeling. I'll tell you what I liked. Heard it on the television. Nicki Minaj. Starships are gonna fly. That was really good. They did it on RuPaul's drag thing. They were very good. I suddenly reignited my interest in the music. But Uptown Funk by Mark Ronson and Bruno Mars, number 9. Number 8, Summer of '69, Bryan Adams. Wannabe, 7, The Spice Girls. Really? That's a kitchen song, is it now? I Will Survive. First I was afraid. I was petrified. Kept thinking I could. That was number 6. Number 5, Queen, Don't Stop Me Now. Number 4, Taylor Swift, Shake It Off. I don't even know how that goes. I wouldn't even know how that song went, I'm afraid. I know nothing about the Taylor Swift song. Number 3, Don't Worry, Be Happy. Is that Pharrell Williams? Is it Pharrell Williams? I didn't like that. Oh. Right. Don't Worry, Be Happy. Oh, is that happy? Oh, because I'm happy. Oh, right. Boring. Number 2, I Want to Dance with Somebody. And at number 1, Dancing Queen by ABBA, which is a palindrome, spells the same forwards and backwards. And so they're the number 1. That is our number 1 kitchen disco tune. Yeah, whatever. Believe it? I didn't believe it either. I didn't believe it. Which poet lived at Dove Cottage in the Lake District? I don't know. We shall find out later. The Swedish band's hit from '76 is the one that gets most people dancing in the kitchen, gets you grabbing your wooden spoon microphones. Oh, Lord. You think so? That's not very good, is it? Also, other golden oldies. Come On, Eileen. Come on, Eileen. Da, 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 Eileen. Also, It's Raining Men again. And the other one was... that was about it, actually. There's a few other little ones. I still think Whitney Houston's I Want to Dance with Somebody. I think that was very good. That was very good. Mind you, I liked anything from Diana Ross. She had some great... I'm in the middle of a train reaction. Steve, speaking of countdown, did you know the late Richard Whiteley got the slowest time around the Top Gear track? Not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. And also, what have we got here? I'm trying to find something there's nothing funny in the paper today. I wish there blooming well was. It's just dreadful weather. Brenda Blethyn and her husband, who'd been together for 40 years, had to spend chunks of lockdown apart due to her filming schedule. And how did Michael find it? Lovely, says Brenda. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. She spent lockdown filming the 11th series of Vera, which starts airing this year. Which is lovely. We loved Vera. I like anything like that. I'm very, very big into those sort of things.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I love it. I'm quite taken. I keep discovering all these stories in the papers about metal detectorists, people who go out there and and you see them. They're doing it in the outback. They're looking for precious stones or gold or all sorts of things. So they just sort of dig it all up. But this is Chris Perkins and Sean Hendry, who were out, and their metal detector buzzed. It made a buzzing like they couldn't imagine. They found coins and jewellery, and their find has been declared as treasure. The haul included 3 hoards of gold and silver coins, rings and trinkets dating from the 9th to the 17th century. They found them in Powys, 3 medieval gold coins from the 14th century, and another of the finds, an early medieval silver fastener thought to be significant as the first Anglo-Saxon one of its type to be found in Wales. Once declared treasure, Items can be valued and bought by museums, and the sum goes to the finder as a reward. Well, they haven't even hazarded a guess what it could be worth, but it's obviously going to be something worth having, isn't it, really? And well done to Sid and Enid Reid. Sid and Enid Reid, you can tell by the names, they ain't no youngsters. They're celebrating their 70th wedding anniversary, and they say that dancing, skiing and holidays apart are the key to their long, happy marriage. They're both 92. If you saw a picture of them, you would never believe in a million years this couple were 92. They live in Stirlingshire in Grangemouth. They got married in the Liverpool church where they'd first met at a service, aged 20, in 1951. Now they live in Stirlingshire. They played badminton and tennis together, later took up Scottish country dancing and line dancing. Sid said, we both learnt skiing in our 60s. Enid could ski, but she couldn't stop. But she would go on holiday with friends and I would go skiing. Enid said, we don't have many arguments, a few niggles. They have 3 children, 4 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. And they're still together after 70 years. Now, that's what you call perfection. That's what you call perfection. So they do have niggles. I always worry about when people say, we don't argue. Everybody argues. You've got to argue at some point. You know, I mean, we don't argue here. I don't think we've ever had... Have we had an argument? Have we had an argument? No, we don't argue. I'm just always right. And did you know who lived in Dove Cottage? Did you know who lived in Dove Cottage? Miss Marple. No, it's a real person. Wordsworth lived in Dove Cottage. There was also another place called Dove Cottage, and I can't remember. It was in a film, I think. Rachel says, I hope all goes well at the hospital. Not today, it's tomorrow. You know, so, that's the way it's going to go. And best of luck for tomorrow to the great Steve Allen. Yeah, I don't feel so great, Steve Allen, at the moment, actually, although I do have a new pair of trainers. Woo! Which is very nice indeed. But no, tomorrow we're in the hospital. And I'm just looking forward to some results. That's all I want. I don't really care about anything else. I just want some results so that we can make this stop, because it's really getting very, very annoying and gone on for such a long time. First female rider to tackle Aintrey's big race. When is that? So it's coming up along the Grand National very shortly, actually. I might have a go this year. I normally do the Grand National. I have won before. I had, what did I have? 2nd, 3rd and 4th one year. Bit of a miracle. I know I'm generally not blessed or that fortunate, but I might have a little go this year. I always have to sort of look down at the list of runners and riders, and it's just pure guesswork. There's no skill to it whenever I do it, let me tell you. Otherwise it would be just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But no, I just have a good old guess at it. If I like the sound of the horse, and I imagine me hearing the commentator going, and he's over the line, it's, scrumptious pumpkin, whatever, and I go like that. Because some of them I don't do. But I had to go, I think I got 2 last year, but I'd done about 8. Wasn't very good, was it? But I did do one. I did do very well one year. I got over £1,000, which is quite rare for me. I just checked a minute ago, and I just got 2 lots of £16 for the other night. Fat lot of use that is. Who wants £16? I felt like writing to them at the lottery and going, I don't want it. Don't insult me. Give it to people more deserving. You can wipe the smile off your face. Other stories in the newspapers for this morning. So Harry's got his first Netflix show, and it's all about the Invictus, the heart of Invictus, following up the Wounded War veterans, all that kind of thing. We know all about it. We've seen it all before. So nothing particularly new there, I'm afraid, for us. Also, the number of female billionaires has increased by more than a third in the past year. There are 328 women on the Forbes list of billionaires. 2,755 there are. And also Bet365 is the wealthiest self-made British woman. That's Denise Coates. And she's got a fortune of 6.5 billion, which is 4.7 billion. I've got the most awful indigestion at the moment. It's not so good, is it? But there's also Li Jianquan, whose Hong Kong-based company make masks, protective overalls and gowns, entered the list with a £6.8 billion fortune. Well, dollars. And quite amazing, actually. So the world's richest is Françoise Bettencourt Meyers, That's L'Oreal, the fashion empire. 73.6 billion. Alice Walton, 61.8 billion. She's 71. She's United States Walmart. Mackenzie Scott, 53 billion. United States Amazon. Julia Koch, 58, $46.4 billion. Miriam Adelson, 75, but 38 billion. What on earth would you do with 38 billion? What on earth would you do with it? Also, Iris Fontbona, 78, but 23 billion. That's Chile and mining. And Suzanne Clatton, 58, $27.7 billion. Germany, BMW. So a lot of very, very rich people. But, you know, they work for it. They work for it, and that's how it is. And if you work for it, you're entitled to keep it. But what you'd ever buy, I can't imagine. I think Oprah Winfrey has got no end of houses. She's, you know, just gone crackers for buying houses. Also, children in Cirencester. And Hannah Ingram Moore, who is Captain Tom's daughter, urge others to try their own charity challenge on what would have been today his 101st birthday. 101st birthday. So there's a book, isn't there, as well? There's a book. Plus, a keen cyclist was denied his vaccine at a drive-through because he arrived for his appointment on his bike. Security officials told John Cooper he could call a taxi to take him inside the facility in Carmarthen, but said the letter didn't state he must arrive by car, and health chiefs have since apologised. He's now had his jab at a different venue. Well, I didn't know there were rules about things like that, but, you know, you never know. Plus, Tinder dates are increasingly looking for innocent types of physical contact, such as hand-holding and cuddling, instead of sex. There's been a 23% increase in users asking about cuddling. Does anybody do cuddling anymore? We don't do cuddling around here, do we? No, definitely not. Also, Britain's dogs have gained an average of 3.3 kilos each since the pandemic began. You know why? People are not taking them out on walks. Well, not everybody, but loads of people are taking them out on walks. But a lot of people are not taking them out because they just don't want to risk anything. And so the dogs go home, they have another lie down, and then when they wake up, they eat. And then they look out the door. No, I don't think so. And then they go back and lie down again. Dogs love sleeping. They're like cats. A friend of mine's got 2 cats. She absolutely adores them. They're like children. Seriously, they're like children. And these things just sleep all the time. You know, what are the cats doing at the moment? They're asleep. They don't do anything else. I know the feeling. We all get to that stage, don't we? You wake up in the morning, do your exercise or whatever it is you do. You have your cup of tea or cup of coffee. Get yourself ready, piece of toast with a bit of peanut butter on, or banana or something like that. And then you sort of go, whoa, you know, I'm feeling quite good today. I can get out there and do some more exercise. Not really. The Grand National, says Patrick, the storyteller. The storyteller. Can I see somebody saying, I could see that, but I can't see it being in the top 3. I don't know. I'm never right on that. Well, actually, I have been right for a few years. And, yeah. That could be quite good, couldn't it? I might have a go. I'll have a look at the rest of them, because sometimes as well, you actually get there and then they go, oh, this one's been dropped. It's sort of, you know, so you can't do them. But we'll wait and see. My friend Graham's very good at doing the National. He loves it. He studies form, whereas I don't study form. I just sort of go by gut reaction. I love Anne Widdecombe too, Steve. Says Jackie. She's a national treasure. Are we doing the joke? She was dug up somewhere. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Morning, 10 to 7. Somebody says, do you do a sweepstake at work? Do you know, I don't think there's an office that for the National doesn't do a sweepstake. The trouble is, they do it later. So when we finish in the morning, it's too early for it. So I've never had it. They did the same for football as well. You know, ages and ages ago. First Grand National run by lottery, 26th of Feb, 1839. 1839. But yeah, we do a sweepstake, but we're never included in it because we've always left, actually. Roger says a billionaire was walking around New York handing out $100 bills to random people. I'd like to do that as well. I'd like to be a benefactor. You know, somebody who likes to hand out money to people. But it would have to be somebody. I wouldn't be answering letters from people saying, "Oh, I need money and I need this." So I wouldn't be doing anything like that. I'd just be I'd be sitting on a bus, looking at people and thinking, "You look as though you could do with £100." And so just give it to them and go, "Hello." I'd be so worried in case they sort of they'd hit you or something like that. But I quite like the idea of giving somebody just a couple of £50 notes and say, you have that. Go and buy yourself something nice today. And they go, what's that for? And you go, well, I just wanted to do something nice for somebody. But I bet you anything, most people would give it back. What's that? Why are you giving me that? I don't want it. You go, oh, please take it. But I'm afraid I wouldn't be giving it to people sitting by a cash point machine with a dog on a blanket. That would not be me at all. And luckily, we don't see that as much as we used to. You know why? It's too blooming cold outside. It is absolutely freezing cold. So not things like that. I would like to... I mean, there's a wagon that they have that pulls up along the Strand, which I see sometimes on the bus if I'm sort of a little bit later than per usual. And that's where they hand out bacon sandwiches and cups of tea and stuff like that for people. Although, to be honest with you, if you're freezing cold on the streets, a cup of tea and a bacon sandwich is probably quite nice, but it's not exactly going to cure the problem, is it? Which is a shame. Other stories in the papers today. Make William our next king. Yeah, I think have you noticed the royal family are very clever. They're very good at manipulating stories in the newspapers. So all of a sudden, we've got all this anti-Harry stuff, and is he coming back? And strange enough, you don't think he's going to come back for the unveiling of the statue to his mother. I think he will. I don't think she will. In fact, I'm pretty certain that she won't, but I think he will. She'll stay over there. And we'll sort of just have the statue unveiling, then he'll tootle off back where he came from again. Vaccine passports may be needed for non-essential stores under plans number 10's considering. Oh, please don't. I seriously don't want to blooming vaccine passports and everything. They're all over the blooming place, aren't they, at the moment? It's bad enough trying to keep up with everything else. Piers Morgan talking about Diana would hate the boys' rift. Of course she would. In fact, actually, if she'd still been alive, there wouldn't have been a boys' rift. There really wouldn't have been. Things would have been completely different. Hunky actor. Is it Reggie Jean Page? I don't know how you pronounce his name, actually. But he's returned to the UK as his odds were slashed to be James Bond. Well, there you go. There's a part. He was in Bridgerton. Spotted at Heathrow flying home from LA. Do you think he's had a meeting? He's 31. He fits the criteria. Looks the part. Definitely. Plus, what else have they got here? Oh, yes, poor old Dec Donnelly and his family left shaken after professional burglars targeted their home. Police rush round there. Burglaries have been happening a lot round there recently. Where do they live? They live Chiswick, don't they? I think that's where they live. It's areas where there's people who think that they can get away with things. But in this particular case, I should imagine he's got every little bit of CCTV that you could possibly shake a stick at. And the police were there very, very quickly. People enduring chronic pain, which is what The Guardian are talking about today, which has no known cause, should not be prescribed painkillers. Oh, you mad? God, I tell you, suffering on the pain front. So if it's got no known cause, should not be prescribed painkillers. Blimey, I don't think I could survive actually getting through without painkillers, unless we find out what this thing is tomorrow. And Boris Johnson has sought to reassure people about the safety of the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID vaccine, as a trial in children was paused whilst regulators investigate reports of blood clots. Not many. I mean, literally. I mean, it's literally count on one hand, something like that. Also, who's joined the Billionaires Club? Loads of people. Loads of people are joining the Billionaires Club. So the billionaires get richer. Dogs piling on the puppy fat. They've got pictures of fat dogs in some of the papers. And anybody fancy a trip to the beer garden? Front page of the Telegraph this morning, they've got a picture of a dog walker braving the snow in Norfolk, Winterton-on-Sea. It's just that people say in fact, everybody said to me this morning, but we don't have snow, do we, at this time of year? I said, I have a fear we do, actually. Much of Britain basked in glorious sunshine a few days before that, and then blow me down, back it comes again. So we go, oh, don't worry, it's only going to be in Scotland or somewhere like that, up in the extremities. And people say, no, it can happen all over the place. 84850. Steve at LBC. I did a charity gig to save elephants, and Will was the head of the organisation. Wow. Well, there you go. That's quite nice, isn't it? The trouble is that they have so many different charities, don't they? The royal family. And Steve, I spoke to a homeless bloke in town. He told me that people bring him Costa coffee all the time. He said he only drinks tea. Yeah. Sometimes you see loads of empty food packets and parcels and stuff like that. Not much use, is it? Somebody brings you a cup of coffee and you really want a nice cup of tea. That would be very good indeed. So I feel a bit sorry for somebody who's getting things like that. But the trouble is, don't keep buying people food. That doesn't, it doesn't solve the problem, and B, most of it gets thrown away because people have been there before you and bought loads of stuff before. So that's what you have to be careful of. Only give somebody something if they need it. Probably find they want money in many of the cases. What was the other one that I missed, actually? And there was something, actually, Tim Key on the acting genius of Paul Ritter, who we lost the other day, which is not nice, is it? Not nice at all. And also Spring on Hold. Oh, God, I don't know. Bring me some sunshine. I've just waved at Nick Ferrari this morning. He looks cold as well. He's always got his coat on. I think I might have to look around for a thicker coat. Somebody says, all I can hear is your clothes rustling. Certainly can. It's freezing in here. Seriously. It's like sitting in a refrigerator. I'm trying to be all big and brave about it, but unfortunately I'm a bit weak and feeble. So clothes will be rustling because, yes, believe it or not, I'm wearing clothes. I know people fantasise over, what's he wearing this morning with small off-the-shoulder shimmies. Well, I don't know. Unlikely. So shoppers could have to prove they don't have COVID to visit non-essential shops from June. Every time I'm supposed to go back to the hospital, actually, for something else. This is the eyesight. Tomorrow we've got the procedure. The Bridgerton Star says, my lips are sealed on Bond. Do you think he could be? He could. I love it when people say my lips are sealed. So we've got to try and work out what we think Eamon Holmes's thing is today that he's going to be announcing. It's nothing to do with work. It's personal. We think he's going to be a granddad. What do we think? You'll have to find out a little bit later on, I should imagine. Steve, my dad went out camping years ago, woke up to a snow-covered tent. Dulcie says, I've known spring snow before. It's not new, as you say. No, it's absolutely not. We had it quite late one year. In fact, actually, we had snowdrifts in Twickenham. I remember thinking, blimey, snowdrifts in Twickenham. That's not great, is it? But never mind. Listen, that's it for this morning. Thank you so much indeed. I spent most of the programme trying to keep warm. But it doesn't matter. I shall be back to fighting fit tomorrow morning, and then we've got the hospital, so that's good. Then we've got Friday, so hopefully by Friday we'll have some good news for everybody, including myself. I do have a little bit extra podcast and my other podcast as well. This morning, Katie Price is on the hunt for a 9-bedroom house. I don't know how she's going to get a mortgage. She's a bankrupt. That's not, you can't get a mortgage on a bankrupt, can you? I don't think so. And £1 million, a 9-bedroom house. Hello. And what job have you been doing recently? Molly May's hitting the newspapers with a new haircut. Really doesn't have anything better to do. And Love Island could be moving to July. If only it had been axed.